And we're back. Thank you for waiting around. That means a lot to me. Yeah, as always, if ever it goes down, it will come back. Technical difficulties indeed. Technical difficulties indeed. Story of my life, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, so we got technical difficulties once again, but thank you for sticking it out with us. As always, yeah, like basically what I have to do is I have to reset my modem every time that happens. That's why it takes so long. I don't know, what was that, about 10 minutes or something? It's longer than it should be, right? This should not be this much of a problem. Anyway, let me switch to the modcast if anybody wants to come on with me while I'm trying to get this all worked out in the background.
We'll take big pot shots at Republican white males, etc.
What's up, Sarah?
Meow. How are you doing today?
Could be better, but you know, considering, like, it's pretty good.
Excellent.
Pretty good.
I understand that you have 3 different channels that you have to reset a bunch of settings and fight them into submission.
It's a lot. It really is.
Do you want someone to like hang out and maybe like read a bunch of chat?
That would be awesome. Yeah, if you could read chat while I'm doing this, that would. I'm sure that would entertain chat for sure. And YouTube chat. Oh wait, speaking of which, I gotta bring YouTube chat back up too. Oh no, how are we doing, chat? Oh no.
Hey chat. So what we've got here today is we had tech difficulties at the same time. Accidentally shut down my PC about 5 minutes ago. Oh, Cryptid Mage. The feeling is real. Is it overheating? I've got an old cable modem. I'm too lazy to replace that overheats if anything falls on it. Oh my god, True Dwabi, that's like exactly what I was thinking it was, because that happened to me all the time with my old modem. Meow, Shakespeare. Alright, Polly, let's fucking go. Oh, sorry, let's LFG. Because it's a new stream, I have to follow the rules.
Oh yeah, especially this early in the stream. That's when they care about it.
In PC right now. Oh, Shakespeare, you are baiting TYT so hard. What are you gonna do when, you know, Cenk and Anna come and they want to yell at you because you threatened to cook your friends? I see Uncle Cenk is hogging out, which seems to be his regular thing these days. You know, I kind of miss the hogging out because, like, his old hog outs were just, like, complaining about how 3 years ago people weren't insert blank. You know? He's a sidewalk shamer. I wish he had stayed that way instead of, like, diving into mainstreaming transphobia and pretending that it's cancel culture. Oh my god. Oh my god. Poly people. That's Smash. Yeah, that's it exactly. And as we go up here, let's see. Iron Orchid said, "What happened?" Polly says, "NCC on fire today, though. I've been enjoying listening." NCC was speaking too much truth. The emus couldn't let that happen. See, this is the problem that we have in the age-old struggle with the emus. Let's see. Video quality spotty, but those ads never fail. Based
I know,
NCC
yeah.
computer.
The ads don't have to come through my computer, fortunately/unfortunately.
Yeah, they give all the good bandwidth at Amazon to the ads. That's that's where all of the reliable hosting is. You should just pretend that your stream is like one long sponsored ad, and I bet that they would give you extra provisioning.
I think that would help. Yeah, I think that would definitely help.
It's so exciting. Like, this is a chance to hit 61 likes again. I mean,
Oh my god, yeah, that's true. That's true. So yeah, chat, if you don't know, if you hit like already, you can hit like again. In fact, I need you to hit like again, because each of these is going out as a video. In the past, we unlisted these videos, right? Meaning that they just kind of didn't count as videos, and if you like it, that's great during the stream, that pulls more people in, but it doesn't really have an effect after the fact. Now we're counting on all our streams to be videos, and they are being videos, and they are bringing new people in, they are bringing new audience in, they're showing me to new people, because apparently that was the way I was supposed to be doing it all along. But we lose all of our likes when it goes down like that. So that was my, you know, own internet service provider or my own modem. I don't even know who to blame in this case, you know, screwing me over. You can help unscrew me by hitting that like once again, and you know, getting our numbers back up, because now there's gonna be two videos for me to promote, and that's gonna be twice as hard. Quite annoying too. Anyway, I'll go ahead and move this into unlisted and done, and I think we got everything that we need to do. The only other thing I need to do is
the clip channel all done?
The clip channel's just about to be done. It's just gotta like, it's gotta save. It's gotta save.
I refreshed it.
But yeah, I also need to like refresh the chat so that I can read what's going on in YouTube chat, which is hopefully a lot of stuff going on because you're all liking it and encouraging each other to like it, and
we're up to 14 likes
helping us. Yeah, we were gonna
YouTube.
get to 70. We were seriously gonna get to 70.
We already got up to 14 now.
Oh, that's really good. That's
Yeah.
better than expected, actually.
People are jumping in. They got in the robot. I see Black Phillip said, "Meow."
Morale indeed.
David said, "What's the title? Is it old title?" Sam says, "Irene's back."
Hopefully it doesn't say the old title. Let me know though. Let me know if it
It doesn't. You fixed it.
Yay.
I'm just catching up on the YouTube chat.
Yay. What's up, YouTube?
Also, the word is roast. We're going to roast Anna and Cenk. Nothing to do with cooking, I assure you.
It's completely different.
To the German remake of the the WWE Valet. I don't know what that means, but like that, I bet that's a cool wrestling reference. You can do it, Irene. We believe in you. I went and dropped a YouTube. Oh, Nina, thank you so much.
That's really sweet. Okay, there we go. Do we have... Yes, YouTube chat, I can see you. Only 3 likes away from 20. Nice, nice. Yeah, I fixed everything that I could. We're back as well as we should. Yeah, I mean, like, it actually does hurt me. Like, this is the sad thing, right? Is there's no real way to, like, it shouldn't, right? Like, it should be fine. Like, YouTube should be like, you know, she's still got good streams. People like her streams, you know, it's really good. Like, you know, they should make it easy for chat to just, like, transfer from one stream to the next, but they don't, right? They don't. I get punished every time this happens. It's really frustrating. So the more you can do to kind of, like, make up for that with your likes and, yeah, with your likes, that's you know what we can do right now. Also, giving that Twitter thread some love. I'll put the Twitter thread into oh, thank you, Iron Orchid. Meow. I'll put the Twitter thread into YouTube chat as well. Which one? This one. So there's a Twitter thread. I think the Twitch one is still pinned, but I'll put that in here too. Yeah, the more you can do to help me out with those likes, that's all you can do is press buttons. It's a video game. You go pew 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 for NCC, and we get my voice out there, and we get me in these conversations so that the next time Olaimi's talking about some stream that she saw on YouTube, it was NCC. Oh yeah, I saw that on NCC. She's not saying I saw that on Demon Mama, because, you know, Demon Mama's just not as good. I am what she pretends to be, right? We do what the Clout Network pretends to do, but for real, right?
No.
You know, on Twitch, we love video games. Yes, Twitch loves video games, and YouTube hopefully loves video games too. Do you like video games? Do you like video games? Speaking of video games, thank you so much for coming on, Zara. That's really helpful for you to talk to chat, and chat loves talking to you as well. Chat, can you give Zara some love? And can we get a shout out for Zara?
Meow, meow, meow. Well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. I hope I see the rest of chat on the flip side. Meow.
There's your shout out. Go follow Zara Xerix. Go follow Zara. Thank you so much. Like, you're a lifesaver for coming in while I'm trying to change things in the background, because like I said, it's not fair. There's too much for me to do. I shouldn't have to do all this stuff like twice, but I do. That's just how it works out. But we're back. We're going strong, and we're gonna finish this stream out. We're gonna watch the rest of this Cenk, Uygur, and Dan Abrams video that we started on, and then we're gonna And then what are we gonna do? We're gonna watch Hasan. That's right. Hasan actually had some really good takes, did some self-crit, some self-reflection. Everything that TYT is not doing, we're seeing Hasan do. So good on you, Hasan. Good on you.
But then he'll agree a little bit on cancel culture, and the right wing will say, that's it, Chris Rock's one of us, right?
Liberal digital media. When thinking about fire-breathing liberals, not moderates, but
I hate to say it, but I gotta bring it all the way back just for content's sake, just to have a continuous segment of this particular video.
unadulterated,
Oh, that's really
highly
cute.
outspoken lefties. One of the first names you have to think of is Cenk Uygur, the founder of the Young Turks, which
You know what else would be a really good emote? Like a mermaid tail. Oh no, come on. Please. Please. Come back. Yes. I don't know what's going on with my internet. But we are back. Me and Zara like hang out with some problematic streamers. We're still going good. Oh my god. Yeah, I want mermaid tails. Like, right, we got wings. That's pretty cool. And I need to have wings, right? It's important.
was one of the first liberal digital media giants and now has more than 5 million subscribers on YouTube, more than 6 billion views. It bills itself as the largest online news show in the world.
What was I saying earlier about like Hasan's name, like Hasan finding his way into my mouth or something earlier? I feel like Cenk has found his way into Dan Abrams's mouth.
So when Cenk speaks against the far left, I listen. And that's what happened recently when a well-known progressive stalwart, Anna Kasparian,
I feel like if anybody speaks against the far left, you're gonna listen.
a co-host of the Young Turks, tweeted, quote, "I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus. Birthing person."
Wait, why is Cenk now on the Daily Wire? Wait, are we serious? Are we serious about that? Phrasing, exactly. That's the problem. The problem is with the phrasing. Wait, what are you saying, Shakespeare? That's a major kappa. That's a huge kappa. Okay.
Or
3
person who
kappas.
menstruates.
Look, I would believe it now.
How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community
I would
without
believe it.
doing this. You get it. Now, to most people who don't live in a Twitter bubble, this would seem so obvious that it's not even worth saying.
Meow.
Those who do live in the Twitter bubble descended, calling her a Karen, a transphobe, a TERF, by the way, is a new term I learned, which is apparently slang for trans exclusionary radical feminist, intended as a slur used by some woke activists. And the controversy has only continued to grow. To her credit, Kasparian didn't back down, tweeting this week, "LOL, the meltdowns."
You can't back down against the radical left, right? You can't back down against the radical left, or else they'll take away our right to be able to say woman. They want to cancel women and make it so that women don't exist anymore, and only trans people. Everyone's trans. I don't know. What is this kind of? What is this? What are these brainworms? I don't even understand.
Over wanting to be referred to as a woman rather than a birthing person is pretty wild. I'll never apologize for that, especially as
Oh my
a
God,
biological
Polly.
woman who's had
Oh
a
my
lifetime
God.
of being told I'm less than. I'm a woman, no apology.
The heteros are making me upsetteros. Yeah.
And now the big boss, Uygur, has jumped
Big boss. Okay, we're back to that part again. God, I was doing so good too. I was making funny jokes. I was misremembering classic television. Confusing apparently a wrestler with a Dukes of Hazzard character.
into the fray to defend,
doing so good.
defend Kasparian. And it's all descending into the type of thing many on the far right will no doubt delight.
Schrodinger's left simultaneously soy and overwhelming terror. I am back. Yes. You got too distracted in. Oh, replying to a Discord message. Meow. Polly people and me should do a panel show. That would be a lot of fun. Yeah, that would definitely be. We should get some panels going, right? We could make our own. Wait, what would our mafia be though? What would our mafia be?
Lighted.
We gotta have a mafia, Polly.
And are already liberals eating liberals, so to speak. But this is about more.
We're talking about cooking, people. We're not even look. We're skipping the cooking. We're eating them raw now. The Alphabet Mafia. Oh no. Oh no. Yes, I'm sure we could take that one. We'll just call ourselves the Alphabet. I'm sure no one's gotten to that one yet. Oh my god. The enemy must be simultaneously weak yet strong. Yeah, should do panels with Thought Slime and Sophie. Like Thought Slime and Sophie do. Yeah, maybe even better panels. I don't know. I feel like we got some power when it comes to panels, both in terms of takes and both in terms of panel hosting experience. Right? I think we could make that happen.
More than that. Uygur, who will join us in a moment, is trying to talk common sense to his fellow.
Oh my god, at first my mind's on food. I read extreme fridges. Extreme fridges are trying to silence the marginalized moderate majority. What is Dan's take? I didn't even see this. I never read their shit. I never read their stuff. I never read their, like the little things they have up here. I never read that. I just ignore it. But no, extreme fridges are trying to silence the marginalized. We're the majority, but we're marginalized. We're marginalized. Trans people, we're marginalized. Moderate people that want to be called biological women. Normal shit, completely normal shit. Like talking about biological women and biological men and biological everything. Like we got a biological journalist here in Dan Abrams, right? Doesn't he look like a biological journalist? He was born for this. He was made for this. He was constructed just like I am some kind of aberration, some kind of abomination, some kind of anti-fuck cat girl, some kind of super soldier constructed from the DNA of 1,000 super soldiers and Umbran witches from years past and brought back to life in this time period to fight the fight that I need to fight, right? Because I just like to fight so much. Dan Abrams is made for journalism. It's made for attacking trans people. Like, I don't know, he was just born into it. He was made for this. It's all biological, chat. It's all biological.
Liberals, pointing out the extreme fringes are dominating the conversation and trying to silence or marginalize.
Get a throne and cat ears shall rain down upon you. Okay, I'm working on it. In fact, okay, I'll work on. I have no excuse for not doing that. So what Iron Orchids is talking about is a website called Throne. If you've been on Polystream, you know what we're talking about. I think a few other streamers have them as well, and it is a way if you want to, not just like make donations, but specifically contribute towards the purchase of things that would make the stream better. Like, let's say that you're always bothered by my cheap mic, right? And you want to make that better. Well, I'll put a mic on there that's better because I do know tech at least enough to know what kind of mic I need, right? And I'll put that on there and make that an option. Or an outfit, or there's a million different things that they have on Throne, but that's just another way. If what you want to do is see like your sub take physical form and making the stream better, that's basically what Throne is for. Cat ears on my throne, nice. Like, say you want more cat ears. Hey, Hulmandra, sorry for trying to steal your trademark there. I only trademarked my Alphabet Mafia logo, and I trademarked Alphabet Mafia Productions. Why not Transworld Outlook? You and Polly could be called TWO. Whoa, that's pretty powerful, TWO. We'll have to give that a thought. And we definitely do want to. Yeah, we're gonna make some panels happen. I'll put that down. We're gonna make that happen. We've done panels in the past. I love to have guests on and do interviews, and we've done that with Bird Brains, but it feels like it's time for more panels. It feels like more panels would be a good thing. Thank you for the super chat as always, Hulmandra, the actual purveyor of the Alphabet Mafia. Go over and check them out on YouTube, right? We've got a podcast with Hulmandra and comrades called the Alphabet Mafia. So yeah, we will definitely find
the more moderate majority in this country, in much the same way those on the far right fringes do. Uygur writes, left-wing extremists help right-wing so much. 66% of this country is left-wing, according to polling on policy issues. They don't believe in defunding the police or being called Latinx or calling women birthing people or abolishing prisons. Anyone who claims they do is lying. Now, this is a conversation we've been actively having on this show for more than a year now. So joining us now is Cenk Uygur, founder and host of the progressive Young Turks. Cenk, thanks for coming on the program. Really appreciate it. All right. So what is going on here, and why are you getting involved in this?
Yeah. So, Dan, look, we've got a massive problem in the country overall that no one is representing what I call the silent majority, which is about 2/3 of this country that...
What did you say? The something marginalized majority? The moderate marginalized majority.
I would argue is indisputably progressive. So I could show you the polling on it, you name it, paid family leave, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, universal health care, minimum...
Not everyone is Latinx. If you're a cis Latino dude, you can stay, Latino. Yeah, exactly.
Wage, you name
Nobody's trying to force anything on anybody except for the right wing that's trying to force trans people to stop existing. He's standing up against anti-white racism, that's right.
The country is progressive. The problem is the Democratic Party doesn't represent them because they're the corporate establishment and they represent their donors. So, well, obviously the Republicans don't represent them. So that just...
Wait, Cenk, you're painting a really bleak picture. If you think about what he's saying, it's this, right? Look, we got 66% of people who are left-wing, right? The problem is that some of those people are like Democratic Party people, and they don't represent the American people. They're weak sauce, right? And then you got over here the leftist extremist, and they're a little too strong sauce. Like their sauce is flavored with too many, what do you call those really hot chilies? What are those really hot chilies called? There's like habaneros, but there's one other one. What is the other really hot chili? It's like, they're too hot. They're too spicy. Ghost peppers are hot. Isn't there something that's like related to a ghost pepper, but like Carolina Reapers? Those are, just the name sounds hot. Yeah, we got too many ghost peppers. We got too many Carolina Reapers. We got too much sriracha in our soup, and it's too strong. It's too strong for the normies, for the moderate. Wait, the moderate marginalized majority? Yeah, but like that's a pretty sad picture, right? Because what he's saying is that like, okay, so first of all, we got the majority, but the problem is these assholes over here, they're too centrist, and these assholes over here, they're too far left. So only TYT can give you what you need by literally repeating right-wing talking points, by getting retweeted by Matt Walsh, by being friends with Ben Shapiro, right? That's how TYT is gonna save the progressive agenda. Yeah, right, Cenk. Yeah, right. Skeleton pepper, is that even real? I've never heard of that.
This leaves us progressives
it sounds
out
badass.
Here in the wilderness. Well, the problem with the progressive movement
What's up, Steel
now
Lungs?
is folks on social media from time to time completely misrepresented. Now, I want to be clear. What I would call the extreme left don't have bad intent. I think the right wing has bad intent. I think it's...
Well, don't they want you to cook your friends?
Arguable whether the...
I thought they had really the bones or the skeletons money.
Wings of both parties have bad intent.
Skeletons have the money.
But the extreme left is not helping our situation. So when you've got 2/3 of the country on your side, lean into winning issues. And by the way, trans rights is a winning issue. And we've defended trans rights probably long.
Trans rights is a winning issue. But you can't play sports, and we're not going to include you when we're talking about your reproductive rights. We're gonna forget you, and don't you dare try to insert yourself into the conversation. Don't you dare try to change the language and talk about how reproductive rights apply to more people than just cis women, right? Don't you dare do that. But we, trans don't trust us. Trans rights, your right to have Cenk's gonna get you a non-gendered bathroom. That's the rights that you know what I mean? It's weak sauce. It's weak sauce.
Longer than any show in American media history.
Sloppy Steak sounds like a joint in Midland, Texas.
Okay.
Or where's that place that King of the Hill lives?
So now when we say something simple,
sloppy steaks help balance the spice.
We're positive women want to be called women, and they don't want to be called birthing people or people.
This is horseshoe, yeah.
Uteruses.
This is horseshoe horse shit.
And by the way, some like Anna are actually offended by that. You're not being inclusive.
Oh, it's Arlen, Texas. That's where King of the Hill's from. They pull the hair up, not out. He means that they are arguing for trans rights is a winning issue because taking them away isn't popular despite the right wing's obsession.
You're being exclusive and you're choosing to fight on losing ground for no reason when we have all the winning ground in the world. So
yeah, that was where we left off. You're not being inclusive, you're being exclusive by excluding entitled pieces of shit like Anna Kasparian. I'm sorry.
And Dan,
I'm sorry, Anna. I wasn't trying to cook you.
The other problem here is the right wing when
you're the one who put yourself in the pot, right? You're the one who set all kinds of kindling around yourself. You sat in that pot and said, cook me, right?
Have someone that agrees with them a little bit, like Chris Rock will take big pots.
She's like, cook me, and then she's like, why is everybody cooking me?
Shots at Republican white males, etc. But then he'll agree a little bit on cancel culture, and the right wing will say, that's it, Chris Rock's one of us, right? On the left,
that feel when I am trans people, the real transphobes, right, Polly?
Left wing, we have the exact opposite situation, where somebody could fight for you for 200 years in a row. The minute they don't agree with the most extreme thing you've ever said, that's it, we're cutting them off. Their right wings.
Like, trans people are people. Yeah, that's the most extreme thing we ever said. That's the most extreme thing we ever said. That reproductive rights should apply to trans people as well. So extreme, I'm sorry. We are the real transphobes, right, Polly?
They're fascists, they're transphobes, etc.
Yeah.
We gotta win elections so we can.
But see, nobody was calling you a fascist, Cenk. You're the one that was comparing people criticizing you on Twitter to... Like... It's so frustrating, right? Because that is a right-wing stereotype that the left wing calls anybody that they don't like, fans of the Third Reich, right? Let's just say fans of the Third Reich. That's what the left wing does, right? And that's not true. That's definitely not true. But here you go with Cenk calling people to the left of him fans of the Third Reich for standing up for trans people. Yeah, I think Fabian proved that Polly is the... Wait, oh my god, I didn't even see that. Yeah, she cooked herself. She lit the match and she threw it down there and she's like, I can't believe everybody's cooking me. I can't believe I'm getting cooked. And she's chopping up fucking celery and she's chopping up carrots and she's chopping up onions into the broth with her in it. And she's like, I can't believe people are cooking me. And she's crying because the onions are making, that's the only reason Anna's crying. She's got to get onions to make herself cry, to feel like the victim. That's what we're dealing with here. It's wrong for us as trans women to declare women that. Yeah, that's right. We were trying to erase women. Apparently, that's right. We're gonna be. All you are is birthing people. Apparently, that's really what we were saying. And so then, what does that make me? Not a woman? If a woman is a birthing person and I can't give birth, wouldn't that kind of go against like literally who I am? I don't know, Anna.
Protect the LGBTQ community.
What does the whole room smell like garlic powder? I call them udders.
And all of us.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your...
I feel like there should have been, like, it feels like that it's weird where that interview ended, but apparently that's all there is. So, we don't, fret not though. Why does the whole room smell like garlic powder? The answer is because you need to go support this thread. No, that's not the thread. The reason that everything smells like garlic powder is because some of you have not liked my Twitter thread yet, right? And it's gonna continue to smell like garlic powder until you like it or until morale improves. So there we go, there's that again. And into... First Bosch Clout Network, now TYT. Classic bigot Darvo. The people I want to exterminate need to be exterminated before they exterminate us normal people. That's right, the marginalized moral majority. Don't forget about them. Cenk, Taibbi, and the new Twitter files 2.0. Yeah, they're gonna lose their cis cards. Oh, they'll lose their woman card when they hit menopause. Good point. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really make sense what they're saying. But nonetheless, we do have more content for you today, right? I promise to get to you. That's not it, though. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. It's on this channel.
Based audience. This was put forward.
This is my new favorite channel. For Hasanabi clips at least. And this is where I found, so we watched, I believe this, right? This is part 1. Hasan reacts to ramping transphobia at TYT. I think we got through all of this, right? Because it was in another clip, right? So this is the continuation. Hasan actually went on and talked for like, I don't know, like another hour, I think, after this, right? And he actually said some pretty good stuff. So like I said, this is not going to be a Hasanabi negativity stream, right? We're gonna do some Hasan positivity now, because Hasan's doing... I had no idea Hasan was a Nepo baby. Well, yeah, so there is a relationship between Hasan and TYT, and that is the fact that Hasan is literally the nephew of Cenk Uygur, right? And got to start with TYT as well. So, you know, of all the people that are in a bad place to be able to call out TYT because of their relationships to them, you could say that Hasan is like a pretty extreme example, and yet he is actually... Oh my god, thank you, Electric Brain! Thank you, Shakespeare, for getting Electric Brain a... Let's raid... We're not doing any raid... I'll get in trouble for that somehow. I don't even know what that means on YouTube to raid a chat, but I'm sure I'll get in trouble for it. And plus, we're not big enough yet. We got to get bigger. And if you want to help me get bigger, you can do that by hitting like. That like button is immensely powerful. I know it's really boring, and it's just a button with a thumbs up, and it's silly, and it's so 2008 and everything like that. But I swear to God, there's a power in that button. Hitting that button unlocks future powers, unlocks future streams, unlocks, you know, getting to talk to really big guests, right? I told you I've already talked to Matt Bender. There's probably more of that panel, that leftist mafia panel that we could get on here and have a nice conversation with, but that's only gonna happen if you empower me by hitting that like button, and also by liking that Twitter thread. That helps me also. It shares it with more people. It makes more people aware, right? It even jailbreaks my my tweet from obscurity, because I don't know if you know this, but when you put links on, oh my god, Spectacular Snyderman. Why did I say that weird? Snyderman. Spectacular Snyderman, you just got a gift sub from Shakespeare as well. Thank you, Shakespeare. Are we gonna hit like multiple goals today? Like it almost feels like it. We're like, what, 5 away from the sub goal. We already hit the goal to unlock the second half of the stream. Amazing. Thank you so much, Shakespeare. Thank you, everybody who's been so generous. All the people giving gift subs, including Anonymous. I don't even know who you are, Anonymous, but you're really cool. And I appreciate your consideration. And so do the people that are right now not watching an ad, specifically because you were so thoughtful. I know it's so 2008. It's very, you know, the like. When did they even come up with the like button? Like 2008. It seems like it, right? But like seriously, that thing is more powerful than it looks like. And if we all hit it, you know, you can get this stream pushed to more people. You can make the chat bigger. You can make this a more exciting thing to happen, so that the next time Laimi's, you know, talking about the stream that she watched the other day, it's gonna be an NCC stream that she's talking about, not a Demon Mama stream. So let's get going with Hasan. I've been edging you for long enough, and this is actually one of the most exciting things in here. So there's two things that Hasan did. You know, this first thing is some self-reflection. This is him saying that he kind of sees himself in what TYT and Cenk and Anna were doing, and he doesn't want to be like that, right? Some recognition on Hasan's part, and like it almost sounds like he almost gets it, right? I mean, he's still very much stands by his take on Hogwarts Legacy, but he's starting to understand that maybe going after the trans community over that thing was not the right thing to do. I'd rather not be in chat. In their chat, I'm less likely to be compared to. Oh my God, yeah, true. I mean, they were pretty weird in Matt Bender's chat too.
But yeah, he's just like, yeah, I think it's just incredibly weird that she's saying this shit and doubling down where trans people are being targeted right now. By the way, she deserves all the hate she's getting, to be honest. Does she deserve scrutiny and people being like, what the fuck are you doing? Absolutely. But like, I still ultimately think it's incredibly unproductive. It's unproductive.
What if we get raided by TYT? Well, okay. Here's what'll happen, right? There's a rule in my chat. Anybody who's making the chatting environment worse for the rest of chat risks getting timed out and risks getting banned. That will be true to any raiders that come in as well, right? I don't think that TYT would raid us. I very much doubt that. But we're ready if it happens. Pretty sure there is a clause about certain kinds of rewards. Oh, can you put boob jobs? Wait, put boob jobs in what, Throne? Yeah, I'm not sure. That sounds more like a GoFundMe kind of thing, Iron Orchids.
For her to double down, it's I think it's understandable that people are, getting more and more mad as she doubles down, because that's her only output on Twitter. That's the only thing that people see her as. That's it. But the Emma Vigeland stuff was like weird too. By the way, speaking of which, I will be on the Majority Report on Friday, I believe. But here, Cenk said, we didn't repeat.
So we started watching that, right, with Emma and Hasan, and I've heard two different things. Like, one person told me that they didn't talk about the TYT stuff at all, and another person said that they did, at least with Francesca. Francesca was also on there.
Repeatedly emphasize anything. Anna posted the most innocuous tweet of all time.
Listen, I've gotten in trouble for talking about boobs before, so I think the only boobs I'm safe talking about are my own.
Now, a lot of you are saying was perfectly normal. Then leftists lost their shit and started saying it was an attack against trans people, etc. There's absolutely no question about who started this and made an enormous deal out of it. Everyone felt like they had to do a video explaining how they're more holy than us, when no real voters on the left agree with you at all. Please don't pretend that we are the ones making a big deal out of it. And then Emma said, the repeated emphasis and reaction have been on social media. I can't speak to the segments you guys have done on the show. I'm not trying to be pure. I'm engaging with you, even though it's uncomfortable for me, because I love you guys and I want TYT to be.
This is so sad. Do you see how good faith? Do you see how good faith, like, Emma's being? Like, I'm not trying to be about the purity. That's sad to me. That's sad to me. What's sad is that Emma is taking what Cenk says at face value, right? Cenk's being bad faith. Cenk's not serious about the purity thing. He just wants to use that as a dunk, use that as an own. He's so ridiculous. Two young TERFs. Yeah. But Emma's acting like, look, I know you think that we're trying to do this purity thing to you, but we're not really trying to do this purity thing at all. We wouldn't do the purity thing. We're not more pure than you. Look, I'll make myself dirty, Cenk, please. Like, she just wants to reach out to Cenk, and what she doesn't get is that Cenk does not want to be reached.
Be on the right side here. Emma used to work for the Young Turks as well. And then Cenk said, we didn't repeatedly emphasize anything. Anna posted the most innocuous tweet of all time, which a lot of you are saying is perfectly normal. Oh, sorry. We already covered that. And then
That
Cenk,
sounds like Donald Trump. A lot perfectly normal tweet, the best tweet, the best tweet of all times. The very best tweet.
went one step further and quote tweeted Emma and said, "Good news, we are on the right side. Mission accomplished. Now let me talk to you in a patronizing way about all your opinions I need to."
I'd cry too if I saw Meatball Ron fingering my pudding. Oh my god, that's right. He does finger pudding.
Correct. I was trying to express my love and appreciation for the company that gave me my start and for my good friend Anna within the context of a disagreement. This reaction is pretty shocking to me, Cenk. Have a good one. Now, Emma is great. She's awesome. It's just like, this is not great. It's not great at all. It's really bad. I've been in Cenk's shoes in the past as like someone
This is like a part of a video that like, you know, like those TikTok videos, right, where people do like a duet, right, and it's just like somebody saying something and they're like, that's all, you know, like this is the good part right here.
who's at that moment through anger. And
yeah, the trans community is getting used as a political football all the time. I'll be talking about that more in my upcoming video on YouTube. Make sure you're following me on YouTube, right? Because I've got a video coming out that like goes to the very beginning of TYT's anti-trans arc, right? We kind of identify, I guess, Ben Glebe as the patient zero of this. And what I think happened was that Ben Glebe was put in the place of commenting on a story that involved trans people, and I think that Ben just didn't know any better and posted some cringe, right? And Ben got clapback. The trans community was not happy. They were probably letting Cenk and Anna know. And Cenk and Anna's response was like, oh yeah? You're not happy with that? Well, how about this? Birthing people, stop calling me it. How do you like me now? How do you like? Anna's like, am I? Like the trans community's like, you're not cool, Anna. And Anna's like, how about now, Benson? Just ridiculous, right? Ridiculous.
not being understanding, someone who has basically.
Who's Ben Glebe? Ben Glebe's a co-host on some of the TYT shows. So yeah, that's what we're gonna start with. Good to see you, V. Good for him. I still trust him about as much as I do a rando Sith streamer. Not at all, but I wish them all the best. Yeah, I mean, like, look, this is up yours, woke moralist. Exactly. This is Hasanabi, and you know he's showing himself to be just a notch better, a notch or two better than TYT, right? He's doing what I think a lot of us wish that TYT would do in terms of recognizing where he's gone wrong and fixing it, right? And I mean, that is encouraging.
Someone who's basically been like the main character on Twitter, and then like the constant urge to double down and say, I've been in this fucking battle for years and years, fuck you, you know what I mean? I did that with the Hogwarts shit, which by the way, I was absolutely right on. And unlike this, that wasn't like a marginal tiny issue, which I also openly admitted was a marginal tiny issue in the grand scheme of things, but was like something that even trans people, you know, came to understand was ultimately still, you know, a failure of movement. Plenty of trans people themselves were critical of it later down the line, but it doesn't matter.
Hasan, you need to recognize that, like, trans people in your chat felt pressured into approving of what you did. Like, in fact, they probably felt pressured to, like, make it okay in some way by, you know, retconning what happened as not what it was. But that was you attacking the trans community, and that was unnecessary. And the fact that you say that you've seen yourself in Cenk, you've seen yourself in Anna, to me says that maybe you got some inkling that at the very least, that your attacks on the trans community over the supposed boycott, which nobody was trying to enact, right? It's just kind of shitty that like Hogwarts, that like we talk about, like, you know more than anybody what's up with J.K. Rowling's, right? And then when Hogwarts Legacy comes around, you're like, oh, cool, I can't wait to play a new Hogwarts game. And then trans people are like looking at you and you're like, what? No, I get to play this. I get to, like, no, like, cognitive dissonance. Like, I call cognitive dissonance. Hasan, cognitive dissonance is just what you're showing right now. It doesn't mean that you get to do something that like, doesn't correspond with, you know, what you've already stated. You're still being a hypocrite, right? That's like, oh my God. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. But, like, look, he does recognize something. He is relating this to himself. And I think he realizes at the very least that, like, going after trans people as hard as he did was the wrong thing to do.
You constantly have a fucking interest and need to double down. In this circumstance, I think what they should be doing as far as their output is be like, look,
So he's talking about TYT here.
Here's what I would do. Let's say, let me put my PR hat on for a moment, okay? I'm doing PR for the Young Turks. What would I do in this circumstance? I would say, guys, a lot of confusion has caused this internal rift on Twitter amongst prominent left.
Some people have alleged that Anna made this stance as a way to subtweet AOC for using inclusive language. That is, yeah, because when asked who is saying this, right? Because that was the first question, right? Anna's like, I can't stand people calling me a birthing person. That's terrible. Why would you do that, right? And people are like, who's calling you a birthing person? And she's like, AOC. I mean, it was in that Biden bill. It was in law. It was in a piece of law where you want to use specific language and talk about exactly who you're talking about. And in the case of reproductive rights, birthing people is a much more accurate way to zero in on who is involved, on who is implicated by this, right? You mean in a place where it's really important and necessary and makes sense, rather than just coming up to Anna on the street while she's jogging and be like, "Hey, birthing person, how's your womb doing?" You know, like, right?
This content creators, activists, and the like. Okay, I want to clarify something. Okay, I overreacted to this birthing person controversy. Okay. I think that it's not necessarily utilized or deployed outside of academic circles, and even if it is by like weird, well-intentioned liberals who are just like thinking that they're doing the right thing or whatever the fuck, who cares? It is.
It's not quite there, is it? It's not quite there, right? I know he thinks that Cenk and Anna look bad, but he hasn't quite seen something comes off in the same way. He seems to be getting there. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like this statement that he made, right? That I just keep on hanging up on I see myself in this and I don't like it. That's I think verbatim what he said, right? The fact that you see yourself in this says something, Hasan, right? And look, I mean, I don't care as much about your opinion on Hogwarts Legacy and the efficacy of like a boycott. In my mind, it wasn't a boycott. It was trans people being kind of shocked at like the lack of decency in some of our supposed allies, right? It was just disappointment. And when our disappointment becomes your reaction and your rage, that's a problem. That's fragility. I think you get that on some level. I would just love to see you say that, because he's giving like, this is the advice. This is what I would tell Anna to say. Please, Hasan, turn that advice around and take it for yourself. I think that you got a lot of goodwill out there. A lot of people want to see you, do the right thing, and you're so damn close. You're so damn close, right? And I know what gets in the way of that is, the sense of ego, the sense of like, I have done so much. I have such good intentions, right? But Hasan, in the end of the day, it takes more than just good intentions. It takes a willingness to learn.
Only, and perhaps almost always, weaponized by the right to make it like a bigger deal than it actually fucking is. And I, in that brief moment, in a moment of weakness, lend my statements
Am I getting framey? Am I getting framey right now? I can't tell. Tired of these MFing birthing people on this MFing birthing plane, right? Or this MFing plane, yeah. Someone in her replies asked her if anyone has ever actually called her that to her face, and her dumbass reply was, "Of course, Tyler. I live in California." Yo, do you see what she's saying? She's saying, like, you all know how California people are. You all know how crazy politically correct California people are. Yeah, of course that's happened to me. I live in California. That's a Brett Weinstein thing to say. That is a fucking reactionary thing to say. Like, do you see what she's going for? You see the audience she's going for? Should be pretty clear.
To also further that right-wing agenda at a time when trans people are constantly under attack by way of legislation and certainly online through mass harassment, cyber stalking, doxing. Obviously, this is the least significant thing to hyper-focus on. It's not a tweet. I'm just saying this is what I would say. Okay?
This Callie is all woke like that. Exactly.
It's irrelevant. I have always fought for trans rights and will continue to fight for trans rights. And I think that we should all focus on exactly that rather than anything else. Okay? That's it.
I mean, I'll take it. Compared to what we're dealing with TYT, compared to what we deal with Vosh and Xanderhall and Destiny and the like, I'll take it.
Anna was unfairly criticized by Tulsi fans, and she was ultimately right about Tulsi. So when Anna gets pushed back now by all of left Twitter, she thinks she's on the right side. Yeah, that's the other thing. David Doel actually had a really good take on this, okay? He did. Possibly because he's Canadian. It's the last time I will ever give props to a Canadian man.
Last time.
Or people in Canada in general. Okay. He said, the only thing left to add to this drama with TYT, I think under constant bad faith, TYT has been under constant bad faith attacks for years, and that has probably clouded their judgment to what is and isn't legitimate criticism. This is something that I fucking experience on a daily basis. This is why I literally pop up.
Okay, so I get that you relate to this. I don't know if that's what's going on with TYT. I really do think it's a choice. I don't think, like, so what David's saying, right? And it's like, it's David just reaching out. It's David just hoping that, like, you know, by being a little bit nicer, by being a little bit more understanding, that maybe there'll be more of a way back for TYT. And I would love that for you, David. I know that, like, maybe you're friends with these people. Maybe you wanted these people to be better. I don't blame you for trying to reach an olive branch out, but, like, understand that's what that is, right? In reality, I think this is a calculated, like, pivot. I think they're doing this on purpose. I think they're well aware of both sides of the argument. This is not them messing up. This is not them, you know, like, you know, thinking that they're doing right, but doing wrong, right? This is calculated. This is them trying to stake out a right, you know, a claim to that rightward audience, and they're doing it, at least in a little way. I don't think they'll be as supported in the long run, but Anna knows what she's doing. She doesn't want to be seen as left. Anna's just ringing that dinner bell for the hogs. Whoa, Paul Squall, you could not be more right. That's exactly it. I called Anna a class traitor before, but it's not entirely correct, is it? Wait, class traitor, I mean, it depends, like, usually, it's like, so it's something like FDR is what we call a class traitor. That being because FDR was an upper class person who, you know, made decisions that, you know, seemed to be in favor of working people, right? Some people call, you know, him a class traitor in like a positive sense, like, right? It, like, I mean, to most people that aren't capitalists, it has a like a positive, like, connotation, right?
Off sometimes on chatters who are being sarcastic, for example, because I have done this exact same thing. I've had to withstand so much insanity over the course of so many fucking years that it basically broke my brain. My immediate reaction to, like, any kind of misunderstanding is like, oh, he's cynically misconstruing what I'm saying. That's what's probably going on. I am not going to clarify. I'm not going to be charitable. I'm just going to fucking fire back. Ah! Right? It's like a trauma response almost.
Oh my god,
Okay.
thank you, Strudel. Thank you, Strudel. Thank you for the gift sub. We're like, what, 4 away from hitting that 140 goal? That would be 2 goals in 1 day. That would be amazing. How are we doing on YouTube? Sometimes I forget Vosh and Xanderhall exist. Is nature healing? Maybe so. Maybe so. That's really encouraging. First of all, no, Hasan normalized inclusive language beyond clinical. Yeah, exactly. I agree, Abufly. Hasan really isn't a Harry Potter fan. He just, like every other big Twitch streamer, got a sponsorship offer from Warner Brothers. Well, look, like I said, I'm not as concerned about his opinion over that Hogwarts Legacy thing as I am whether he allows that to, you know, make him do content bitching about trans people, right? I think that was what was negative. 26 likes. Can we get to 30? Can we get to 30 likes before 4:30? 30 by 30. Let's make that happen. What I mean is Anna following her class lines, actually. She just stands with the establishment and money over everything. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Problem is, it wasn't that brief. She sat on that clip for 2 weeks and came at Ole on a tweet that has nothing to do with her. I agree. I'm not saying that she is behaving in a manner that is good. I'm saying that this is what you do when you're like, when you've been burned so many times that you don't know that the people that are like trying to correct you are actually doing it because they have watched your content in the past. They literally worked with you. They know who you are as a person. You know what I mean? It's like the classic.
So do you see what I'm saying? Like, on some level, he gets it. On some level, he understands what's going on. On some level, he's more cognizant. Like, and like, granted, I don't think the Young Turks are. I think they're bad faith. Like, I don't think they're trying to learn. I don't think that they're just missing out on something, right? But Hasan can kind of relate to that brain set you get in, and I've been there too, right? I've been there too, where I have felt like criticism that was meant to help me, I've taken it as an attack before. Long time ago. But I can think of an example of this with me as well, right? So it's understandable on some level, but the question is, like, how far do you allow it to go? Because you can see with Anna, there's kind of like, there's no limit. There's not really like a limit, you know, of where she's not recognizing, you know, when she's coming up against like a boundary of like, no, you're like just hurting trans people at this point, right? She's not seeing it, and that's a scary thing. So Hasan is relating to this while at the same time not excusing this, and that's kind of like encouraging. Look, it's a villager. I've got emeralds. Okay, you could give me fire coral, you could give me cactus, you could give me dandelion, you could give me oak sapling, blue ice. Is that it? These aren't anything that I need, though. I don't think I need any of this stuff. Oh, what is this one? Fire coral block. Yeah, wow. I don't think I could do anything with any of this stuff. That sucks. Well, we did get a villager. I'm wondering, you know, villager coming over here, offering to sell us cool stuff that we don't need.
It's like the classic, like, what do you call it? Please turn off your phone. You are not this person.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
dry.
Like the Grimes tweet to fucking Elon. David also brought up some really good points, additional good points. Anyway, but I would hope that when people closest to you ask you to rethink it, that you would take it seriously. Okay? Also, FYI, there are chaos accounts on here playing both sides in an attempt to cause some larger rift.
Okay, wait
For
a
the
minute.
record, this is another thing that happens all the time. It's very frustrating for someone like myself who finds himself in the...
I want to concentrate on this, right? Because this happens way more than people realize it. Now, Hasan's talking about chaos accounts, right? What does he mean by that? These are actually right-wingers, but they come into a conflict between left-wingers, and kind of play like they are part of us, right? And what they're trying to do is stoke, you know, fighting and blow up things into being bigger than they are. Now, in this case, you know, this is Anna's fault, right? Anna's the one blowing it up, right? Anna's the one making, you know, this into picking a fight that she shouldn't, right? So, you know, this isn't like Hasan saying it's not Anna's fault, it's the chaos accounts, right? Hasan's just showing you this phenomenon and how it works. And I think it's important to take a look at. I've encountered this more on Twitch, right? In terms of bad faith actors pretending to be my fans, pretending to be me, pretending to be like a lot of different people in order to sow chaos, in order to start fights. In fact, if you've been around for long enough, you know that Polly and me had a little back and forth based on some people trying to set us against each other, based on some of these chaos agents, some of these trolls trying to trick us. And you know, we took the bait for a little while, but at the end of the day, me and Polly teaming up was just like something that had to happen, right? It was destined. It was destiny, right? So the trolls tried to get us to fight each other. The trolls wanted, you know, me to take Polly out and Polly to take me out. Instead, we teamed up, and they have been afraid ever since, right? So, yeah, it's important to be aware of this kind of stuff, right? Important to check on, like, you know, somebody comes into your Twitter mentions and acts like a leftist. Don't like assume that's who you're dealing with, because it could very well be that you're going to see who this person actually is when Hasan clicks on their profile.
Hotbed of.
Sometimes you don't even see it in their profiles, though. Sometimes the profiles are set up to be like kind of misleading. There should be Minecraft umbrellas, and you should be able to fly with them like in Mary Poppins. That would be awesome.
Controversy regularly over dumb shit that no one else would ever get yelled at about, because there are entire fucking Discord servers.
We got 2 minutes left. YouTube chat, where are we at? Can we get to 30 likes?
And forums full of people who
it was hit Susan
are dedicated to
hit Susan. What is that?
Hyping up any kind of controversy, no matter how innocuous, no matter how silly, which by the way, Anna's isn't, okay? It's not as silly, but it is now, because it's completely went to a different direction because of her reaction to the ongoing sea of criticism.
Oh my God, one more like.
Plus Cenk's
1 minute,
involvement
one more
in
like.
it. But people do this all the time. Sure, Mr. Entitled White Person, teach us what is and isn't bad faith in your opinion. You click on their fucking account, their pinned tweet is, trans and queer theory founders actively advocated for pedophilia.
Yeah.
In addition to their attempts at erasing women, they're actively trying to target children.
Yeah.
This is why they think grown men is shaking their ass in front of children is a good thing. They are monsters, LGB without the T. It's like we can see when you're making an argument on Reddit, we see your, like, you know, entire fucking timeline full of like the exact opposite shit.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So hit Susan as an inevitable because of all the other things happening. Yeah. Or almost in spite of all the other things happening, right? Wait, what do they call that? Like a convergence or something in terms of multiple worlds theory? It's like there's certain, are they singularity? I can't remember what it's called, but like it's like that, like there's certain things that will happen regardless of what world you're in, right? Even if you're in a world where things are set up to be, make that unlikely, it'll somehow happen. It's like a Steins Gate thing too, isn't it? Okay, so here's another
This person
one.
said, I think you're extremely fair to Anna Kasparian in that leftist mafia podcast. I don't understand Anna's reaction. However, Ole was out of line and tried to unfairly accuse you guys of coddling white women syndrome and try to pit you guys against one another. You fucking click on it.
Look at them.
And it's a fucking account that like
Literally, oh no, it says Crypto Fanatic. It says Crypto Fanatic. At first I read that as Crypto fan of Germany. It's circa 1930s, right? The other word, the word that means fan of extreme fan of the German government in the 1930s and 40s. But no, it's a crypto fan. It's a crypto.
tweeted Rand Paul as like a crypto account.
Oh my God, yeah, I think it does count, Jules. Yeah, and also if you've liked YouTube already, you've got another chance to do it because of the thing, like, so the stream failing once, it is on a whole nother video, and there's literally nothing I can do about it. So I would love to keep it all, as like, the likes are the likes. But yeah, if you liked it before, your like is gone, so you can like it again. If you have time, I appreciate it if you do, right? I don't want to ask too much of anybody. And I want you to be here no matter what. Even if you're lurking, you don't have time for any of this, I still love you. I'm still here for you. I'm still doing content for you, and we'd love to have you here. But yeah, it means a lot if you can help us out. It'll help me get my voice to more and more people, which apparently is a needed thing. Oh, I was away when it failed. Oh yeah, thank you, Straddle. That's really sweet of you. Meow. Meow.
It's like retweeting.
That is really sweet today.
Rand Paul. Here's a third example of an account trying to instigate chaos while playing both sides. This person blocked me. I assume they're just like some brain broken fucking.
See, it says Hasanabi backwards.
Freak. I found out because I looked at I wanted to see their account. They had blocked me already. Just curious, will you ever speak out against your bestie Anna Kasparian's unprovoked attack on M. Soloran? Just saying, you are supposed to have a spine to call out bigotry and anti-trans narratives. This is what I have to deal with all the time. This is my fucking name backwards, by the way. I deal with this every fucking day. It makes me go crazy.
I wonder if they're trying to make it look like a Hasan alt. We're at 31, yes.
Twitter is full of brain broken people, and every day it's getting worse. Anna Kasparian shares a cis woman.
We got it. Now let's see if we can push it to 40 by 5 o'clock/8 o'clock. It's basically, we got 30 minutes to make it 40.
Perspective, a true progressive not ready to hold back.
If we can.
On honest, open conversations, but most of the reactions have been just derogatory, harassment, and assuming intent. Jobless motherfuckers sit in the Discord. This is what I said. Jobless motherfuckers sit in the Discord to cook this shit up. I wish I was kidding. They do this kind of stoking of the Discourse fires with me regularly. The problem is, I see real people fall for it in our.
You see what's going on there? That's an account that blocked Hasan, right? They don't want him to see them because they're going around trying to cause trouble for him, right? They blocked him. Because Hasan could be like, that's not true. And also, like I said, I don't know. To some people, that might look like a Hasan alt, right? That Hasan's name backwards, Hasan with the, eyes. It's kind of like, looks like a punished Hasan account a little bit, right?
Spaces, and it's so infuriating.
Sussy Baka's being sus.
So, it doesn't matter though, because
Meow.
they do it. Here's the point. They do it when there's something real happening, and they do it when there's something that isn't real, which they end up ultimately turning into a real piece of drama. Okay?
Meow.
That's it. Blocked by your own stalker? Yes, I am blocked by my stalker. But this is just one of thousands of accounts out there that do the same shit. Me in particular. Now, my point is this. How are you supposed to parse through this? How are you supposed to have real discourse? This is a very serious problem. This is a serious problem in movement building. This is a serious problem when the only way to do movement building is online. This is just a serious problem in general with anonymity online. And unfortunately, Twitter is very bad for this, okay? Twitter is very, very, very bad for this. What should happen in this circumstance is bringing both sides together, okay? And having it be mediated by a third party. Oftentimes parse through these discussions in private, okay? I went through this. The reason why I'm trending with even more fucking tweets than Cenk, even though it's like Cenk and Anna that are in the crosshairs right now, is because I go through this on a daily basis. No, not a debate. No, a private conversation that people should be having, and then a public one that follows suit, okay? That follows immediately after. Because, you want to know why? Because I went through this already. I went through this with Jax, okay? Who is a prolific troll, but also, as far as I understand, a massive TikTok content creator who I basically agree on like 99.9% of issues on, okay? She pulled an old ass tweet where I compared, you guys know, she pulled an old ass tweet where I compared Amber Heard's outfit to Mao, very light in the grand sea of hatred. that
Okay,
was
so
flowing
here's
in
where
either
the-
direction at the time.
Here's where the divergence of opinion comes, like between Hasan, who's like, you know, I was just making a joke. Amber Heard was wearing a weird outfit, and I just thought it was funny. It kind of looks like a Chairman Mao kind of deal. I just made the comment. I wasn't saying Amber Heard bad. I wasn't saying, you know, I wasn't saying like justice for Johnny. I'm not jumping in on the other side. But in the context where Amber Heard is getting dogpiled, in the context where there's bots, you know, justice for Johnny bots running around, you know, people getting attacked for standing up for Amber, and just like this giant dogpile, right? Of like Amber Heard is the worst person in the fucking universe. Everybody hate on Amber Heard. That's when he did it, and that's why that stuff was trending, because people were remembering people that dogpiled on, you know, when it seemed like the whole internet was on Johnny Depp's side, right? And that's the context that Jax introduced this. So Jax does really believe this. I mean, Hasan says Jax is a troll. I'm sure there's some things that Jax does that could be trollish, but Jax, I don't think, was trolling about being upset with Hasan for having done that. But regardless, they talked, they worked things out in private. Hasan apologized for the comment on, you know, the really bad hairline comment, which, you know, still horrible, right? But he did apologize, and from what I understand, Jax and Hasan have made up. So, you know, he kind of did the right thing, at least. I mean, not completely, but, you know, made an attempt to apologize. I mean, you could question like how great the apology was, right? But he did make the attempt. So Hasan, in a lot of ways, is the closest thing we have to like the model of doing right by people that you've hurt in this current you know, media cycle here. Weird thing to bring up now.
And that was from like a year and a half ago. She brought it up.
Well, no, it wasn't just it wasn't Jax that was bringing it up. Like, it's one of those things that was trending on Twitter, right? That's why Jax brought it up, right? It was in the discourse, as they say.
And she was trolling. Okay?
She wasn't
And
trolling
then
in terms of...
I came after her. Or rather, I just said Lamau. She responded aggressively over and over again, saying like, I'm gonna find you, whatever. She was still trolling. It's just how people speak on Twitter. Remember, this is someone who I agree with. Okay? That's someone who I agree with. That's someone who I fucking agree with. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because that discourse basically turned into something that was super fucking overblown. It was super fucking overblown because I have haters from all different walks of life, from all different parts of the internet that latched onto it and immediately just fucking jumped on the opportunity. Okay? The issue isn't those people, though. The issue is there were plenty of people who were agreeing with her that were not trolling. That's the issue. She might have been trolling. Okay? But there were plenty of people who were not. Now, that's basically what happens all the time on the internet. Okay?
Like, do we have this confirmed that Jax was trolling? I kind of don't buy this.
That's just how the internet works.
Was Jax actually trolling?
Okay? That's literally just how it works. That's how it pops off. That's how it works. She even basically fucking turned around and admitted like that I gagged her, I guess, with the hairline joke later, like in the midst of that
mean?
And even her community after after we patched things up, we're, you know, joking about it. Gag, like as in,
Made her
this
laugh.
is such a weird fucking
I think that's made her laugh. That is what it's not. Is that right? Am I getting this right? What's up, Max Idol? Good to see you. Trolling as in joking threats, trolling, or trolling as in supporting. Well, it wasn't about. This one was about trans people, right? This was, you know, this was about Amber Heard, and then it got, you know, into like Hasan saying that people wanted him to unalive himself, and then like Jax joking about, well, did it work? Do you want to unalive yourself? Like, and then, you know, that's I think that's what Hasan means by the trolling. I don't think that Jax was unserious about the Amber Heard thing. I think that Jax was bringing that up, but maybe what Hasan means is that it wasn't meant to be like, okay, you know, F Hasan forever. And indeed, it does seem like they're you know, that fight kind of cooled down. But that's a different fight than the one going on with TYT. Just so we're being clear. All right, part
conversation
3.
to have with like my audience, because they don't just like really understand.
So
you can't even have your friends poke fun at you in jest without your haters taking it as a serious opportunity to attack you. It's nuts. Exactly.
Did you hear the warden?
Anyway, how is this one of the gayest communities online, and yet you motherfuckers don't know what gag means? Why am I bringing this fucking thing back up? The reason why I'm bringing it up is because
he's relating to, you know.
The reason why I'm bringing it up is because guess what? While a lot of the fucking haters jumped on board as an opportunity to make this a much larger issue than it was, because we had mutual friends who we both respect, people like Sean, for example, Sean the Black in this community, and others. And because I saw, and here I'll give them props too. 1 second. Let me see if I can find it. The first moment for me to like pause and take a deep breath and recognize that like this was gonna get out of hand when I made a hairline joke, thinking that it was just going to be received by the individual when I was being petty, understandably. Okay. Wasn't Sean. Hold on. Let me see if I can fucking find it. God damn it. Not again, law. Guys, shut the fuck up. You act like you also have PTSD from this when I'm the one who fucking receives all the hate. Okay? Calm down. Like, I don't get why you're behaving like you're the one who's like under attack when is me that's under attack in this circumstance. And it's already solved. It's like beef that we solved already. Okay? The point is, there's a spoiler alert. There is a positive end to this. That's the reason why I'm explaining it. Okay?
That's the reason why you're
Two
still
things
alive.
happen.
Yeah. Okay, so I gotta explain this, don't I? What does Hasan mean by PTSD? Like, it's me who has PTSD, not you. No, he's not. This is gonna be hard to explain, right? Because, like, it sounds like he's using PTSD euphemistically, and probably so. But I want to point out that some of the stuff that streamers go through in terms of, you know, even just drama, but yeah, really like the trolling and the targeted harassment, right? That stuff can cause PTSD, and it's no joke. But I don't think he's serious about that. I think what he's trying to say is that this was traumatic for me, right? Understandably petty, understood by Humes. I think he might be serious about it too. That's why I wanted to kind of cut him a break on this, right? It can happen. Like, right? It can be a little bit more intense than I think people realize. Especially in terms of the, like, harassment and, you know, scary behavior that goes on often from nameless, faceless trolls, right? It can be pretty scary. So I think I think Buffy's right. Yeah, he deals with it a lot. I cannot imagine that type of, yeah. It is a lot, and because of it, I try to cut other content creators a little bit more slack in terms of their behavior when they do things that I think are ridiculous. Understanding that some of those things that they do is under the, like, sway of traumatic experiences that they've dealt with in the past, right? But yeah, like, I mean, obviously at some point it kind of like, if you know, if you're doing harm to marginalized people, it kind of doesn't matter, you know, whether it's due to your own, you know, traumatic experiences online or not. But I do want to cut him a little slack for that in terms of what he's saying. Like, it sounds like he's exaggerating, but we don't really know. Maybe he isn't exaggerating at all.
Where is it? Where the fuck is it? God damn it. Hold on. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you right now.
You see that guy?
Honestly, it's pretty traumatic being a loyal chatter. Yeah, well.
That's the warden over there. Do you see him?
It is what it is. I have to deal with it every fucking day. I mean, look, it's just like, it's shit like this, okay? It's like, it's never just like normal reactions. It's like random anonymous people being like, let's kill him. Like, it doesn't feel good, but it doesn't matter. So in that situation, I'm like, this is funny. Girls, let's beat him with a pipe. In that situation, I'm seeing that the sea of fucking hatred that's coming my way. I'm not responding in a way that's like, you know, like an adult. I thought that I could bring that energy back. I thought that I could give her the same energy, not realizing that there was going to be, you know, secondary backlash because people were going to take it to an entirely different level that I did not want it to go to, like the racial component of black women's hairlines. Now, didn't she personally tell you to load to your God yourself? Yeah, she told me to kill myself. Oh, thank you for finding the fucking tweet. Jesus Christ, I was just like looking for this. Where is it? Okay, here. So it was, I don't know how to say his name on Twitter, but it was this tweet that made me realize. It came shortly after. Okay,
let's take a look at
when
this.
I said, lol, of course not. Also, I recommend minoxidil and finasteride for your hairline. I use them every day when it's done wonders for me. Okay, but it was this quote tweet where I was like, oh fuck, like this is right.
Yeah, I don't know. Does anybody know
like,
who
this
that
is gonna
is?
be over.
Anybody know who this is? Here, I'll put it on. Let's put it on. Oh no, we only have 720. It said 60. Why does it say 60 frames?
Overblown, and it's gonna go to a place that I did not intend it to go to. Okay,
it's Turb. That's Turb. That's Turb's account. Well, look, it's so weird that he says that, like, I didn't expect it to go here, right? Like, he understands this concept. He's not a stranger to this concept, right? I don't see how you think it wouldn't go there. That's just a messed up thing to say. Oh my god. Look, I'm wanting to cut him some slack here, but the fact that he recognizes what a messed up thing this is to say, like, almost makes it worse, not better. I don't know. Turb is the man.
Now, why? Why did I feel that way? Okay. I knew that, like, I could have just, like, kept doubling down. I could have kept knowing full well that the forces of white supremacy are very powerful. No matter how much Black Twitter has movement and momentum, America is a white supremacist nation. The entirety of the Western world is built on these foundational principles. I could have just leaned into it. You know what I mean? I could have leaned into it and dramatically changed my commentary and would have been like, yeah, whatever, you're fucking being hysterical, right? But I didn't do that because I know this person is not like someone who's a hate farmer. I know this person is just like being honest. in their criticism in this circumstance. We got to not do this, man. We've already had this conversation a million times. Exactly. Okay. So that was my first inclination that like basically took me out of the haze state that I was in. You know what I mean? Because in that moment, I was thinking like, this is a hater, I'm hating back. Okay? This is a hater, I'm hating back. So when I saw this, I was like, okay, I recognize that people are taking this differently. I think it's fair. I think it's a constructive take. I think it's a constructive sentiment. I shouldn't double down. So I stopped.
I mean, look, I'm glad he stopped. And like I said, it's more than Vosh would do. It's more than TYT would do for sure. Right? Like, you know, I do see a definite difference between Hasan and people like that. It is too bad that it took like an outside, you know, a third party to get you to see this. But I'm glad you did finally see this, right?
He didn't. But it doesn't matter because ultimately she also recognized that this was like getting overblown, getting out of hand.
Well, no, I think he does. I think I think he did know Turb. I think the fact that Turb got involved was what made Hasan say, you know, change his tack here, right? But like, I just don't think that, like, you know, I think what the best way I can interpret this, right, is that Hasan knows the way that stuff like hairline gets like weaponized against black women, right? But that he thought that since he knew Jax, that he could somehow have a moment where he was just making fun of Jax's, you know, roasting Jax in that way without it being about that. But you're doing it in public. You're doing it on Twitter. It's just, it doesn't make sense. No, it actually just doesn't make sense, right? That power dynamic is there, right? Regardless of, even if it's like, you know, and I just don't see how Hasan thought this was okay, but apparently he did. And then it was when other people got involved, and actually Black Twitter got, you know, involved, and that was, you know, that's when Hasan apologized for this, and apparently they worked it out on in private. But I mean, like, you know, we can't really know that, can we? That's like, that happened in private. So
she was trolling, and because we have mutuals, we patched it
again. Until I see like Jax saying that she was trolling, I'm not sure about that. I think Jax was, you know, legitimately upset at people for dogpiling Amber Heard, and yeah, it was a long time ago, but it kind of came back up, and people were remembering, you know, who did what back then. And apparently Hasan, even though he wasn't on the, you know, Deb Rider side of things, he still did something that in some way added fuel to the fire. That's what Jax was upset about.
Up in the DMs. It doesn't matter if she started it, okay? And it doesn't matter if you think that it was the most inexcusable racist take of all time. You can have that perspective. You don't have to watch me anymore. If you think that like my past fucking 10 years of advocacy for issues as a white dude is not enough for you to
and again, it's like he gets it when it comes to Cenk and Anna, but does he get it when it comes to himself? Like, right, it's not about that. It's not, you don't fucking earn brownie points by, you know, doing good things. You should be doing good things because you want to do good things, because that's how you feel, not because you think you're racking up some kind of like a moral self-license to be able to do bad things later, right? It's a certain kind of entitled, and granted, like, there is going to be a different understanding from somebody that has been a good ally in the past and like messes up on one thing than there is, you know, towards somebody who's just constantly transphobic being transphobic again, right? There's going to be you know, a little bit of understanding, but please don't like bank on that. Don't act like, oh, you know what, I can do this because people will forgive me. That's a fucked up thing to do. Just like Jinx, but yeah, exactly. It's way too much like that. So he sees himself and he doesn't like what he sees, but maybe he hasn't quite seen enough. I don't know. I want Hasan to be good on this stuff. I want to see Hasan succeed where others have failed. I just, it's you know, it's iffy.
Comprehend that, like, I'm not a racist person. As a matter of fact, I try to teach other white people anti-racism quite regularly. If you think that this is the moment where you're like, well, he's definitely a white supremacist person because he responded this way to a lady.
Still not okay to tell him to. So my understanding is that that's not something that Jax brought up. Jax did not say Hasan should unalive himself, right? Hasan said this feels like, you know, the people that want you to unalive yourself, you know, that, and they want to unalive. His exact words were something like, they want to unalive so bad that they want to make you feel bad so that you want to unalive yourself. And then Jax's words were, did it work? So it's not exactly the same as telling Hasan to yeet himself, right? I don't think he exactly was on. No, he wasn't. Tiffany, you're exactly right. And I hope everybody got that from what I said. He was not on Depp's side. He wasn't pro Amber Heard either. Yeah, like, so in other words, like, I don't regard him as being a Depp rider. Not at all, right? He made one comment on something that Amber Heard was wearing, which to him obviously seemed innocuous. The reason that Jax had a problem with it is it's in the context of all this other dogpiling. So that was, you know, that was why Jax brought up that old ass tweet, right?
On the internet who, like, started a beef out of nowhere and said that I should kill myself, then yeah, okay, that's fine. So I didn't double down. That's my point, though. I did not double down. I recognize that it wasn't, it was unintentionally moving to a place that it shouldn't go to. And I had this conversation. I love your white ass, Hasan. This would never be enough to make me stop watching. No, there's plenty of people who never even watch, though, to begin with, that will never watch because they now have this developed opinion of me. Okay? So that's what you're supposed to do. When you see someone like Emma, when you see someone who is aligned with you, when you see someone who is on your side, usually, okay, you're not supposed to fucking double down. You're supposed to recognize that they're coming at it from a place of you know, genuine, constructive, and helpful criticism. Okay? Does that mean that for TYT they basically did the opposite of what you did? Exactly. That is the reason. That is the reason why.
He gets it. He knows how to explain it to Anna and what is that noise? He knows how to explain it to Anna and Cenk, but, like, did I hear a freaking... No, we can't allow this to happen, chat. Oh, good, you're invisible. So good that you're invisible, right? Because I think I heard a pillager out here. This is... What? No? That's the villager, right? I heard a baddie. I heard a baddie, chat. Oh my god, Dean Stars, thank you for renewing your membership. Meow. A great thing about socialism is you don't have to like someone to have solidarity with them. Good point. Yeah, good. Thank you, John T, for re-upping your membership. He was streaming with the whole trial. It's definitely more than a comment. I don't really remember what his takes were exactly. I think he just said that mutual abuse. Hasan is definitely someone I feel like I can have solidarity with. I don't much care for his content. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I'm using this as an example because this is what brought me out of my haze. This paired up with the fact that I had mutuals who I respect and appreciate that were saying that she was a good person otherwise, like she was trolling, but she's a good person otherwise, with some disagreements, because I think disagreements that come from, like, I think mostly a misconstrued perspective of what I am and what I represent. The conversation basically went, the conversation in private basically was handled. Okay. Now, is this still going to be brought up every single time I have an issue that Twitter has a problem with? Of course. But, you know, it is what it is. I don't give a shit. Okay. That's the reality. My point is this. This is very materialistic and shallow to get offended over. No, stop. Stop. My point is, there's a better way to solve these conversations, especially if you want to do any kind of movement building. Okay? There's a better way to have these conversations. And the conversations are supposed to revolve in, the conversations are supposed to be genuine. They're supposed to be charitable for both sides. And that's only going to happen in private. Let's be real. And I think that would have solved 98% of this drama. Okay? This is going to be the Catboy Collector drama POC version. Yes, this is going to be yes, exactly. People still bring that shit up. Those very same gray name shitters who understood the impact might have outweighed your intent. Anna never had that moment, unfortunately.
I guess I gotta explain this, right? So if you don't know what's Catboy Collector, who's Catboy Collector was, I think, a mod? Maybe, am I right about that? Was Catboy Collector a mod? But Hasan brought Christian Walker on, right? And you know how Hasan is. Like, his attention wanes and waxes, right? Sometimes he's right on it, sometimes he's eating, sometimes he's busy, sometimes his brain is foggy, right? And he left the stream with Christian Walker. Christian Walker, son of Herschel Walker, is a right-wing TikToker. And, you know, just pretty, other than calling his dad out, is pretty universally bad and actually quite transphobic, right? Hasan brought Christian Walker on, had a debate on trans issues, wasn't really prepared for that debate, didn't acquit himself terribly well. And I think somebody in the chat was just like, you know, this isn't it. Like, this isn't it. Like, you're doing harm. Please stop, right? And Hasan literally said, suck my D. Like, told this person, Catboy Collector, does anybody know Catboy Collector's pronouns? Because Catboy Collector is also a content creator, as far as I know. One side was abusive and one side was not. There's no both sides in the situation unless you don't believe abuse is abuse. I don't like that he did that. I did not watch the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, just so full disclosure. But I'm definitely... I can see the Justice for Johnny movement has gathered some pretty bad people together.
Exactly. That's it. That's it. People are just seeing exactly what they're seeing on screen and not recognizing what I'm trying to use as an example here. Okay? He's a good person. He's a genuine person. This is a great content creator. I'm not like when you know, it's the type of shit. It's the
Catboy has been back in Hasan's comm almost right. Yeah. So Catboy and Hasan are fine, right? I didn't like how it was handled, and like if they worked something out, like, you know, in private communication, great. I mean, it's not my favorite. I gotta admit, it's not my favorite Hasan moment, but I gotta explain to people who don't know, Amy. There's some people in this chat that don't even know what the situation was, so I'm just trying to give my neutral, like, you know, version of what the story was. I hope it was neutral enough. But yeah, that's what Hasan is talking about there. Like, I don't know. I think it's not his best moment, but other people have their own opinions.
This is the type of commentary and critique, albeit light, that should
and
take
granted,
you out of that situation,
like,
and make you...
Please understand, I am doing, you know, Hasan positivity content as much as I can. I think that Hasan has done a lot of good lately. We're gonna watch his take on transphobia later, and I think it's pretty good. I think he's got a lot to say, and he's explaining transphobia to cis people in a way that makes sense, right? We're going to look at that. We're also going to look at what Hasan said about the Mr. Beast situation, which I think I'm going to agree with him on, right? So, and overall, like Hasan, compared to Cenk, compared to Anna, compared to Vosh, pretty good, right? So we're not a Hasanabi negativity community here. I try to be real though, like, right? And obviously, I don't think that Hasan gets everything right, but definitely compared to a lot of the people that we've been talking about, yeah, you could see that, like, you know, he's maybe lacking something in his understanding of his own prior, like, blow-ups with people, but he is able to explain, like, you know, if Cenk and Anna were to listen to him, you know, where they're messing up, what they're doing wrong, and acknowledging kind of the reactive nature of some of this, you know, these spirals that people find themselves in. So, without excusing Anna or Cenk,
you recognize, like, oh, even if the intention was, you know, not supposed to be like fucking racist or anything like that, it's being received that way, and now it's going to get overblown, and now it's going to turn into something that I don't want. Because I don't want my followers ultimately to go around and fucking make.
No, you're good. I just, you know, I mean, like, we're just watching what Hasan did, and I didn't take you. Look, even if you do call me out, even if you do have something, you know, that you don't agree with me on, right? I'm not mad at you, right? If somebody brings up a good point, I'll revise my take, right? And if not, I'll tell you why I don't agree with it. But yeah, this isn't the kind of community where, you know, you have to have a certain opinion. You have to agree with the streamer in order to stay in the stream, right? I definitely appreciate, you know, feedback, especially when it is that there's something I could do better.
Fun of black women's hairlines. You know what I mean? That is not what I want. I don't want you to think that that is acceptable behavior, which is precisely the reason why, instead of fucking doubling, tripling, quadrupling down, I said, here are the real reasons as to why this was actually received differently by Twitter, regardless of my intention. Okay? That's it. You said how people work on the internet and you get so mad. They're all trolls and debate lords and you can't change them. That's not true. If I had this attitude, I wouldn't do what I'm doing right now. If I truly was just like, there's no reason, there's nothing I can do, no one's mind can ever be changed on the internet, everyone's a troll and a debate lord, then the internet is an overwhelmingly hostile space, and there's no reason for me to try and change people's minds. And this community is a massive one, full of people whose minds have been changed. From very different backgrounds, from very different political ideologies, from very different countries even. So, of course, I believe that. That is like one of the foundational principles that keeps me going, which is precisely why every now and then we got to talk about, like, leftist fighting, leftist infighting, you know, progressive infighting, whatever. Okay? That's it. I'm gonna push back on what you said a few minutes ago. Brother, it's incredibly fucking traumatic being your fan. You don't understand. I give you $5 every month, and in response, you call me fucking stupid and have copious amounts of sex with my mother. You don't know me. You don't know my story. I don't know you, but I know your mom.
Back to
So
the
yeah,
mom.
I hope
back
I
to
did
the
a
your
decent
mama
job of
discourse.
explaining what is going on and how it got, you know, how it blew the fuck up. I am willing and able to. I have not talked to Anna. I have not talked to Cenk at all. I am willing and able to try to mend that bridge. They will probably still have takes that I don't agree with. They will always have takes that I don't agree with. There are plenty of people who say shit that I don't fucking agree with. My opinion is, unfortunately, all too radical for America, even though in many respects it's not all that radical. What's radical is the association with the socialism word for the most part, right? Always go back to that same
Okay, so what are we... We're getting through this. That's part 5. I'm looking for part 4. These are just like little micro clips. There we go, part 4.
Always go back to that same fucking attitude where like XQC literally was like, my right-wing perspectives, okay, I'll give you some right-wing politics, and it was just like literally gun control, which is not right-wing at all. People have an issue with the word socialism. People don't have an issue with what socialism represents. Most people, I mean. Anyway. So yeah. It's the case. You can't just grip people into understanding socialism better without actually using the words. I do that regularly, but it's hard to do that because people will immediately be like, well, you're a socialist. And I'm not going to fucking sit there and be like, I'm not. You see the video Amy tweeted? Yeah, I know this video, man. This is the #1 video that like right-wingers love using against the Young Turks. It's like the Young Turks policy on saying the N-word with a hard R shifted a couple years back, I think. I remember because it was like a decade of old clips of her like reading news quotes. And it's just like old ass clips where they're like literally reading quotes. It's not like they are like saying it against a black person or anything. Like they're literally reading sound bites. These are sound bites of them like literally reading news articles without self-censoring.
Yeah, I don't know. So this is what, like, I mean, Anna had a thing, and I guess it was like Young Turks policy that they thought that, I don't know how I'm trying to explain this, or I'm trying to figure this out. Like, they thought that not reading out the actual slur somehow, like, I don't know. They have a really strange view on the N-word. In some ways, it was pretty similar to the debate bro N-word Andy that we all know and despise. Yet he brags time and time again about jumping over the bar when the bar is so low it's in hell. He's not radical enough at all politically. He thinks he needs to think about changing his own mind more than changing other people's. Other people will change when he changes. I mean, we'll be more likely to change. That's for sure. God, I was hoping for a slightly better Hasan to show you today. I'm trying to do Hasan positivity here. Another kind of positive thing that came out was that Hasan, when they just divulged the donors to the union at Amazon, right? And 2 of the donors were like institutional, like, you know, organizations that were donating, right? 2 of the top donors. The other top donor was an individual, and that individual was Hasan Piker, right? Now, what's weird though is that Cenk, when he saw this, he was like, "Go get him," right? And I'm sorry, Cenk, that is the wrong thing to say for somebody that's done union busting in his own company. But yeah, Cenk trying to take credit for, not take credit, but like, you know, pat Hasan on the back when, you know,
White people saying it when reading a quote is wrong too. Yeah, well, that's why they don't do it anymore. You know what I mean? Yeah, back in the day, as I've explained, that was what the news practice was. Exactly. And that's precisely why they stopped. So you're fighting with ghosts in that regard. And I think that like this is please read my other message if you can /want. No. I'm not gonna play the video. I think that it is definitely
thank you for not playing the video.
Definitely not a good practice, which is why they stopped it, right? And that's it. I don't know what else to say about it. It was never okay for white people to say it. This is correct. Black people are never cool with that. Never. Also correct. There's no world where the same woman who was riddling off the N-word gets to act like birthing person is a slur of all slurs. But even if your argument was correct, if society can evolve to exclude racial slurs, I can't even read. But even if your argument was correct, if society can evolve to exclude racial slurs, it can evolve to include inclusive language.
Wow.
I think the irony is correct in that regard. I get Oliami's point. I don't think that it was malicious, their application of it. But then again, not only am I white, I also worked there. So obviously, I have a lot of privilege. So that's the reason why I can tell you that there is no maliciousness behind it, but you can receive it differently, because when you hear a white person say the N-word, even if they are reading and reading a direct quote from a news article where the N-word is written, okay, it still doesn't change that reality. It still hurts, which is precisely the reason why they stopped doing it. Good thing your white ass is already in the sitting position. Yeah, I routinely sit my white ass down and I listen.
That's not good.
But in the context of like birthing person versus the N-word, I mean, yeah. Language evolves. They updated their policy as a news team to self-censor. And I think that's a good thing. And they should definitely not make a big deal about birthing person, because it is just simply being weaponized by the right.
You see that over there, chat? Did you see him? There's a reason that I don't stay and fight him, though. Like, right? He is like.
It was a common practice by all media outlets. It wasn't just TYT. I'm pretty sure it was, but I don't know.
At this point,
maybe
he could one-shot me. I don't know if you can see him anymore, but yeah, we were a little too close to that warden.
Just a question: have you gone places where you aren't considered white? Because in my opinion, Turkish people are POC, or am I just dumb? It depends. I will say that TYT's track record for hiring ended up being abysmal.
Yeah.
Hasan and Emma are notable exceptions. Yeah. Germany is probably the most prominent place that I can think of that is like Turkish people are not considered like a part of the in-group.
Here we go. Get this stuff out of here.
Anyway, I feel like so many leftists have this insane amount of energy to attack other left-wing people over their language, but are really lazy when it comes to holding actual powerful people accountable. Well, that does definitely happen all the time. In this circumstance.
So they thought the N-word was okay to say on air back in the 2010s. Yeah, like, I mean, they were really self-righteous about it too. It was a really strange thing. Like, not only that, like, it was okay, it's almost like they regarded it as it was their duty to say that they were strong, too strong, right? So they're gonna say the N-word, right? And it's just like, why? Please, no, don't. Please, stop.
stance, though, I think that the doubling and tripling down is causing confusion for no reason when, like, this is the actual perspective, in my opinion,
bad faith
of someone like Anna Kasparian.
They know there's a difference between gender and sex. They know that it is very possible for someone to be born a biological male or a biological female, but in terms of gender, identify.
So like this is the clip that's, you know, that people are playing to be like, we want this Anna back, right? This Anna is to the left of the current Anna, even with all the biological male, biological female, like kind of captured language, or I don't know if I want to even call it that, but you know what I'm saying? It's language of the right wing. It's language useful for the right wing's framing. It's language that doesn't really, that I gotta say, allies don't use, right? Like that is not, like I get what you're trying to say. That is not the right way to say it. Anna tweeted about it last year, tweeted about the N-word. So Anna still agrees on principle with her former use of the N-word with the hard R on air. But what was I'm trying to remember what her justification was. It's weird though. It is kind of a debate, bro, like, you know, N-word Andrea take at the end of the day, but it's a little, there's a little twisty twist. Because there's always, the bio-female stuff is not great. Yeah, I agree. Let's see if Hasan says anything about it.
Differently as a male or non-binary, but they still have the biological capacity, the physical capacity to get pregnant. So that's why the language, the rhetoric is inclusive to include those people. It is not a big deal, but they make it a big deal. They manufacture it into a big deal because that's all Republicans are. That's all they have. This is all they do. Endless bad faith arguments.
I just made a really strange connection. I don't know, it's been a while, Chad, but do you remember Keffels? Does anybody remember Keffels? Does anybody remember Keffels coming in here and trying to get me on a debate with her? Do we remember Keffels, chat? Do you remember Keffels? What is a Keffels? What's a Keffels? What's a Keffels? I want to know. No, so Keffels, isn't this kind of what Keffels did? It sounds like a food. It'd be a pretty good food if it was. But no, like does this feel like Keffels a little bit? Like somebody that's been on your side, you think you know who they are, and all of a sudden they start attacking you one day, and you're just like, oh, this is weird. Did she like make a mistake? Did she get confused? Is there something? Nope, she's going for more and more. You know, she just like completely flips on you. She took a turn, and like I'm almost wondering, like, okay, so I can't imagine watching that Keffels, like, you know, situation and thinking, I want this for me. Cenk, this seems like a good idea. We should do, Cenk, we should do this. We should do this. Can we get a pit crew invasion going? Can we get a pit crew invasion? Does this sort of remind you of Keffels? I haven't really thought about this until now, but like that's the you know, best parallel that kind of comes to mind here.
To fearmonger and direct hatred and
Not
fear
exact,
toward
but
other Americans, typically powerless Americans. It's bad faith. They know there's a difference between gender and sex.
So, like I said, why do I think personally that like they double down, triple down, quintuple down? Why do I think that they did that? You know, in this regard, because like this directly contradicts Anna's sentiment being expressed here. And there's not that much time difference between then and now when she's tweeting this shit. Okay? You want to know why? Because I think that they just have no way of parsing through like legitimate criticism. They also have the I hate the left mentality that I have, because like that shit happens all the fucking time.
He knows
it happened during the Hogwarts saga, right? Where I was actually on the right side, even though I think that they're on the wrong side, for the record. Okay?
We know, Hasan, we know.
And it is so depressing to constantly feel like the left has their knives out against you. They also, I think, personally believe that they were at the forefront of progressive commentary online, and now you got all these like baby leftists coming at.
Oh my god, we're gonna get boomer arguments. Listen, You don't understand. TYT used to have to walk to school uphill both ways, right?
Out of the gates and critiquing them.
When we make pit crews and do kindness all over the internet anonymously, yes. He still think he's on the right side on the Hogwarts. He does. He absolutely does. Yeah.
And they can't fucking see that as like valid criticism ever. They have an inability to filter that as like valid criticism. The moment that people that are close to them, that work with them, actually reached out to them, they should have been like, oh yeah, this is being fucking weaponized against trans people by nefarious actors on the right. You know what I mean? If it's not valid though,
they started this white leftist shit, and this is the MFing thanks they get. Yeah. I mean, it's weird though, because they didn't start any leftist anything, right? There's been energy on the left ever since 2016. And a lot of these channels, there is a relationship there. Somebody earlier said that like TYT is like the pipeline into BreadTube and video essays and stuff like that. And from a content perspective, that's actually true. I would not be surprised if that's how the algorithm functions. You watch Young Turks, they suggest you some H-Bomber guy, they suggest you some Big Joel, they suggest you some ContraPoints, and you could get into like kind of more leftist content creators like through TYT, at least in the past, right? There were black leftists in the 70s. Yeah, and TYT aren't leftists, and they never were. They never came along. They could have. They were positioned to. That's not who they were. As Cenk once said, "I live every day of my life as a capitalist." That's a quote from Cenk Uygur. You meant like online?
You dropped that first tweet unprompted. Is a right-wing grift dog? You said dozens of times is where money's at. I think right-wing grift is where the money's at. 100%. I don't think that they're doing a right-wing grift. It is also pretty funny to tell me this because I think that they're like, I'll tell you like this. I'll tell it to you like this. TYT is not going to fucking gain a more prominent, larger audience by going right because they have been the villain, the number one villain of right-wing audiences for a decade, for 2 decades, almost 3 decades actually. Steven Crowder before.
This is like if Hillary Clinton blew up at the left and started to say, I've had enough of this wokeness. I'm a real woman and I want to be able to say that I'm a real woman. And when we're talking about abortion rights, we're talking about women's rights. That's what abortion rights are. They're rights for women, right? Like you could see Hillary Clinton doing that, right? And saying, I no longer want to be a part of the Democratic Party. I'm going to run as a third party or even like, here's what I can't see though. I can't see Hillary Clinton saying, actually, Trump had a point. Actually, you know what? The Republicans are right. Ron DeSantis is right. This wokeness is out of control. These trans people are out of control. If Hillary Clinton did that, she would get nowhere. The right wing hates her too much. There is no one that she could throw to the wolves to satisfy the right wing, right? There's no way that Hillary Clinton, is going to get back into, there's no way that Hillary Clinton is going to be, even if she's completely has a turnaround, kisses Donald Trump's ring. That's never gonna happen, right? It's just impossible. I think the same thing is true with Anna Kasparian and the Young Turks.
Before he popped off and became this massive content creator, used to make sketches about Cenk. Okay, everyone knows them as the bad guys on the right. Okay, I think it's worse that they are doing this right-wing slant because
it's 5:30. YouTube. We've got 33 likes. Can we get that to 40 by 6 o'clock? Can we make that happen?
They're not even doing it for money. I think they genuinely had a perspective shift on the criminal justice shit. I know this because I talked to them, to Cenk at least. I haven't talked to Anna all that much, but 100%. I've talked to Cenk. I've talked to Cenk on this broadcast. I've talked to him privately.
Hillary Clinton, is she a TERF? I don't know. Is she? She has some TERFy stuff I think on her show, in fact, and Chelsea actually you could see Chelsea trying to get her to be quiet. You could see that Chelsea was like trying to manage Hillary's PR, right? I don't know how far into turfdom she's gone, but like, let me tell you, even if she full on said, like, J.K. Rowling did nothing wrong, like trans people have gone too far and they're starting to erode women's rights and all that stuff, like, she still could not buy, you know, a fandom on the right. She's not going to get a fandom on the right? They have done so much work destroying her image. The right-wingers think that Hillary Clinton, unironically, is making prosciutto, you know, that thinly sliced meat out of children's faces, right? Yeah, they think that Hillary Clinton did Pizzagate, right? They think some weird things about Hillary Clinton. They think she's a reptile.
They have a you know, crime attitude that is absolutely reactionary. Okay? Keep spilling. As far as their beliefs goes, I think they're genuinely held. But as far as like the trans stuff, I don't think that they have like a legitimately held anti-trans perspective. Only time will tell. Maybe they'll have a reactionary slant on trans issues as well. I would be genuinely shocked if that was the case. Does that make sense? Because of all of this, you don't get to be the right-wing punching bag for 3 fucking decades, okay? And then all of a sudden be like, oh yeah, someone called me a birthing person, so now I'm, you know, transphobic actually. Like, it makes no sense. It would be a significantly more immediate. If it was a grift, it would be a more immediate.
Agreed on the right wing, but I think she could do well with the I hate the left liberals. That's true, right? She could run it, yeah, and she has, right? That's her lane. That's her lane, attacking like the left of the Democratic Party. That is definitely Hillary Clinton's lane. And yeah, you know, she could do well with the Bill Maher types, but the whole deal is though that she's not going to ever be embraced by the right, I guess. Oh, you mean Anna? I'm sorry, not Hillary. Oh, Hillary too? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I agree that Anna and Hillary could do well with the I hate the left kind of lefties. That might be the audience that they're courting. I don't know. Are they going to be, you know, dirtbag lefties with Douglas Lane now? I don't know. Probably not. They're not leftists, so.
In a change of attitude to like directly signal to the right. No one called her that? No. I'm saying people are saying that they're like becoming TERFs or they're going to be TERFs. I think they're just like signaling to the right that they're TERFs, that they're right wing, and they want to cultivate a right wing audience. Does that make sense? You sense that he was becoming reactionary due to getting old? I think that could probably.
Okay, so this is going to suck for Hasan. This is going to suck for Hasan. He makes this prediction. I say he's wrong. I say he's wrong. Like, here's my prediction. They will be as right-wing by this time next year. They will be as right-wing as Katie Herzog and Jesse Singal, right? They're going to be fully ingrained into the intellectual dark web, right? And they might not be friends with everyone. There might still be some right-wingers. You're going to see, like, it's going to go so far, because right now all you're seeing is right-wingers being like, oh yes, based Anna, oh, she's getting it, she's realizing it, right? You're seeing people try to love bomb them and bring them on. You're going to see that for now, but at some point there could be like other left people that say, you know what, TYT's change isn't for real. They're still liberals, right? I bet you they'll get some, like, long term there will be some enemies on the right. Anna wants to be center, but center is just right. She decided to make a huge mess about her, and we are all under attack, but they just outlawed, unironically, they just outlawed trans people in Missouri. an edict, an order of the attorney general, like not even, you know, through legislature, right? And what's scary about that is that I don't see what's stopping other states from doing that, right? Missouri might have, you know, just shown a new tactic that we're gonna see now.
Be the reason too.
Yum. What's he drinking? I want some.
In your opinion, why wouldn't it be a signal for her that every right-wing pundit retweeted her, was started giving her praise? I think that they just think that they're right. That's it. I think that this is like, they legitimately think that they're right. That's what it is. They think that they're correct on this. And the original sentiment that she expressed about birthing person is not like an incorrect one entirely, like I said originally, but it's also completely overblown and weaponized by the right. And I think everyone ultimately understands that. It's like, yeah, if women were being called birthing person left and right, if that was a real thing, then people would be like, what the fuck are you doing? That's so dumb. Does that make sense? I mean, Juniper said it best originally. Her original tweet was perfect on this. It's like, why the fuck are you talking about something that like is literally relegated to the halls of academia and like medical context as though it's something that people are dropping left and right? That was her original take on the matter, and she is absolutely fucking correct. Does that make sense? Do you understand? So what does this mean to you, Jen? They're just like quintupling down. It's just so sad to see. It's so fucking sad to see.
I'll just say this. Okay, I love you, and it's okay. And if you disagree,
I see too much of myself in this picture, and it pisses me off. Okay, I see myself in this picture.
There we go.
It's okay. If you want to leave, that's okay. Okay. Thank you for being a member all this time. I appreciate it. But what you're, in my opinion, what your misunderstanding is, and what you have maybe you didn't see is, so
that's the quote right there.
Kerfuffle starts with a simple tweet, and then at least half a dozen videos from other progressives or leftists online, all attacking us and calling us all sorts of names. So maybe you don't see that, so you think like, well, what is Cenk so upset about, right? So they call us all these names, and they feel super proud about it, like, huh, we are more pure. So then I fight back on Twitter, and then all of a sudden they're like, how could you insult us? We were just, all we were doing was punching you in the face. No, that's a right-wing position. You punch, then you gotta expect that I'm gonna counter, right? I don't mean you kid tested.
I like this. I don't like this. I'm in this picture and I don't like it.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
This is me. I'm seeing myself.
He sees it.
I fucking hate this. Stop. I don't want to watch it.
I mean, for folks who are out there, here, I'll name a name. Lance from the Serps. He's on here all the time on the Power Panel, right? And he comes out and does this like video about how he's so correct and, oh yeah, the young Turks, correct? No, Lance, you're not goddamn correct. Nobody elected you. The polling shows no one agrees.
Yeah, they think that they're not getting the respect that they believe they deserve, that they earned from many years of doing many years of doing this. TYT was called out 11 months ago for the same shit.
Oh yeah,
Anna
this was
and I talking about this issue, and then
what's her name from Left of the Box?
Let's watch.
I'm speculating that she doesn't want to say mothers because mothers is gendered, and she's worried about offending birthing people. Like birthing people, really? Come on. For me, it's not even like, oh, I don't want to be in.
See, it's not a right wing. It's not like a grift. It's just like a genuinely held opinion. You know what I mean? Leaning into culture wars from the right wing perspective is always stupid. It's like making a big deal about me joking about Latinx being deployed. You know what I mean? I regularly talk about it. I don't say Latinx. don't, because I'm a white guy. I don't want to come across like I'm super fucking out of touch. Let's be real. Okay? If I'm talking about issues that pertain to Latino people, okay, Latiners, Latiners, I just, I'm not gonna fucking say Latinx because everyone would look at me and go, you're ridiculous. You're a ridiculous person, right? But I'm not gonna make this the most prominent issue on the fucking planet. Okay? It's stupid. It's dumb. Amy Goodman loves using it. I love Amy Goodman. I'm never gonna fucking be like, why are you using Latinx? That's the best way to describe it. I think it's dumb. Okay? Latine makes more sense. X is like Latinx, okay? It's just like so American, so English language focused. Okay? And when I see my queen, Amy Goodman, use the term, I will never correct her on it. I would never be like, my queen, Amy Goodman, you're wrong. You know why? Because I know my fucking place. She does it because...
I hope Hasan keeps thinking about this, but yeah, he's right. If people who claim to be serious leftists would just log off Twitter and pay attention to IRL activism and movements, none of this would ever be an issue. The focus on, well, I mean, look, the language thing is important, right? And like, I know that sometimes it comes off as semantics, but remember, there's semantics, there's aesthetics, and then there's framing, right? Semantics, aesthetics, not important. Framing, pretty damn important. Like the example that I gave you was, how you talked about, aid to people in need, right? If you call that, welfare, it doesn't pull well, right? Because they have defined what welfare is, right? Same way as if you talk about trans women in sports, as should we allow the participation of biological males in women's sports, right? That is perfect right-wing framing. And even if you're not a right-winger, even if you're on the right side of this issue, if you use their language, if you use their framing, you're helping them, right? If you accept the language of transgenderism, if you say there's nothing wrong with transgenderism, little transgenderism between friends never hurt anyone, right? You kind of like, you've gotten them halfway there, and you shouldn't do that, right? If someone tells you never to refer to other people as Latinx, that's not okay. They can't decide for other people. Yeah, and in general, like the word Latine is probably more common in in a Spanish speaking context. And it's generally, so wait, if you're like non-binary, right, that's what it's, that kind of, if you're talking about a non-binary person, that's when you would really want to use that language. And if you sort of force a gender, it's like, right, Spanish, outside of this sort of, newfangled, I don't even know how newfangled it is, but outside of this naming convention, outside of using, this ending a Latine or Latinx, that you don't have a way to refer to a non-binary person without, falsely attributing a gender to them that they don't identify as, right? That's where it's important. So you can't say that you should never say this word, right?
Why did you say that? Amy Goodman probably hates you. Don't worry, we still think...
Unfortunately, sophistry has a lot of weight in public discourse. You're not wrong, Max Idol. You're not wrong.
I think you're ridiculous. Why do you have so much hate in your heart as a 23-month subscriber? Dumb analysis for your dumb audience. Like, What happens to so many people that they just like go from like being fucking hyper fans to being like, I literally hate you. Your analysis is dumb. And fucking.
Well, wait, no, can anybody tell why this person? Like, let's take a look. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look at this person. I can't really see anything. But like, I don't know why the person is hating on Hasan. It could be, you know, like, I mean, I can imagine how some of his takes are like frustrating. It's frustrating to me, and I'm not even a fan. Latine is mostly used in Spanish-speaking countries outside of the USA. Latinx is mostly used in the USA.
You suck and Amy Goodman hates you.
You suck and Amy Goodman hates you. Okay, that's actually funny. People outgrow him. Well, is that what this is? Is this somebody that's like just kind of disgusted by the same things that, like, you know, we're not a fan of? Or like, I can never tell. I guess there could be somebody that like becomes like too right-wing for Hasan too, but I don't really see that much.
Like 23 months you have avoided the top of the hour ad break. 23 months. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad.
That's right, and we're coming up on our top of the hour ad break. We have that as well. Ours is a 1.5 minutes, but it happens twice every hour, so it's bad in its own way. And if you want to be free from that, you can connect your Amazon Prime into your Twitch and get a free subscription that you can park at the streamer of your choice, which is obviously me. Obviously going to be me, right? Or you could spend $5. That's right, it's only $5, $6 if you're on mobile to pay for a sub, get yourself out of the ad breaks that way. The other way you can do it is to just be an awesome little chatter, make positive contributions to the chat, and get noticed by somebody who is giving out gift subs out of the kindness in their heart. So they'll see you, they'll know you're around, and hopefully you'll get a gift sub that way. So those are the 3 ways that we avoid the top of the hour ad break. The other thing that we want to do is 36 likes. We are 12 minutes out from the top of the hour, right? Can we make that 40 likes on YouTube? That would really kick my ass so hard. If we could get our count up to 40 likes, that would really make my day.
Break. What happened? Is it because I didn't give you attention? Like, what the fuck? What went wrong in your mind? I want to fucking study you like the brain of a person who has CTE or some shit.
Okay. Also, meow.
Fossilbot timed this person out, and then they thought I banned them. Infinite Ryman, Digha, 5363. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted. Infinite Ryman, thank you for the 10 gifted. Not exactly KB, thank you for the 5 gifted. Like, how does this happen? Because you fail to keep the same energy for your friends that you do for the right, even when they say the exact same shit. Anna and Cenk are morons on this take, just like you on policing, not hating, just facts. Wait, what? Me on policing?
What is Hasan's take on policing?
Curlytop.com, thank you for the 5 gifted. Infinite Ryman, thank you for the 5 gifted. Just a dandy man, thank you for the 5 gifted. Are you an abolitionist? No, I'm not an abolitionist. I'm not going to do this with you right now where, I'm not going to do this right now with you where we like work through the steps where you basically come to the same conclusion that I do as an abolitionist about a democratically organized group of individuals that are doing what you would normally consider, colloquially call policing. So we're not going to do that.
Okay, well then in that case, Hasan, I'm not going to get into the fact that abolishing police means ending the institution founded out of slave patrols, founded out of Pinkerton thugs, right? That's where our police institution comes from, right? And that's why it needs to be abolished. because as you know, as long as it lasts, right, it's going to carry that contagion. As much as you try to reform it, as much as you try to emphasize training or this and that, you need to abolish it. You need to get rid of it, and you need to take the people that are doing that job right now and say, guess what? You're not doing ever again in your life being cops. That's right, or being anything like that has to do with public safety. You're not going to be involved with that. You're part of the old order. Have a good time, finding something else to do with your life, because we don't need your services anymore, right? You gotta completely clean house. You can't just be like, oh, you know what? We're gonna get rid of the bad cops. We'll keep the good cops, and we'll make them have nice like flowers on their uniforms, and give strangers directions when out. You're like, you can't do that. You cannot do that, right? Our police have a history, and as long as you allow continuity, you're gonna maintain that history. So that's where I disagree with Hasan, right? That abolition needs to happen, even though, like you're saying, public safety is an important thing. Yeah, it's an important thing for people who are not involved in this garbage to be concerned with, right? We're not gonna go through the abolitionist argument about how ultimately and inevitably you as an anarchist who believes we're looking for 2 more likes. Do we just need 2 more likes in 9 minutes? I bet we can get it. You just added one. Thank you, One Love. Good to see you here again. Meow. Police abolition meow to everyone. Are going to still come to the same meow to Twitch chat. How are you doing, Twitch chat? Just mean no one is insisting cis women have to identify as birthing people. Yeah, right? If Anna was paying attention to the real issues, she would know that too. Yeah. Makes sense. Conclusion that I have, which is that functionally there needs to be a unit, an organized unit that is democratically organized. You're not an anarchist, but you believe in police abolition? What the fuck? What are you? You're a Marxist-Leninist who believes in police abolition? What? Okay, explain that. How hard no, is fuck this? It. I need to know what? Hello? What are you saying? I need to know what you mean by this. Look, does anybody know what Hasan's feelings are this? Because he's leaving part of it out. He doesn't want to get into this, right? Because this is a bit of a stun lock. This is a bit of a side track. But what I need to know is, does Hasan believe in dissolving the current institution that we call the police, right? I'm okay with if he's saying dissolve it, but then come up with some sort of a what is he saying, like a democratically selected I'm not entirely sure what he's saying here, right? But if he's saying anything less than the current institution needs to be dissolved, I disagree. I disagree. Oh, Amy, isn't a baby leftist? What kind of patronizing shit is that? Wait, what? I never said that she was. Why are you misunderstanding everything I'm saying? I am much more on her side on this than I'm on Anna's side. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm literally currently DMing her. I'm literally DMing her on the side right now while we're having this conversation. She's watching the fucking stream. Why do you, a parasocial fucking weirdo, think you know the interactions I have with the people that are on your screen when I know them? What's wrong with you? Go back to the fuck. Never mind. I want to hear what he has to say about a Marxist-Leninist. Trying to type it, but I can't. Yeah, you can't because you have an insane, untenable position. What the fuck? Have you read up on police abolition? What you describe is literally police abolition? Wait, what? No way. You mean to tell me that I understand the anarchist position on police abolition and anarchists are for the most part angry at me because of the way I present the conversation, because I want to make it more colloquially understandable to every single person, because I don't want to cater my fucking commentary to the 3 sweatiest polycule members in the commune that are about to inevitably have a very public fallout on Twitter? Holy shit, dude! No fucking way, dude! Okay. Anybody else take that extremely personally? You might as well just say degenerates, Hasan. Is that the word that's you're trying to bite back on there? Are you talking about degenerates? It sounds like you're talking about some degenerate behavior there, my dude. Is that what you're saying? Is that what kind of leftism that you're bringing forward? Like, what the fuck is that? Hate on not poly, but polyamorous people. You sweaty fucking anarchist piece of dog shit. What, you think I'm gonna cater to you? You think I'm gonna cater to you over here? When I got all these normies that aren't degenerate at all? They're not in a polycule, they're not even furry? You think I care about you, you weird fucking blue-haired, septum-pierced? Yo, this is some fucking slander right here. This is some slander. He says degenerates too. Oh my god. Of course he does. Of course he does. God damn. And here I am trying to do Hasan positivity.
That's crazy.
You make it so hard.
That's wild. Dude,
you make it
no
so
way.
hard. I don't know why I decided to try to hit the warden, but that was a bad idea. I hit the warden with a hoe too. Like that. The sweatiest.
There's a reason why I'm good at what I do,
polycule.
man. I get a lot of shit for it. I don't expect it from my own fucking audience this much to this degree when it's like completely unjustifiable. But god damn it, I know how to do fucking propaganda. If there's one thing I know how to do, it's fucking propaganda. Let me do it. You don't know how to do it. That's why you come here.
But you're doing it the same way that Cenk and Anna are doing it. You're doing it by throwing your own side under the bus. Like, what the f is that? Look, I think I get what he's saying. I think I got what he's saying, right? But that is some fifth dimensional chess that my dude is playing here, right? He's winking at us saying, look, I gotta call you sweaty, poly, freak show, blue-haired, septum-piercing weirdos in order to fool the normies into thinking that there's nothing weird about this socialism. Don't blow my cover. You know, and then he like shows his nose, his septum piercing. I don't know. It's some shit like that. It's some shit like that. That's what it is. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with it. Why are you watching him at all? Because I thought he look, I have hopes for him. Amy, I have hopes for him. I don't agree with his tactics. I think that maybe, like on a higher level, there is some agreement. I see what he's doing. I don't think it's effective. But he's better than Cenk and Anna. He's better than Vosh, right? He's the one mainstream streamer I have some hope for. But this weird this normie game, I don't know. Maybe I'll flesh it out like in a rant or something like that, right? I don't hate him. I mean, that was some slander back there. That was some slander, but I don't hate Hasan. Like, right? This isn't Hasan hate. This isn't Hasan negativity. I wanted to do more Hasan positivity than I was able to do today, so I apologize for that. But I think it's infinitely more reachable than like a million other people out there. It's frustrating though. Do you sympathize with that, Amy? Do you sympathize with my frustration? Can you see why I'm frustrated? No, he's not. He didn't bring up the blue hair thing. I threw that in there. He just said like your polycule. You and the three sweatiest members of your polycule can like. Okay. Better than Vosh is a low bar. True.
Here, stop. Oh my god.
What is that?
Don't disrespect the pod. You will be hearing from our lawyer. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Don't disrespect the pod.
Capitalist policing only protects property, not people. It has to be abolished. Whoa, no way, dude. That's crazy. I'm glad that you came in here swinging with like opinions that I totally disagree on.
See, that's the thing, is I kind of think that I don't disagree. I kind of think that he might, like, I think he does believe in abolishing the current institution, right? I think we are actually, like, but the way that he says it, it makes it sound like, so here's what I'm getting. He's like clickbaiting normies into police abolition by like saying it's not abolition. I don't think that's productive. I don't think you can Pied Piper your way into socialism, right? I get what is, like I said, my issue is with his tactic here. Maybe not so much his strategy, maybe not so much his overall take.
Oh. Thanks, man. We truly are. God, I'm glad we got to the bottom of this, dude. Thank you. Anyway, this guy came back with nothing. I think he just left. He just fucked off. He said, "You're dumb. Your analysis is dumb, and I hate you." And so does Amy Goodman. So,
Amy Goodman hates you should be like L plus ratio. L plus ratio and Amy Goodman hates you.
So, where the fuck was I? It's simply a disagreement with terms, the problems for different people. Birthing person sounds like you're describing a vessel, not a human, which is insulting to all the women who have felt oppressed by the language. The issue isn't the inclusion, it's the term that was chosen that comes off poorly to many. I know, but like, ultimately, it's not that, it doesn't matter because it's like so stupid to have a conversation around it because it's not a real conversation to be had because no one is using it colloquially. We're having a semantics conversation that the right is basically weaponizing against trans people. And if you are a left-wing person, sometimes you got to eat shit. I think a lot of people don't understand that. Like one of the less discussed aspects of being a leftist person, especially when you're from a privileged background, is that you're going to sometimes eat shit. Okay. That's it. I do it all day. I do it every day. Sometimes I pop off because I can't fucking deal with it any longer. Especially when a long-term community member is literally basically saying, you and I are in agreement, but I don't understand that because I'm too fucking stupid and literally reacting to shapes and colors that I see on screen that I personally misunderstood, and I'm going to make it your problem. But other than that, I eat shit nonstop. You're going to have to do that, okay? That's it. You're going to eat shit. People are going to misunderstand you. They're going to misconstrue your perspective. They're going to make it a much bigger deal. Just, you're supposed to do that.
No,
that's
you're
what,
right.
That's, you know.
You're right, Jules. Amy Goodman hates no one. That's true. I try to appreciate Hasan for who he is, but it's disappointing. Hasan gets a pass, exactly. God, I wish they would cut out him yelling at chatters before uploading the YouTube videos sometimes. I mean, I don't know, sometimes it's instructive. Speaking of instructive, we're at 6 o'clock. Did we make our goal? Oh my God, we're one away from our goal. We're one away from having 40 likes on YouTube, which would be so unbelievably awesome.
Recognizing your privilege in that regard comes along with that. You know what I mean? Part of the job.
God.
Does that make sense? Do you understand?
I understand. And here's what I understand. When you're watching Hasan, okay, you're like seeing his mental process unfold, right? And it's all out there on the table for you. You know, part of him sees the Cenk and Anna stuff in himself, right? Part of himself has too much of an ego to let that go. Part of himself, you know, recognizes like how solidarity works, right? And that solidarity's got to come from the ground up, not be imposed from the top down, right? Solidarity isn't achieved by placating privileged people within the group. It's by privileged people making space for marginalized people, right? That's how it's got to work. Part of him recognizes that, right? Part of him resents that. This is Hasan. That you're seeing his mental process. And it actually makes sense when I think about it, right? I'm online a lot, and you get to see some of my mental process unfolding. You might see me say one thing one moment, and then say something the next moment, and be like, those two things don't exactly agree with each other. But they're both part of my thought process, right? Does that make sense? I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, right? You could take No Comment Chick and find, like, okay, here's her saying this, and now here's her saying this. Same stream. What gives? These are mutually exclusive. Well, you know, they're both part of my thought process. I think almost like he's a complex human being. Exactly.
I'll go back to another controversy, the Nicki Minaj one. The bus tweet.
Oh no.
That never was even sent out, but was weaponized by the Barbs to say I'm an anti-black racist. There were black members in this community that wrote very heartfelt messages about it, where they said, "We know you're not racist." It was on my subreddit, if you remember. "We know you're not racist, but as someone who has like been made fun of regularly for being black, that has heard like the bus jokes and shit like that, it hurt to see you even think about that."
So what was the joke? Nicki Minaj had a weird COVID take, talked about like a cousin who had experienced some symptom, and she was attributing it to the vaccine. And you know, because of this blow up, I don't know if she went on Tucker or if Tucker like used her or what the deal was, right? But in response to this, Hasan made a comment saying that like Tucker would not let Nicki on the bus, let alone in the back, you know, the bus. So in other words, like Tucker is like a real bad racist that doesn't have anything but the worst intentions for Nicki Minaj, right? That's what he was trying to get across, but he used the, you know, the back of the bus, like, you know, metaphor, right? And a lot of people did not appreciate that. That's what he's talking about there, right? Aren't you glad you got me to like walk you through all this? Some of you may know this stuff already, though.
It hurt to see you even like think to write that out. Contextually, in that very moment, I thought that was appropriate. But logically, the logical part of my brain was saying, this is ridiculous to get upset at. I'm literally using the same terminology that she's using in her original tweet and when I'm responding to it. Okay? And also, the people that are upset are people that are, you know, 35-year-old gay dudes working at Sephora that have stan accounts for Nicki Minaj. That are currently defending Nicki Minaj because Nicki Minaj decided to come out of the gate swinging, being an anti-vaxxer, and also on top of that, defend Tucker Carlson. Like, I'm perfectly in the right. But it doesn't matter. Logic doesn't matter. Sometimes empathy is supposed to supersede logic. That's what you're supposed to do. Because no one is a hyper-rational, hyper-logical, robotic person. So when you hurt someone's feelings, what you're supposed to do, especially if you think that they are nice people overall, you're supposed to take a step back and say, listen, while I think that I'm logically correct here, my intention was never to harm you. My intention was never to make you feel bad. And I apologize for that. Okay? It's literally a...
What's wrong with gay dudes working at Sephora? I guess that they're not normies. I don't know. I don't know. God, he's got to do so much. Like it's like the way he thinks, you know? Like I said, there's a complex thought process. It's laid out on the table for us, right? But on one hand, you know, I gotta say it. I think he's optics brained. And that is part of what's wrong with Vosh, right? That being said, I don't see Hasan as the equivalent of Vosh. I don't see him as being susceptible to the same issues as Vosh, and I don't see him being, you know, as bad as Vosh. I see him as being infinitely more reachable than Vosh, right? I don't put those two in the same class, but it is, the optics thing does remind me of Vosh, right? It's optics. It's optics. If you are there for the gay dudes at Sephora, you cannot be there for the football player in McDonald's, I guess. The high school football player, or the, you know, whatever you know, whatever Chad's and Stacy's, or, you know, I don't know, the cheerleader and the football player. Like, I mean, like, that's an old metaphor, right? But that's kind of the audience that he's going for, right? Hasan wants to be the socialist streamer for the cool kids. And I mean, like, I see what he's doing, but God, I don't know how he keeps his shit straight. In fact, he doesn't. It's clear now. He doesn't keep his shit straight because he's juggling too many complex levels of thinking at the same time. That's why he's like this. It makes so much more sense now. This is why we will watch him. By the way, person asking me, Amy asking me, you know, why are you watching him then? I want to understand his thought process. I feel like I do. I feel like I understand his thought process a little bit better than I did before watching this. So I'm glad we're watching this. We're almost done watching this, right? We can almost move on to Mr. Beast, Chris Tyson, and Sunny V2.
Not about like being logical, rational, and being correct. It's about making sure that this space does not come across as hostile to people from marginalized backgrounds. Okay? That's it.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, like, the only place I disagree with is that, like, he's kind of putting it forward towards, look, marginalized people, they're going to be a little ridiculous. They're going to ask too much. And it really sucks that we have to eat shit like that. But we do. We do. We got to make sure that they're comfortable. We got to make sure that they feel okay. So even though they're wrong and we're right and they're being ridiculous and they're asking for too much, let's, like, indulge them a little bit because they've got it hard. Which, I mean, is better than what TYT is saying. It's better than what Vosh is saying. It's still a little effed up. It's just still a little bit effed up, but, you know, whatever.
You're probably here.
So this is the last segment. This is the last segment. We've made it through the last round of Hasanabi's thought process. Hasanabi's messy, interesting, fascinating thought process, right?
Still to this day, and don't think I'm some fucking massive transphobe because you recognize that, because I did that.
Anarchists are rather wild. I don't know what you mean by that. Look, I will say that there's a bunch of cringe Voshites running around calling themselves anarchists right now, so maybe I'll understand it in that. Maybe I'll take it in that sense. Nairo.
Glad you readdressed that tweet because I see people use that against you all the time. Yeah, because they're fucking freakazoids, dude. That's what it is. Sit. It's the same shit.
Oh wow, that's really cool, Jules. I mean, I'm glad.
Ultimately, no matter what happens, I mean, I brought it up today. I brought up my reaction or the way I received commentary and criticism of the trans community during the Hogwarts Legacy shit, literally openly. I said, I think that the posters on Twitter are incorrect, but it doesn't matter. I understand where they're coming from. They're constantly on the defense. They're constantly on the defense because it is impossible to be fucking publicly trans online in one of the only spaces where they can, you know, build communities and have a sense of like support. Okay? I said that during the Hogwarts Legacy saga when everyone was calling me a fucking transphobe. Okay? Comes from a place of powerlessness. Exactly. I was the one who made that logic versus empathy comment in your sub on that thread, and it means a lot that it stuck with you. You all right, white boy?
So, I mean, I don't know where that...
So do you get it?
Shrieker is.
You want to know why? Because in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't change my perspective. It doesn't change my perception. It doesn't change my advocacy. All it does is basically push people away from interacting with my commentary. That's all it does. Okay? And that sucks, ultimately. It gets people to go,
oh my God, we got 41.
Oh yeah, this guy fucking...
We got 41 likes on YouTube. Congratulations, YouTube. Give yourself a pat on the back. Let's see if we can get 45 by 630. 45 by, wait, what? I can't even do the like international, the, you know, 24-hour.
Sucks in leftist spaces. And that's what's happening to Anna as well. Currently, that's what's happening to Cenk as well in trans spaces. So the better way to the better way to turn around and you know, to deal with the situation would be by basically acknowledging, like, eating shit. You know what I mean? Eating shit and acknowledging that, like, you know, you unintentionally gave a weapon to the right, even though you were advocating for something that makes sense, okay, in your mind, because of how irrelevant it is in the grand scheme of things. You ended up getting the likes of Ben Shapiro, Carrie Lake, and everyone else to fucking use it as commentary, use it as like another attack against trans people. As a black chatter, I critique you, but I love your content. Admittedly, you have to understand that people voicing their opinions is not always hate. I know it's not. It becomes really hard to parse through what is hate and what is legitimate, well thought out criticism, or what is legitimate, well thought out criticism that sometimes is, you know, in the wrong, right? It's hard to go through that when all you see is a sea of like leftist infighting all the time. And oftentimes it's also being, you know, hyped up by weirdos who just want to see the drama.
With you, your 12 buddies online, I don't care, okay? And say, oh yeah, I'm 100%, he's 99.95% correct. Oh, I'm gonna correct him. No. So don't look.
Okay, you see that's literally like Mark Fisher. This is discount Mark Fisher here. This is discount exiting the vampire castle, right? This idea that Cenk's got of like this is the academic pedant's desire to be the first one to spot a mistake, right? Slash the what was the other one? Does anybody remember exiting the vampire castle? Mark Fisher, like he's got all these like the configurations of the vampire castle are as such, right? We've got the academic pedants, the priestly desire to excommunicate, and there was like three configurations, three things that he identified as this is the vampire castle, and it's a really confused metaphor. Like, talk about somebody who puts all of his thoughts out there and you can see his thinking process. You can see how kind of like not clear it is, right? I didn't know until recently what people were talking about with Mr. Beast. They weren't talking about Vampire the Masquerade. Wait, Mr. Beast is it? There's a Mr. Beast in Vampire Masquerade? He was tripping for sure. Yeah, but this is Cenk's like dollar store version of that.
Hey, I don't agree with you. God bless. You want to say, Cenk, you shouldn't say anything back.
I miss when Taibbi used to talk about the vampire squid, right?
Because you're being rude?
Well, and this is Hasan. This is what Hasan is characterizing as you gotta eat shit sometimes, right? Please tell me about it. Yo, I'm sorry. As a trans person, I've never had to do that before. I've never had to sit there and smile while like trans allies insult me to my face in ways that they don't recognize, right? And I have to be nice because I know that cis people aren't going to understand. That if I clap back, I'm going to be the mean one, right? No, we don't know anything about eating shit at all.
Come on, brother or sister. I don't know what your
I just gotta be honest. I just don't really care to like collaborate with any other leftist ever again at this point.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at.
Hi, gay. I'm Irene. No, hi, Senzi. What's up?
Because they come on the show, they build a name for themselves, and then they build a bigger name for themselves, trashing us as if they don't know who we are, as if they haven't worked with us, they don't know what our actual political values are. So I don't, Jake. I never want.
They're not gonna stop collaborating.
Okay, so the eating shit thing is this, right? When Hasan is saying eat shit, he means those situations where you know you're right, like on some level you're certain of it. You're like, no, I'm 100% right here. But somebody else is like, what you're saying is hurting somebody else, and so you end up just like saying, you know what, I'm gonna bite my tongue, I'm gonna shut up about it. That's eating shit, right? you know you're right, but you're gonna just like let it go. That's what he's saying, right? And so that's what he's saying, like, as allies, you know, as privileged people, sometimes we gotta eat shit. He's justifying it, like, you know, that, like, you know, marginalized people, our lives are hard, and so as a result, we're kind of wrong about stuff. Sometimes we come too hard, we're overly defensive, right? He's kind of putting it on us that, you know, we're the ones that are wrong, we're the ones that are in the wrong. But because, you know, he is a socialist, because he is an ally, because he cares about building a movement, he recognizes the need for people with privilege to kind of, like, you know, stand back at times, right? So, I mean, like, you know, it's like, what he doesn't realize is that we're eating shit all the time. We're eating shit all the time. We're shutting up, we're biting our tongues, we're smiling when we're angry all the time. All the freaking time. You might become straight for me? Oh my god. Yeah.
With leftists, everybody, shut the fuck up. It's like me tweeting that. It's literally like me fucking tweeting, I'm so angry with the left, and then you know, the Kirby JPEG account fucking taking that off of my private tweet and being like, you fucking idiot, you think the left is the same as the right? Like, they don't think that. I don't think that either. But like, let's be real. There's nothing more leftist than fucking despising every other person that is also supposed to be your fucking ally. Okay? That's it.
I want to talk about them again. I never want to address them again. It's a waste of time. There's important stuff going on in the country. Our personal drama with a bunch of leftists on Twitter doesn't matter.
Oh god, there's that one other video.
Because you brought it up, is that I'm not the kind of guy to back down.
Yeah. Yeah, he's stubborn as fuck.
I've discovered that swimming is like the best way to get away from the warden. You don't get turned around and you go fast. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Got right away from him. I love this game mode though, right? As far as something to play on stream, most of what I'm doing is just cleaning up this this mess. All this skulk, getting the skulk out. We do have to run away from the warden too. I keep on trying to take away the blocks for him to spawn on, but I should probably go for the spawner instead. I need to find that spawner.
Hold on 1 second.
Go.
Hold on.
Good question, Jules. How did the warden get there? I made a world that is like 100% deep dark, right? So this whole biome is deep dark. That's why all this stuff can spawn all over here. And it's like eaten up. The land is like eaten up by the skulk. Look at that. And I can clean it off with my trusty hoe. It's me and my hoe saving the world from this really gross stuff, whatever it is.
Sorry.
Skulk.
I was just texting Cenk.
You were literally texting Cenk. Oh my god, what the fuck? Cenk was watching?
Distinction you made before was great about the point where you should rethink things is when your friends or people you are on good terms with call you out. Yeah.
I mean, I kind of think it shouldn't take all that, but
yeah. When someone like Emma is like criticizing you, they're not doing it to gain clout. They're doing it because it's like a legitimately held belief, and they're coming at it like constructively, and you need to be able to parse through that better. I often have issues with this kind of stuff too, but like that is the one thing that immediately shakes me out.
Where is the freaking
immediately fucking takes me out of that. If I see like a genuinely held perspective from a long-term community member or someone whose opinion I know is not in the wrong. You know what I mean? And that's what you got to do. You got to do that. And the moment that you don't do that, you're just fucking swinging for the fences for no reason. You know what I mean? Why would Anna go and like this stuff though? What is it?
I don't get where the thing is that's making the warden spawn.
It's like cringe as fuck. I don't even know what that, like, I can't believe she liked this tweet. Like, I don't know what the fuck that is. That is like infinitely more scary. Like someone saying fucking trans think is legitimately infinitely more scary to me and shows that there's like genuinely held reaction above and beyond like semantics misunderstanding. Anyway, but of course we're not having a conversation about like their opinion on crime. Okay, that part I completely disagree with. I think that they're totally off base on that. So glad I started trans thinking. Yeah, trans think is like such a, again, transphobic people are so fucking funny with the way that they cover trans people because they make trans people sound like superheroes and not just like a bunch of anxious, extremely online coders that just, are more interested in like trying to find a sex mod for Fallout New Vegas. Okay, it's like,
really
like it's so, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Or where did that stray come from? Okay, listen, I gotta say stuff like that so that people understand that like it is so entirely specific. My knowledge of trans existence is so incredibly specific that you can't even like you either have to be like hyper transphobic or you have to either literally be trans or be like the best ally. Okay, fuck it, even Ben Shapiro doesn't know about those memes. You know what I mean? It's weird. Most of us who corrected them did so in the gentlest way possible. My issue is that they were making shit up to be mad at. Like, what are they even talking about? Who's calling Anna a birthing person? This is just a hypothetical she made up and is now raging against all our allies and friends. I just don't get it. I think that I think that they feel like they don't get the respect that they feel they deserve by being like the fucking, by being the punching bag of like every fucking right-wing freak for like almost the past 30 years now. So now when they see people from the left criticize them, they're like, what the fuck? Like, we made you. You know what I mean? It's that sort of thing. It's not logical.
All right. Okay, so that's Hasan's entire thoughts on the TYT situation. It was a lot. Thank you for sticking with me through that and indulging me in that. Like, I just wanted to see where he's coming from, right? I don't know. I mean, I get where I get how his thinking process works a little bit better. It does worry me, but obviously, the fact that he can look at the stuff that Anna's liking, like he sees that trans think stuff and he knows what that is, right? Like he recognizes that for what it is. Anna doesn't. Can he save TYT? I don't guess we answered that question. Can he save himself? Hopefully, right? That's the better question. I honestly don't think that that's gonna go. You saw that Cenk was texting him though. You saw that they do talk, right? And that's his explanation of TYT, that they don't get the respect that they deserve for being the punching bags of the right for so many years. What do you think about that, right? Look, if the respect that you think you deserve is for you to be able to go after, like, you know, trans guys, like try to erase trans guys and non-binary people from the people who need access to reproductive health care, the kind of reproductive health care that's being eroded by the Republican Party right now, I got a real problem with that, right? It was a joke. I didn't want to come across as genuine. Oh, wait, you didn't? Did I take something as genuine? Wah. Welcome, Chad. Where are we at as far, how is YouTube doing? I gotta always check on YouTube's power levels. You're at 42 right now. Some would say that 42 is the meaning of life, but I was hoping that we could be to 45 by now. Chad, can you make that happen? Can you make that happen? If it happens like a few minutes late, I don't know. I feel like it's the same thing as, right? The number's on 40. Yeah, 43. Look at that. It's working. It's working. I'm talking about likes and I'm getting likes. So as annoying as that is, that's what we gotta do to make this stream huge, right? I've been streaming for a while. She has indeed. Yeah, wait. She is in me. Yeah, she is in me. So she is me, and I have been streaming for a while. We still have a little bit longer to go. We're looking at... Let's go into notifications. Random small streamer chick. There she is. Let's take a look and see what she's doing right now. There's my thread, right? There's the thread for this very stream. So the other thing that I asked you to do, if you've already liked the YouTube video and you're getting a little bit tired of me asking you that because you've already done it, you can go and like the thread on Twitter, right? It's right here on random small streamer chick at Irene Geller. And you can find that the link to that thread in the pinned tweet, right? So what else did I tweet about? I believe I tweeted about Dylan Mulvaney as always, right? Because this was at my party with Dylan Mulvaney and Polly People last night, right? We were pounding the Bud Lights, we were smashing the Bud Lights, we were drinking the Bud Lights, and then we were smashing them on our foreheads because that's how trans girls do. That is how trans girls do. Here's what I'm talking about, right? This is Mr. Beast. And this is on the left, Mr. Beast, and we have Chris Tyson on the right, okay? So Chris is a longtime friend of the show of Mr. Beast, and you know, recently has been looking a little bit different, right? To the point where people in the audience started commenting it. Some of those comments were mean. Some of those comments were a little transphobic. And then Chris dropped the bomb and mentioned that they had been on HRT for 2 months now, right? So yeah, you wanna, you know, come at me, Chris said? You know, you wanna know why I look different? That's HRT. You know, that's 2 months of HRT. Right, so obviously, if you know anything about the Mr. Beast fandom, there's probably people that are okay in that fandom. There's probably people that are, in fact, I'm sure of it, there's people that are, you know, trans allies, right? And there's probably people who are really crappy in that audience. He's got a big audience, it's a whole bunch of people, and some of those people now really don't like Chris, and really don't like Chris because of, you know, transitioning. So, video essayists are aware of this. Here, let me switch over to this, right? Little Twitter. Let's take a look at this here. Video essays such as Sunny V2, and if you don't know Sunny V2, like, all of Sunny V2's videos are like the downfall of X, right? Something that used to be hot, something that used to be big, and it had a downfall, and Sunny V2 chronicles that downfall. That is like 90% of Sunny, like why Ninja fell off, why the Yogscast fell off, why everything fell off. Stop gunning the BL. Stop gunning. Yes, shotgunning. I'm sorry. I thought stop gunning. I saw something really different when you said BL. Okay, I gotta admit that BL, the first association I have with BL, is something a little bit different than Bud Light. But we'll ignore that for now. Anyway, some of you might know what I'm talking about. So yeah, this is like you know, Sunny V2's thumbnail. Can we see it yet? Not quite. Let's. Yeah, right. So, will Chris soon be a nightmare for Mr. Beast? Right. That's the video. That's the video. Yeah? And Mr. Beast responded to all this nonsense. With this. Yeah, this is getting absurd. Chris isn't my nightmare. Chris is my fucking friend. And things are fine. All this transphobia is starting to piss me off. And from my understanding, Chris's pronouns are any, all, right? So, going by any and all pronouns at the moment. So, Mr. Beast, you know, stood up for Chris. And a lot of people, you know, are pleasantly surprised, let's just say. Right? Because there was rumors going around that behind the scene, Mr. Beast was upset about this, and that Mr. Beast was telling everybody, you have to be nice about Chris so that we don't get canceled. Those turned out to be fake screenshots, fake Instagram DM screenshots. And if you know anything about how Instagram DMs actually look, right, those were fake Instagram DMs, right? Those were not actually Mr. Beast talking to an employee. Right, but they were made to look like Mr. Beast was against this woke stuff. You know, like being trans, I guess. Right, Mr. Beast is against the woke stuff, but too much of a coward to say anything. So it was, you know, slander against Mr. Beast from like a right-wing perspective, and obviously it was slander against Chris. I've always been suspicious when people are bitter because they aren't getting the respect they believe they deserve. They seem entitled to... Yeah, exactly, true. So, that's what we're looking at. Oh yeah, and look, I also found Sunny V2's alt here. No, not really, but like, it was somebody that was just... Oh no, these tweets are offensive. I don't even want to see what these are. It can be pretty bad. There can be some pretty bad stuff on Twitter, especially about stuff like this, because like, right... Most people are standing with Chris. Most people are standing with Mr. Beast. And, well, let's start off with somebody that I'm pretty sure is on the right side here. And that is Mogul Mail. Wow, I didn't really think there would be... Yeah, there we go. I don't know, chat. I haven't watched this yet. I'm assuming that Ludwig's gonna have a good take on this, though.
For the past week, there's been a lot of conversations about Chris from the Mr. Beast team, specifically how he announced he's undergoing hormone replacement therapy. Originally, I wasn't going to make a video about it because, frankly, who cares? This is just an adult making the best decision for their life, and it doesn't impact the viewer at all, so why talk about it? That was, of course, until the only YouTuber I don't like made a video about it.
Sunny V2!
I'm not talking about Mr. Top 5. I like that guy. Don't bother that guy.
Sunny V2!
Sunny V2.
Sunny V2!
I don't like Sunny V2 Look, because most of his videos just...
Everybody hates Sunny V2. It's really funny because, like, for the longest time, it was like Sunny V2's like the downfall of this, the downfall of that, the downfall of that, right? You know, making all these videos, and now finally people are talking about the downfall of Sunny V2. Who is that Napoleon? Is that Napoleon in the avatar? It would be pretty funny if it was.
Prey on somebody's downfall, and it spreads a lot of negativity. He has some good videos like the 61 hours Mac Miller video, but the rest of them, it's just a lot of surface level research with oftentimes hate comments or just like anecdotal quotes being used as evidence for arguments. And his most recent video did clickbait me. It was called Why Chris Will Soon Be a Nightmare for Mr. Beast. And so I watched it, and I was...
Is Sunny a centrist or alt-righter? Is Sunny a conspiracy theorist? How does being a trans fan negatively impact Mr. Beast's career? I mean, we can watch it. It's a pretty short video. Look, I mean, if Sonny is alt-right, like, he's not coming out with it. People pointed out that Sonny has been shitty to trans people in the past as well, right? I think there was some issue where Sonny misgendered somebody on a thumbnail, right? So maybe Sonny's not great, but I think that most of all, Sonny V2 is a video essayist who wants to have big video essays and doesn't really care, you know, who gets hurt in creating those, right? That's, you know, Sonny V2 is here for Sonny V2. Drink a Bud Light for trans rights. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I was in awe about how shit it was. And we'll get to how shit it was, but first, let's get some context going. This is Chris announcing he's doing HRT, and this came off the heels of a tweet from someone saying, bro, what the fuck happened? And it was Chris 3 years ago or something, then Chris now. And he goes, HRT, and it's only been 2 months. And Chris follows up and says, informed consent HRT saved my and many others' lives. The hurdles gender non-conforming people have to jump through to get life-saving, gender-affirming healthcare in a first-world country is wild to me. Just let people make informed decisions about their own bodies. That makes sense. I can get on board with that. Gender-affirming healthcare, not too different from a boob job.
Yeah.
Or me, when my hair is going to go and I'm going to have to chug Propecia to save my career. And for anyone who's concerned about the pronouns here, Chris, any pronouns is chill. I'm going with he, him. In general, for pronouns, you just try your best. You ask if you don't know. If you're wrong, you correct yourself. It doesn't have to be deeper than that. Anyway, let's get to the shit video. This is a real clip from the video. I'll play it uninterrupted.
Fans also noticed that he'd removed his wedding ring, with the ring's absence correlating perfectly with the very first post in which he'd painted his nails.
See, like, this is
that
like...
that was a real piece of evidence. He painted... Bro.
This is like forensic pathology on, like, we can see the feminizing of the Chris by the fact that his nails are painted at the same time while his wedding band is missing.
Like, you gotta go a little bit deeper than that, right? Like, who hasn't painted their...
So this is Ludwig. This is Mogul Mail. Ludwig used to be a Twitch streamer. Ludwig is somebody who took the YouTube money to go over and be exclusive on YouTube instead, and does these videos, these Mogul Mails. I gotta respect the guy, because here's one thing about the Mogul Mails, right? So you know how I stream and then I post, you know, I do some editing on my streams and post, like, you know, a more watchable version for you, which I'll be coming out with another, the Bing Live video on TYT is coming out hopefully tomorrow. It should be ready now. I feel like I'm ready to release it, right? But Ludwig, what he does is he makes these videos like a streamer would in one take, and he gets it perfect. He does like one take and he puts it out, right? So it's like he's streaming without streaming. So I don't know, I kind of find it interesting. I gotta hand it to him for being able to not mess up on anything. You know, to keep his head in the game for, what is this, like, these are like 10-minute videos usually.
Nails at least fucking once. What's wrong with painting your goddamn nails? They look pretty. All right, catch me getting a mani and a pedi. You got gross ass nails. I don't want them. Anyway, he follows up by reading out this hate comment.
Chris went from lighting campfires and raising a family with his beautiful wife to now trying to be a wife with his man buns and long nails.
Which honestly could be a bar in an Eminem diss track.
As the criticism continued to pile, Chris announced that he'd be taking a break from social media.
Now at this point, what do you think Sonny V2 is going to say? All right, Chris is getting a bit harassed. He's taking a break from social media, maybe trying to, you know, find what makes him happy in life.
And while there was a possibility that Chris would make efforts to return to his former
Wait, what happened with Cat Black?
I feel like the implication of that sentence is go back. Actually, don't explore what makes you happy. Don't do what you want to do. Don't be who you are. It's go back. Go back to the more masculine you. Which I don't know if that's Sonny V2 just being horny for how Chris looked in 2017 or what, but it's fucking...
To me, it's like a thing, like, right? Some of the hardest people to convince to treat you right, as a trans person, are the people that you were closest to before transition, right? People who have some kind of investment in your identity as it was, right? People who bonded you as a friend before they bonded with you as a friend before they really knew who you are. Now think about this in a parasocial sense, right? Think about this as a content creator who is known under one identity, you know, by so many people. so many people, you know, kind of thought that they knew Chris, and you know, there was a big part of Chris that they didn't know. And so that if you're, you know, a lot of the parasocial bond, despite the fact that we think of it as an inappropriate you know, projection of a relationship where there is none, where it's like a one-way thing, the other side of parasociality is kind of treating the person that you're bonded with as an object, right? And if that object isn't behaving the way that you want it to, well, then your parasociality is gonna flip, and you're gonna go after this person. And that seems to have happened to, you know, a considerable part of the internet. A non-insubstantial. She does that one take? Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I thought you were saying Cat Black had one take and got like in trouble for it or something like that. Yeah, she makes all of her videos in one take. That is pretty amazing.
Weird either way. And then he says this.
I should try that.
Comment.
He'd rather do the opposite and double down on his feminine image, showing up to the Kids' Choice Awards looking like this.
I don't like how he said that. I don't like how he said
looking
it
either.
Like this. Especially when Tariq is in the photo looking like...
Do we agree? I do not like how Sunny V2 said that.
Yeah. Really? You're worried about how Chris looks? Bro, look at Tariq. What are we talking about here? Anyway, I see a lot of like random ass comments that kind of imply that this decision from Chris was made on a dime. And I don't know if you ever talked to someone who's trans. I have, just being in my stream. It's never a quick decision. It's not like fucking you wake up one day, you're like, tits would be nice. That's not, it's usually a long battle
even if it was,
that happens
like,
where you are trying to find who you are in this world while also trying to...
Yeah, the point being that it's not like a decision that somebody like on a whim takes, right? That's not what it's not like, you know... It's not like somebody got a wild hair up their butt and decided to transition, right? It's
somehow conform to what society says you should be, and we have had, luckily, because we live in a goddamn free country, more freedoms. It was not very long ago, it was in your parents' lifetime, that the phrase "pray the gay away" was standard, right? And that's the reality of it. So it's, I think, pretty dope that you can actually find who you want to be, and that we live in a place where that works. And this was someone else's take on it.
Yeah, good point, Strudel. It's not like driving past a Dairy Queen and deciding to get a Blizzard, exactly.
Carl is tearing the Mr. Beast team apart and turning them gay? Carl!
I don't know.
Carl the mastermind. You're gonna see more of this, right?
I don't know.
For some reason, people blame Carl, and maybe that's because Carl was never like you know, Chris in the past, like people, you know, kind of read it as being, I don't know, kind of like having like a, you know, redneck vibe, I guess, turning them gay. Yeah. Carl's never been like a representative of like, you're just like, you know, I don't know, stereotypical masculinity, and I guess that's or like is not like a, you know, part of, like, I don't know how to describe this, right? But there's like dude bro culture and there's like non-dude bro culture, right? And I guess the best way I have of describing this is Carl is not from dude bro culture, right? Carl is not of dude bro culture. And Carl and Chris became friends, right? And it was after this that, you know, Chris, you know, now let's not project causality, because we don't know what's going on in, you know, we don't know what is going on with Chris, right? And we don't want to make the assumption of like, you know, Chris meets Carl and then decides to transition, right? Some of these jerks out there, you know, some of these ridiculous commentary people are like, yeah, like Carl turned, you know, Chris trans, and this video is joking around that Carl is turning the Mr. Beast team gay, or I don't know, I'm sure people are saying turning them woke too, but you know, all it is that like Carl is not beholden to like dude bro culture. If does that make sense? Am I getting through?
I feel like there's always some implication that you just hang out with Carl, you get gay. Obviously no. In fact, Chris announced during, like, I think the election a few years ago that he was bi, and he said he came out to people when he was 16 years old. So like, totally off base, stupid fucking comment. But Sunny V2 does not end with stupidity.
You ripped apart your family and took a father figure away from your son just so you could paint your nails and act zesty. Pathetic. He will
Zesty.
get torn apart at school, won't want to have friends around his
Zesty.
house. A life full of difference and being alone.
Now, they're talking about Chris's son, Tucker, and how this is going to affect Tucker's life and going to ruin his life or whatever. And to be clear, for this second comment, he'll get torn apart at school. He won't have any friends around. That is just because you are transphobic. But the kids, the next generation, they're way fucking smarter. They're way more understanding, and they care way more about their fellow human than anybody does in the older generations. So maybe they would if you went to school with Tucker, but luckily you're an adult, and so you shouldn't be within 100 feet of it. And the kids will be way better positioned. And because of all this backlash that people are saying somehow he's going to be a worse father because of this, Chris posted a schedule of how he takes care of his kid, which he does not have to do. I feel bad that he felt like he had.
That is really crappy that people are questioning Chris's parenting based on this, right? That's ridiculous. This is, I do have to say though, YouTube chat, you did get to 46. You did get to 46. Now we're almost at 7, right? We're 7 minutes, we're 8 minutes from 7. Can we get it to 50? Can we drive it up to 50? Because that's going to be some numbers, right? That's going to really help out, especially given the fact that now I've got like 2 videos that are going to have to, you know, like compete with each other, right? It makes it harder.
Had to do this shit. It's fucking out of pocket. Like, to be clear, Chris loves his kid. His kid is going to live a top 0.001.
Completely out of pocket. Trans folks are the cool blue ranch Doritos of people. Yeah, or even the blue Takis of wait, what do the blue Takis taste like? They're still spicy, right?
Right, like he will never have to struggle for anything. Bro, this kid's uncles are Mr. Beast, Carl Jacobs. Every fucking birthday is gonna be lit. He's gonna have a fucking garage full of cars by the time he's 16. Like, I don't think people understand.
Yeah.
He's gonna live one of the greatest lives of all time. If I get to reincarnate, I choose Chris's kid. That is a cushy gig. Let me get Chris's kid as my next life, because that's one of the greatest lives you can get. And clearly Chris loves his kid, and that's what you need to be a parent, right? He's crushing it as a parent. So crazy to even include that in the video, which is just mindless hate comments, as somehow like reasons to maybe not come out that you're taking HRT. I don't know what the goal of that was.
Whether it be arrogance,
and this is how the video ends, and I think it's so dog shit.
Or ignorance, Chris seems oblivious to how this whole thing might impact Jimmy, forgetting that he achieved his current level of success by avoiding this exact type of drama.
Now, off rip, it's not drama. This is not like there was no drama. All right, a person made a choice that HRT would make them happier. That's it. The drama is all you fucks talking about it like it's somehow like the devil. It's not. It doesn't impact anything at all. I don't get it at all. This whole video, I mean, you could have just said, hey, I'm outwardly transphobic and I feel like I don't like when people take HRT, and it would have been more honest. All right, we would have got to the point quicker rather than wasting 9 minutes and 7 seconds of listening to it.
Meow.
But I don't know. The whole shit seems wild to me. But let's talk to the person who he's talking about. He said Chris could be a nightmare for Mr. Beast.
I mean, I feel like I've heard zesty in a non queerphobic context. But is this getting used by like dude bros as like a low key way to say like fruity? Is this like replacing fruity as like a way to, you know, be kind of slightly queerphobic without like coming out with it? Is that what's going on, chat? What do you think?
It's Mr. Beast thing. This is getting absurd. Chris isn't my nightmare. He's my fucking friend, and things are fine. All this transphobia is starting to piss me off. There it is. All right, from the horse's mouth. We don't need to fucking talk about it anymore. I don't get why it's such a big talking point. We can move on. We can find other things to worry about. Global politics. I don't know. Just move the fuck on. It's not a big deal. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Subscribe. See you later.
Like lemon zest?
Goodbye.
I don't know. Well, I mean, like, have you heard that before? Like,
fuck, man. God, I wish Mr. Beast was my uncle.
A new member has entered the fray. This battle is no
We're back
longer
to
fought
Hasan.
just by people like myself or, people in this community, but also someone like Mr. Beast. I've been talking to him for the past couple of days, and he has been in shock about how the reception of Chris coming out as trans has been on the internet. Why? Is that a bad thing? Should we get mad at Mr. Beast for being in shock? No, we shouldn't. You want to know why? Because that kind of shows you how all normies and people who are not super well read on this stuff don't even see the issue. They don't even understand it. A Sunny V2 video came out. White Chris will soon be a nightmare for Mr. Beast. And Mr. Beast responded to it. This new Sunny V2 video feels really invasive for all the wrong reasons. Like, why did you make this? You delved into the man's marriage and it's just really off-putting and unnecessary. Mr. Beast responded and said, yeah, this is getting absurd. Chris isn't my nightmare. He's my friend and things are fine. All this transphobia is starting to piss me off. I can tell you without a shadow of doubt that he's been seeing this and he's very frustrated. From what I understand, Chris in his personal life has a lot of friends that are super supportive, and that's very important. But
lemon is a fruit,
because he also is a public-facing person who had to go through.
Chris uses any pronouns, by the way. Right, and yeah. So.
Their own transition, their own confirmation of their own gender, and that journey is going to take some time. There's gonna be some changes that come, as far as I understand, from what I have seen of people who have went through gender confirmation.
What's annoying about this, right, is that like Chris was kind of like forced, kind of put into a place where they had to acknowledge this maybe before they were ready, and so I don't know, like, right? You saw what Philosophy Tube did, like just kind of stayed away from social media for a year, or basically hid, the fact that that she was transitioning, right? And wasn't really super appreciative of the people speculating about it too, because like, right, it kind of like people are ready to deal with this, especially the public-facing end of it, on their own time. A lot of people don't come out to work immediately. A lot of people don't come out to school immediately. I can remember definitely not coming out to my parents immediately.
And even in this community, right? But there's a lot of confusion about that sort of stuff, and most of the people that want to talk about it are right-wing psychopaths. Okay, we are gonna watch this video, but the reason why I mention this is because ultimately, a lot of people, for all the trans people in here, a lot of people do see this. Okay, remember, if you have people in your lives who have defended you publicly, a lot of normal people see this kind of thing and go, holy fuck, these people are fucking insane, because they are insane. So remember that. They are the fucking deranged ones, okay? The people who make it their life's mission to try and like erase trans people out of existence.
Okay, no, wait, just a second. He showed something that
a lot of normal people see this kind of thing and go, holy fuck, these people are fucking insane, because they are insane. So remember that. They are the fucking deranged ones, okay? The people who make it their lives mission.
That's what I'm talking about right there. That is a video not by Sunny V2, that's by another channel, right? It's by a really small channel. It's by like a 20K channel. And they got 1 million views on this, right? So a tiny channel gets 1 million views. That catches people's attention, right? And look at this thumbnail, because like, Sunny V2's title was pretty awful, and Sunny V2's video is pretty awful, but this one's like even worse, right? This is definitely signaling that those views that this creator is going for, those views that this creator is getting, the audience, the demographic that they are courting, is a decidedly transphobic demographic, right? Like, look at the text, look at the font even of transgender, and the way that it's like to transgender, right? Everything about this thumbnail is made to farm hate against Chris, and it sucks, right? But I kind of think that maybe Sunny V2 was like inspired by this, right? That's my take on Sunny V2. I can't tell, is Chuddy V2, some people are saying in Hasan's chat. Is Sunny V2 a chud? It almost doesn't matter. they're doing what they're doing, you know, for clicks, and they don't care who they hurt. That's my take from of Sunny V2.
To try and like erase trans people out of existence. They're the fucking freaks. They're the nut jobs. Okay, you are not alone, and it's not.
I just want to, a future where transphobia doesn't pay the bills. Carl is adorable.
Not your fucking fault. They can do everything they can to make the one aspect that you have, the one medium that you have for community building and trying to get a fucking fraction of support and hide under the guise of anonymity as well online. They can try and fucking do everything they can in their power to ruin your.
We're at 46, YouTube. Can we get a few more? Do you have any juice left? Do you have any juice left to give? I really want to know. We're at 46 likes on YouTube. Can we get that to 50 by 7:30? That would so kick ass.
Life, but ultimately you still have resources and you still have a lot of people and normies, especially normies that have a friend that goes through this process, will usually react this way to the overwhelming amount of transphobia. Remember that. It's unfortunate because it's two parts. Part one is that like, you know, a lot of people have transphobic opinions, especially if they don't know that there's someone in their vicinity is trans or whatever, right? But then also on top of that, there's money to be made. Juniper said this, she was great on it. She says, transphobia is a legit mental illness.
Yeah, no, God. I'm not a fan of weaponizing like mental illness as like a way to criticize people. I get that Hasan is, you know, attacking the transphobes here, and that's great, and Juniper's attacking the transphobes here, and that's great. But do you have to like throw people with mental illness under the bus on the way to that, right? This is more that optics shit, right? I'm sure if I asked Juniper, Juniper would say, I don't have any hate for mentally ill people, but the normies do. And I'm going for the normies, just like Hasan. We're gonna play that optics game. And like, I mean, if you're gonna play the optics game, you're gonna play the optics game. But the only thing I would add is like, don't lose your soul on the way to doing that, right? Because it's really easy to do that. It's really easy to get turned around. It's really easy to, you know, optics yourself so hard that you actually start, you know, you start to internalize the reactionary logic that you're trying to appeal to. I've seen it happen with Bosch. I've seen it happen with Hasan. You see it a lot, right?
You just cannot explain this. How do you see someone starting to transition and hate them? How can you just live with this much hate? Especially when you loved this person beforehand. You follow their content, you like them as a part of the Mr. Beast crew, but then the moment that you find out that they're actually trans, you're like, oh, fucking, dude, how Chris became the most hated Mr. Beast member. Let's talk about this. Transgender. Like, terrifying. Another aspect of transphobia is that it's lucrative, the ease of which you can build a brand and sell a grift. To become rich off of transphobia is insane. All it takes is one retweet from Matt Walsh and bam, you get a $1 million contract selling anti-woke grilled cheese. Jawbreeze says, this is one of the most dog shit videos I've ever seen. Sunny's conclusion practically blames Chris for not taking the Mr. Beast brand into account before transitioning Lamau. Imagine showing such little regard for the welfare of a human being. Exactly. Don't you also think this is just easy clickbaiting for internet hype? Okay, this is a great question because it is easy clickbaiting. Does that take away from the fact that it's hateful and fucked up? Here, I'll present an alternative for you. A lot of people don't have the same kind of hatred for gay people, at least overtly. Could you imagine if Sunny V2 made a video, if Chris wasn't trans, but actually gay and came out as gay? Can you imagine a video from a prominent, supposedly quote-unquote centrist YouTube essay guy being like, why Chris coming out as gay is a nightmare for Mr. Beast? Why didn't he think about Mr. Beast and the Mr. Beast properties before coming out as gay? In the year 2022 of our holy Lord, if someone fucking came out and made that video, everyone would be like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? You could have made that video in 2003, but you can't make that in 2023. Now let's take a look at this video from Sunny V2, why Chris will soon be a nightmare for Mr. Beast. The description reads, Chris Tyson has been in a bit of hot water recently, and there have been plenty of videos on that, but how will this drama affect Mr. Beast? What are we talking about? Did Chris Tyson come out with a oopsie? Did he say something that's fucked up? No, he's trans and he openly stated it. That's the drama.
So let's begin by going over the drama before explaining exactly how this will impact the Mr. Beast channel. In mid-2022, fans began to notice that Chris Tyson was changing. In the early days, he represented the quintessential southern gun and truck loving dude, yet beginning in March 2022, Chris began to display increasingly feminine traits, making tweets such as "I finally got my nails done at a nail tech." Additionally, Chris would
Get him! He painted his nails! People are so, like, again, you are so emotionally stunted and so sexually insecure if you think that, like, a dude painting their fucking nails, anyone, I'm not saying Chris in this circumstance, I'm of course talking about myself as well, immediately implies that you're like, there's something awry. You know, something has gone wrong. We gotta stop it.
highlight that his facial appearance had changed significantly since the start of the pandemic, which accompanied another post reading, "Okay, so in 4 different customs, I had to prove I was myself because I, quote, look nothing like my passport pic, so much that I'm considering updating my passport. Do you see any resemblance?" Prompting replies such as, "You went from man to boy." Chris responded by stating, "Nah, to be honest, I just really started taking my mental health seriously and eating better," yet his Twitter photos kept insinuating.
I love the thriller, like the scary thriller music playing in the background, like as though this is like, if you didn't get it, you know.
This reminds me of Samir Bhavnani. Do you remember that video where Samir Bhavnani is talking about like a child, like it opens up with a child painting their nails, right? And the dad walks in the room and is like, "Look, Daddy, the teacher said that I should paint my nails to look more feminine," right? And the whole video is basically like groomer panic.
If you weren't already of the mindset, like, I want to set the mood for you so you're like scared. Okay, guys, this is a bad thing that's happening, okay? Understand that what we're looking at is bad and wrong, okay? I'm gonna set the mood for you.
That Chris was becoming more feminine.
What's up,
with
Shax
this
BA?
same kind of look showing
What's
up
up,
in his
Twitch
Mr.
chat?
Beast
What's up, YouTube
appearances.
chat?
For example, on the 6th of January 2023, Beast Reacts uploaded a video titled "I strapped a GoPro to a fish," in which Chris dressed in a way that prompted comments such as, "Chris has been adopting more and more traits that remind me of my grandmother." Okay.
Dead inside. Yeah, true.
So some people just gonna ignore Chris's nails? Chris had to have lost a bet. The look is getting wild. The response to the video then prompted countless viral
What's up,
TikToks,
Strudel?
such as this one with 700,000
Weasels.
likes, stating how
We
did
got the
Chris
Weasel
go from
Watch.
this to this, while
Weasel
others
Watch
even
in
made
chat.
the claim that Carl had turned him gay. Now, this was pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty ridiculous and it is pretty funny. Carl is, he's not even gay. What the fuck?
As Carl isn't even that feminine, and Chris had
Carl
come
is
out as
asexual.
bisexual years before he and Carl had even met. The true catalyst for Chris Tyson's feminization instead seemed to have come from his marriage. In January 2022, Chris would post a photo with his wife.
Wait, what? The true catalyst for Chris's feminization has come through. That is such a fucking insane statement to just like put out there as though it's a matter of fact that I had to do a quadruple take on that. So like what? His wife and child feminized him? Is that what you're fucking saying? What?
In 22, Chris would post a photo with his wife to his Instagram, yet after this, the family photo stopped altogether.
This is like insane level of stalking, for the record. Again, unhinged, insane. You know, this is, I don't know how to describe it other
Asexuals
than
of
like
the world
person
unite,
who is
yeah.
putting this content out there. The person who is like not even ashamed to post shit like this only can get away with posting shit like this because he is either A, in an echo chamber, or B, recognizes that there are other unhinged people who also fucking think that this is fine. Like, this is good. This is like, yeah, hell yeah, this makes sense to me. If you're the type of person who watches this and goes, yeah, this makes a lot of sense to me, I don't know what to tell you.
Fans also noticed that he'd removed his wedding ring, with the ring's absence correlating perfectly with the very first post in which he'd painted his nails. Chris confirmed the split in a post from March 2023 reading, "For a little over a year now, me and Katie have been separated," with this also confirming that Chris's transformation began as soon as his marriage came to an end. Chris went from lighting campfires and raising a family with his beautiful wife to now trying to be a wife.
No, I'm glad that this is what you do when you personally are not brave enough to come out and say that this is your feelings on the matter. So you're relegated to like comments that you're fucking reading off of YouTube responses. Some of the most unhinged people on the planet, right under, again, under the protection of anonymity, under YouTube videos. That is a psychotic thing to base an entire video off of. Like, this is a human being. We're talking about a fucking human being, dude. That's crazy. It's so incredibly, devastatingly unhinged. You don't know Chris's experiences with his wife and child. You don't know anything. What content creators choose to leave out of their online presence is on their own volition. Like, they have the right to privacy. I know that because of how fucking parasocial content works and how parasocial relationships work on the internet, everybody thinks they get to have a say in how you conduct yourself and they get to have an opinion on how you live your life, but it is fucking insane. He might have, for example, chosen not to post photos of his child because his child is getting older, and also because of unhinged freakazoids like this guy and the thousands, if not millions of other motherfuckers on the internet that are also literally looking at every minutia, every detail of someone's life and like casting doubt and creating these like psychotic narratives off of it.
As the criticism continued to pile, Chris announced that he'd be taking a break from social media. And while there was a possibility that Chris would make efforts to return.
Yeah, I want to read this. Alternatives to insane, right? So like the way that people use so you can see like the kind of spectrum here, right? People, you know, will say that's crazy. That situation was crazy. I mean, that's one thing, right? When you start using like, oh, Anna Kasparian, she's acting crazy. She's crazy. She's nuts. She's psychotic, right? Now, I know you're not saying that Anna's psychotic, like diagnosed psychotic, or, you know, diagnosed, like, right? You're not really talking about mental illness. You're using crazy as like a pejorative. It's a catch-all, be-all pejorative. Bad person doing bad things, crazy, right? So then it starts to get a little worse. And now you got Hasan being like, oh yeah, these transphobes are psychotic. Okay. I feel like it's gone a little too far. So Straddle's proposing some alternatives. Before you even get on that train, before you get on the crazy train, sorry, bad joke. Before you get on the train of, you know, using like mental illness as a pejorative, right? You could try saying outlandish. You could try saying unthinkable. You could try saying over the top, wild, etc. I agree with Hasan's sentiment here, but I agree that ableism about mental health is we like at some point we got to start addressing it. Sneaking in the Aussie reference. Hey, somebody got that in my head. Somebody got crazy train in my head. I like wild. Wild is good. Well, yeah. I'm gonna get all SJW about it. Well, like technically, no. Yeah, it's definitely a good alternative there. To you know, just this like just and you see with Hasan, it's just a knee jerk. Like it's complete habit. He can't stop himself at this point.
To his former self, he'd rather do the opposite and double down on his feminine image.
What the fuck do you mean? Like, while he would make an effort to return to his
down?
former self, he doubled down. You're talking about it like it's a KFC double down, bro. What do you mean double down on being like trans?
On being trans, yeah.
Absolute psychopathic
double
behavior,
down
bro.
on being
Have
trans?
some shame and decency before you fucking put out a video like this. You don't even fucking know this person, dude. You fucking parasocial freak lord. What the fuck?
Showing up to the Kids'
I don't know
Choice
where
Awards
parasocial
looking like
comes in
this
there,
before
but
making the announcement that he'd been doing HRT for approximately 2 months, which according to a quick Google search is the medical process for changing genders.
Did this motherfucker Google what HRT is? Bro, you should not be this comfortable speaking on trans people and trans existence if you don't even know what fucking HRT is, man.
Chris would expand on this by stating, informed consent HRT saved my and many others' lives. The hurdles GNC people have to jump through to get life-saving gender-affirming healthcare in a first world country is wild to me. Just let people make informed decisions about their own bodies, which received a positive response from both Carl and Mr. Beast, who wrote, "Got you, I did one more heart than Carl because I'm a better friend." While his co-workers expressed positivity, others weren't so welcoming.
Yeah, others. I wonder who those others were. You motherfucker. Like, why are you removing yourself from this equation? You literally made a 9-minute video on this. You absolute freakazoid. Bro, this video is peppered with like all the anti-trans sentiment. You literally said Chris doubled down on being trans, okay, which is insane. I think the problem here is that Mr. Beast's whole brand is about fun and enjoyable videos, and now the whole thing is getting kind of too political. It's a dilemma. Trans existence should not be political. What the fuck are you talking about? Chris also said that he was bisexual. Why was that not a fucking issue? That's political too, right? Like, just let trans people exist, man. What are you talking about? It's not like Chris was like, oh, you know, let's fucking kill all cishet men or some shit. You're doing the age-old gamer bullshit. There's only two genders, okay? Man, political. A video game like Call of Duty that is about expressly defending American imperialism, not political, because that's a man that you're playing with. A video game that has a you know, female character in it, oh, that's political. You're doing that, but for literally the existence of a human being, okay? Like, think about that. You're basically looking at that situation, looking at someone who's changing, okay, who's becoming more comfortable in who they are, and you're going, I don't like that. You should erase yourself out of existence. I don't want to see that. How can you be so comfortable saying some insane shit like that? It's crazy.
Here goes a father figure the kid won't ever be able to look up to. Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. Weak man times. Chris responded to this.
Yeah, Live with Evan is a strong man.
I don't know,
you know?
what do you have to
Chris
say
is
about
a weak
this,
man,
right?
Because he's trans, he's going through you know, gender confirmation. But Live with Evan, that's a strong man right there. What the fuck are you saying, dude? You're tweeting on the internet. It's not like you just hunted a fucking mammoth and skinned it so you can fucking wear it around yourself to brave the elements. You're a fucking chirper on Twitter. You're replying to the drama alert account. The fuck do you mean, hard man? You're a pussy, and a significantly bigger pussy than any trans person that is a public-facing trans person who openly fucking talks about it, because their lives turn to shit immediately by other pussies like you. You get fucking doxxed and endlessly harassed, swatted. Your fucking family members' information is revealed. It's psychotic.
Comment by stating, this is just more dog whistling that somehow trans and GNC folks aren't safe around kids. Tucker begs for me to come back when I leave for like 2 days to film.
A quick Google search showed me that GNC means gender non-confirming, so I can make up my mind about how I feel about that particular matter too. That's what I'm doing here. A quick Google search. I don't know what these fucking words mean. I'm learning too much. I don't like it.
He is so loved and happy. Kids aren't born with hate, it's taught by people like you, and my child will only know love. I know I'm going to be a great parent, and so is every other person who puts the love of their child before everything. I made this decision because I wanted to show up as my best and happiest self for him. In a way, this was for Tucker. Chris's response received some positivity such as, I'm convinced you're an amazing father. Tucker is lucky to have you and also lucky to have all of those who surround and support you in his life, as well as I adore that, I'm glad you made that decision. It's so much easier to be a parental figure when you're not struggling with dysphoria, yet he'd also receive an equal amount of backlash. You ripped apart your family and took a father figure away from your son.
Like a normal human would look at this video and cover it as this way. Are you ready? Some people were understandably supportive of this decision because they have empathy. Others were fucking freaks and decided to take.
So, I mean, do you see what's going on here, right, though? Like, Sunny V2 is trying to be like he doesn't want to take a stand and be like, this is wrong, Chris is weird, like, you know, I'm with you, chuds. But he's playing this like, you know, like, okay, so some people said, you know, yeah, live your life. And then other people said strong times make weak, or easy times make weak, whatever the hell that was, right? That weird right-wing dog whistle thing. They're playing it as if it's like equal. They're playing it as if it's equal, right? That's my issue.
Matters into their own hands. Notice how the fucking freaks were the ones that got 1,000 likes and the supportive people only got like 3 likes. You know what I mean? Mind your own damn fucking business.
Just so you could paint your nails and act zesty. Pathetic. He will get torn apart.
Zesty. See, we're like, I mean, that's a legitimate point of view. Maybe, you know, being trans is wrong because you're just painting your nails and acting zesty. And you're stealing a, father figure from your son? Like, what kind of weird logic, what kind of chud logic is that? What kind of chud logic is that?
Hard at school, won't want to have friends around his house, a life full of difference and being alone. Must have missed the point in that tweet. How's this for him when you're depriving him of a father?
It's like,
you quote Joe Rogan. Wait, who quoted Joe Rogan?
Bro, how about you fucking worry about also not having a father figure in your life, considering that, you know, you got Mr. Bitcoin in your fucking as your username.
Oh my God.
Go search for a father.
Oh my God, Mr. Bitcoin. Wait, what? Look, we're one like away from hitting 50. Can we get this video to 50? I'm sorry I have to ask you to like again. If you've already liked, you know, earlier in the stream, that YouTube set up a separate stream because it's like it can't figure out that when a streamer loses connection and then they reconnect, that it's the same stream. They can't put those together and make that one stream. They're silly, right?
Figure, okay? Maybe you wouldn't have become this fucking demon if you had a good one. That's the funniest, the funniest type of transphobia is the same as homophobia, by the way. It's always the same. It's just that, like, trans people are now an acceptable target. Gay people are, by and large, not considered an appropriate target anymore. So the very same people who would have been fucking homophobic 20 years ago are doing it for trans people. It's a cowardly way to say that you just don't want to see someone who's trans. As if you're making it hard, dumbass. Your child's life will be really difficult because I'm gonna fucking ruin it personally by constantly talking about how his father or his parent is a fucking freak and constantly harass the child.
Figure. Although Chris wasn't altered by these comments, as he'd once
Oh my
again
God,
reiterate
I hope
his
you're
certainty
okay, Jules.
in a new post reading, "It's never too late to start being yourself,"
Meow.
which received praise from Mr. Beast as well as Nolan and Carl. However, these comments also added extra fuel to the fire. In a few years, look back at this thread and remember they were never your friends. Only yes men cowards. Hope you come out of this safe.
Yeah, Alpha Dog came in, dude. He knows. Bro, worry about your widow's peak, motherfucker. Okay? Jesus Christ.
Oh God,
To be
like he can't
responded to
help
this with a
himself,
simple
can he?
opinion irrelevant ratio, to which
Always
the
about the
original commenter would
hairlines.
state,
Always
"I have
about the
30 followers,
hairlines."
So go ahead and ratio me. I'll still rest easy knowing that I'm not a coward who idly sits by watching my friend ruin his own life." In some ways, it was nice to see the boys standing up for Chris on Twitter. However, the situation has already begun to change the dynamic within the group.
No! 52,000 dislikes in a fucking video? No! This entire video, the reason why I mentioned this is the funniest way to do like transphobia, and people used to do it with homophobia as well. Let me tell you, it's the funniest way to just like be transphobic without like openly fucking saying what you mean, even though Sonny does make a lot of statements in his supposedly centrist piece where he's like very obviously not in favor of this. Chris didn't take into account Mr. Beast's content before coming out as trans. That's really fucked up. He should have just resigned, you know? Not have a job anymore. That's what the right thing to do would be in this circumstance. Love that. Thank you.
For example, in a recent live stream titled "Opening 1,000 Mystery Art Boxes," Chris would once again dress in quite a feminine way, and while everybody participated as usual, the energy and vibe didn't feel nearly as smooth as it normally does. It felt as though there was an unaddressed elephant in the room, and therefore everybody was in their head, as opposed to being in the present moment enjoying each other's company. Maybe everybody was simply too busy opening packages, but Chris did make these bizarre jokes about Jimmy being female, making him incredibly uncomfortable.
Oh my God, Jimmy, look, they drew you. Jimmy, they drew you so well. It looks just like you.
Oh, yes.
Oh my God, it's Jimmy.
How did fan art? This is what we were looking.
Damn, I can't believe that like a live stream that went on done by people who don't regularly live stream had awkward moments, dude. Let's parasocially project about this. But of course, no one will look to this and go, wow, how fucking weird that you are literally reading the worst possible reading.
What's up, jtold.com? There are some things you can control and some things you can't. What other people think about you is something you cannot control.
From this because of your own fucking psychopathic opinion on the matter and projecting your insecurities to like other people in this circumstance by hyper focusing on a singular moment over the course of a fucking however long hour live stream conducted by people who don't do live streams. But of course, that's not weird. The weird thing is that Chris is trans. That's the weird thing. I'm not weird for parasocially fucking analyzing this. He's like also trying to guide you into feeling this way by putting text on it too. He's like, hey guys, it's not enough that I put in this scary music about Chris's fucking transition, right? But I need you to fucking know Jimmy doesn't like it. He quite hates it, as a matter of fact. Also, one of the other aspects of this is like something that I routinely mention, which is like trans people should be allowed to make cringe jokes, okay? I don't know why the fuck everybody literally jumps on that shit as though this is like a way to eviscerate trans people from public consciousness and existence. Anytime, God forbid, a trans person isn't like objectively hilarious in every fucking moment. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It makes no fucking sense. Like, you as a cishet are so pathetically unfunny on the timeline regularly. And yet nobody goes, oh yeah, we gotta eradicate the cisheads. Of course it's not gonna happen. That's not how anything works. But the one fucking moment that like a trans person makes a joke and it's like not super well received immediately, it's like, oh dude, look, see, they're awkward. They hate Chris. They don't want to be around him.
Looking for. Be brave, be honest, be kind, Mr. Beast. That is my tagline.
Becoming even weirder when each member started to pay each other compliments.
Hey, nice shirt. Thanks, dude. Nice shirt. Hey, nice shirt. Thanks, dude. Nice shirt. Thanks.
I think it makes me more frustrated because I know these people personally. Like, I don't know Chris, but I've met Jimmy and I know Carl very well. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I know. I talk to them behind the scenes. I know how they feel about these sorts of things. So it makes me additionally fucking frustrated when I hear some random dipshit all the way from down under making parasocial fucking commentary on things he doesn't understand. Like, yeah, they got real fucking awkward when Carl came in, gayifying Chris one more time.
Nice shirt. Nice shoes.
For the most part, the live stream was devoid of awkward moments. However, it would act as fodder for another 100 million views worth of drama and criticism. Chris likely believes that people will
like, you look at this and you don't think that there's something wrong with this. I'm gonna miss the goat. 28 million views. Dead. Chris sitting closer to Jimmy, 20 million views. Name one in the room. Mr. Beast confronts Chris after coming out dead. This is literally a problem. Like, a normal human should look at this and go, holy fuck, people are so insane. So if you're trans and you see this kind of thing and you get scared, remember, people in the real world, when they do see this, they recognize it as unfucking hinged, okay? Normies, like Mr. Beast himself, saw this wave of aggro, over-the-top, psychotic, anti-trans behavior and literally were like, I didn't even know what this was like. I didn't even fucking realize.
So for anybody who's just joining us, we're covering right now the Mr. Beast situation, right? What happened is a member of the Mr. Beast crew named Chris Tyson has been on HRT for a few months now. There's a element of Mr. Beast community and like the internet in general that's looking at Chris's transition as like this political thing, and they don't like it. They don't want to think about political stuff. You know that whole thing from Innuendo Studios? There's two genders. There's male and there's political. There's two, there's straight and then there's political. There's white and then there's political. Like anything that's not normative, anything that's not of the privileged group is like political, and the inclusion of something like that makes it political. So literally, like, Chris is being politicized over their transition based on like, oh, I don't know, is that a good look for Mr. Beast? Mr. Beast is supposed to be all alpha male. Mr. Beast is supposed to be a dude thing. Like, something about this just doesn't sit right? And you got this Sunny V2 creep that's made this video, and that's what has made everybody kind of react, right? That's where this all coalesced, right? Is that Sunny V2 made a video, and it was just like, is Chris Tyson about to become a nightmare for Mr. Beast? In other words, is Chris being trans going to wreck the Mr. Beast brand? And is it responsible then for Chris to transition if that's the case? And it's just terrible stuff, right? And Hasan's right, it has caused like normal people to kind of coalesce around pushing back against this, but you got to understand how institutionalized this right-wing mentality is. This mentality of just like, oh, we don't want to see that. What is that? Oh, you're painting your nails. Oh, and Carl, right? So Carl Jacobs, we're talking about here, is being accused of gayifying the Mr. Beast team somehow. I don't know. It's weird stuff, but it does seem to be backfiring on Sunny V2 and other commentary weirdos like that.
Realize how fucking bad it got.
Another 100 million views worth of drama and criticism.
53,
Chris likely believes that people
Crystal,
will slowly adapt to his new appearance over time. But is this really going to happen? Well,
well, not if I have something to say about it. That's right. Will people fucking let go of Chris transitioning?
We're at 53. We're gonna see if we can get to 60 by 8 o'clock, but in 30 more minutes.
Not if I've got any fucking power in my bones to make sure that people fucking get mad. Oh no!
Maybe. It's difficult to say as the situation is fairly unique, especially when considering Chris's reputation and influence. However, if Chris continues to transition, would it be unreasonable to say that he could jeopardize some of the personality traits which made him a successful member in the...
That's insane, dude. That is insane. Oh man,
They start talking about like the idea that like when you transition, you know, your personality changes, and I mean like that's a thing, sure. You know, you're in some ways you're exploring part of your personality that you might have been masking before, right? So are you gonna feel different? Are you gonna seem different? Sure. But what you get from Sunny V2 here is like, look, you've got a character that had a successful role, like Dungeons and Dragons rolled a successful set of stats, right? Do you really want to become trans and re-roll and take the chance on like maybe your charisma isn't as high anymore and you don't do as well as a content creator? I don't know. This is kind of I don't know. This is kind of risky. Ooh, is this gonna be okay? You know, like, right? Can the Mr. Beast brand take the hit?
Jeopardizing
of one of their members, you know, coming out as trans?
the fucking franchise, dude. Yeah, the content is suffering because I don't want to see a trans person. So maybe Chris should fucking resign.
First place. Perhaps the opposite will happen, and he'll instead pick up new personality traits that better resonate with the current Mr. Beast audience. This was put forward in many comments supportive of Chris, who implied that there'll be millions of queer kids who look up to him, although this doesn't necessarily mean that it'll add any value to the videos. Mr. Beast has likely
What is that even? Why? What the fuck? This is not gonna fucking add value to the videos. If queer people are looking up to you, who gives a fuck? They should also think about their corporate opportunities later on in life and decide not to be fucking queer. Fucking wild, dude.
cultivated a massive LGBT audience, all of whom are already watching anyway. And if we've learned anything from Hollywood in recent years, it's that adding over-the-top LGBT characters for the sake of relatability
Over-the-top
rarely works as
LGBT characters,
intended.
okay.
Bro, he's talking about this like Chris's transition is like a business decision. This is
No, not
giving,
even
like,
that. Not
why
even
is
that.
Liz-
This is giving the vibe of that, like, we're talking about the decision on a show to like do something with a character, right? You know, to like make this character have a relationship with this person, or make this character this way, or make the like we're talking about like Chris, like a fictional character on a fictional show. And the thing about it is, Chris is a real person. We're talking about a real person. Like, we're in the writing room and deciding, oh, I don't know, is this a good thing to do with this character? Oh, I don't know, this could backfire on us. What should we do, right?
So in this fucking movie energy, like, this is not a character, it's a human being, you fucking dingus,
Exactly,
you donkey. What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course, this is the fallen Ninja fan, Sunny V2. If you remember,
yeah, you remember the downfall of Ninja?
Remember, that was the first time I was like, I think Sunny V2 has done like a relatively decent job, at least in the videos that I watched, about like not always being over the top, like showing his like genuine perspective, until I watched that Ninja video. And in that Ninja video, he was literally going bananas mode. He's like, Ninja fucking lied. Ninja lied to his audience. He went down this fucking path for money. He started fucking not being problematic. Like, here, this is the Ninja clip here.
Post something or make something pandering to what is popular, such as the hot topic of racial inequality. Even the people who agree with you on the topic lose respect for you because they can sense the lack of authenticity and the fact that you're only posting it to appease your audience. On top of this, all Ninja is doing is alienating his audience and speeding up his demise because, as Sneeko said best,
successful people don't play any side politically because they're too smart to know that they just be alienating 50% of their clients.
This video is awesome because it has Sneeko in it. My favorite content creator.
We go to the expert.
Bro,
we go to the expert.
As Sneeko said it best.
As Sneeko said,
I did not know that he used a Sneeko quote for this. Oh, man. It's funny because, like, Sneeko literally also went in the exact opposite direction of that quote.
On top of this, it can be uncomfortable and unrelatable for the silent majority, although, as we have seen, a situation like Chris's does have the potential to create an otherworldly amount of discussion, which could be seen as a benefit for the Mr. Beast brand.
Drama is good for growth, 100%. That would be an easy way to up my business if I got it.
The problem problem is this type of situation is probably the last thing that Mr. Beast wants to attract.
You can't say anything without being canceled. Trans people exist everywhere, okay? And it's rarely a point of contention until some fucking right-wing freakazoid points to it and goes, let's all fucking unload on this person. Let's all unload all of our anxiety. Let's all get mad that this person fucking exists next to cis people. There are hundreds of thousands of trans people that currently exist in society, no matter what the fuck you have to say about it. The only reason why it turns into a point of contention is because right-wing freakazoids literally go, that's fucked up, we gotta do something about it. Or they do the lighter version of that, which is like, oh, a lot of people are gonna get fucking mad about this, I say, because of Chris's selfish decision to fucking transition while being a part of the Mr. Beast franchise is fucked up.
Fact, as he's forced to agree with Chris's position, as he has no way of manipulating the situation without being painted as the bad guy. It's a lose-lose situation for Mr. Beast. I think Jimmy is in an inescapable situation. If he kicks out Chris, cancelled. If he don't, his channel will die for real. An inescapable situation is a pretty good way of describing the drama, which is also why it deserves—
Yeah, trans people, like being around a trans person is just like, is hell. Is like literally you're locked in a prison. Bro, it's not about the fucking person. It's about influencing the younger generation. They're pushing an agenda. I hope you understand that like Chris is not pushing an agenda. Chris is just being himself. This person is pushing an agenda. And even if you were to say Chris is pushing an agenda, that agenda would be what? That you should be comfortable with your gender, that you should be comfortable with your sexuality. That's the agenda. You have a problem with that agenda? And your agenda is what? You shouldn't be comfortable with your sexuality or your gender? Is that what your agenda is? Because your agenda sucks, if that's the point.
Deserves the harsh label of being a nightmare. Jimmy has no option but to publicly express acceptance of Chris's transition, as silence or even worse, disapproval.
Like how
Okay,
can—
now-
this is the one last thing I—
There's also, like I said, there's leaked DMs, right? That are supposedly on Jimmy's Instagram. Jimmy communicating to an employee of the Mr. Beast organization, right? That express like, you know, a disapproval of Chris, but that it's important that everyone, like, nobody let on to the fact that we don't approve of the transition, right? And they're fake. They're people who know Instagram DMs can tell you these are fake DMs, right? They were posted on 4chan, right? That should tell you something, right? This is, you know, people that are getting their news from 4chan. Now, we'd like to think that Sunny V2 is not getting his news from 4chan, and indeed, you're not seeing Sunny V2 quote those fake DMs. However, it's clear to me that Sunny V2 has read Sunny V2 is basically, that's a background. You can tell that Sunny V2's got this idea in his head that Jimmy disapproves. Jimmy's like, oh, I don't know about this. Ooh, this is bad. Ooh, but at the same time, it's like, oh, I don't want to get canceled. Oh, I gotta pretend like I'm okay with it, right? That's literally 4chan nonsense, right?
Gotta say, I keep pausing this part of the video, but how can you say people are terrified of speaking out against trans people when you made this fucking video? And
if you can sneako over to YouTube and give us a like, we can get 60 likes by the top of the hour, the bottom of the hour, top of the hour. I think it's the top of the hour.
It has 100,000 likes.
That's how it works.
You made this video, didn't even feel shame to make this video, and you literally put it up knowing full well that you are going to garner a massive audience and get a lot of fucking attention for it. Clearly, it doesn't matter. Being transphobic pays, okay? The idea that like trans people have any amount of power other than basically chirping at you on fucking Twitter is a laughable one, especially when at the legislative level, the Republican Party is literally doing everything they can to eradicate trans existence, making sure that you can't be trans in public, making sure that you can't actually transition, forcibly detransitioning people, trying to kidnap trans children and take them away from their fucking parents if they are good parents and understanding. Like, all of these things are happening in the United States of America, and dumb motherfuckers on the timeline, on the sphere of this this idiotic hellscape that we know as Twitter, go, well, all that's happening, but someone actually fucking yelled at me and said I'm transphobic because I said trans people are pedophiles, and that's actually the real oppression. It's crazy. There are motherfuckers like Matt Walsh with millions of followers that like openly agitate. They basically basically are fucking advocating for a trans genocide. Meanwhile, a couple fucking anime avatar trans people yelled at you and said
it's not even hypothetical at this point. Like, right? Look at DeSantis. Look at the fact that DeSantis has been openly associating trans people's existence and queer people's existence to abuse and grooming of children, right? Well, now Florida has passed a bill, you know, allowing the death penalty for, you know, for that kind of abuse of for abuse of children, right? It's not out of the realm of possibility that they could try to use that, like combine those two, and that plus that equals like a law that allows them to legally unalive trans people for just being trans.
you're transphobic. Oh no, it's so exhausting, dude. These people called a fucking bomb threat to the Boston Children's Hospital, okay? A fake bomb threat because Libs of TikTok and Matt Walsh were lying and saying they're just like chopping the penises of teenagers there, okay? Like, that's a lie. It's a gross lie, but they can get away with that.
However, in accepting Chris's transition, Jimmy implies that this will be the new normal within the content, thus annoying a different group of people, many of whom will never express their true feelings and may rather simply click on fewer Mr. Beast videos. If this is the case, Jimmy has no option but to accept.
This is fucking bullshit, okay? Guess what, dude? Fuck those people. Like I said,
This is
I am one
4chan
of the
logic.
largest Twitch streamers on the motherfucking planet. If I can straight up routinely fucking do political commentary while also making it a trans inclusive place, everyone else can too, okay? And no one should be fearful of this. This is a way to try and stop people from allowing their trans friends to continue being a part of the conversation, to continue being a part of the content. As long as you fucking put your head down and keep making the same exact shit that you've been making, your audience is going to continue growing. Just treat trans people like they're people. That's it. Nothing is different. Nothing is different.
This fate, as removing Chris from the videos in any kind of way could create an even more severe media firestorm. The only clean solution, should things go south, might be for Chris to resign himself, and even then rumors and bad press will be unavoidable. Whether it be arrogance or ignorance.
Do you see what is happening there, right? So he just said that, like, he's implying that the public's not going to accept, you know, a trans person as a content creator, and that you also can't fire this person because that would be seen as transphobic. You would get canceled for it. So the only thing that is that maybe Chris should resign. Maybe Chris should quit the Mr. Beast team. But then again, people might still think that it's that Chris was forced to. So it's like, you know, do you see what kind of a position that puts Chris in? Like, talk about damned if you do. Like, basically, you could get me canceled unless you resign. Oh, but also if you resign, it might still get me canceled. This is messed up. This is messed up. He uses Freakazoid a little bit too much. Wasn't Freakazoid like a show or something, or like a video game? Isn't there like a video game of Freakazoid?
As to how this whole thing might impact Jimmy, forgetting that he achieved his current level
like
of
Sega
success
game?
by avoiding this exact type of drama.
That's bullshit, man. That's fucking bullshit. It is so insane. Yeah, you should resign because you're a trans, dude. Thanks.
Okay. So I'm realizing something, okay? We're gonna need to watch the Sunny V2 video. This is what everybody's reacting to. I'm gonna have to brave it. Okay, it's only 9 minutes, chat. It's only 9 minutes. So if you don't know, this is Sunny V2. Sunny V2 is a video essayist. Like, look, there's why is Minecraft so nostalgic from 2 years ago? That's not typical of Sunny V2's videos. If we look at Sunny V2's videos, we see the fall of Mr. Beast, the fall of child celebrities, the fall of Jackie Chan's son, stupidest criminals, bad apologies, fall of Chris Hansen predators, fall of YouTube weight loss YouTuber. Oh no, this is, oh my god. YouTubers who ruined their image, more fall of YouTube, brutal, fall of Jelly, there's a Joe Rogan moment, story of Minecraft's dirtiest, fall of this content creator, I don't know even who this is, right? There's more Joe Rogan, fall of Pizza Hut, literally the fall of Pizza Hut, right? This is generally what, fall of Dream, fall of BuzzFeed unsolved cases that are now solved. I don't know, maybe not. Fall of rappers who were once rich but spent too much money. Idle idiot streamers. Fall of cheating streamers. I don't know. Like, right, you can see a theme here. You can see fall of the lottery. Fall of Boogie 2988. Lottery winner. Fall of big time travelers on TikTok. Fall of sis versus bro. Fall of Planet Fitness. It's kind of like the same thing. It's kind of like the same thing over and over again. Who has the worst reputation here on YouTube, right? I don't know, right? So this is what Sunny V2 does, right? This is the Mr. Beast one, and it's absolutely capitalizing. Already 3.6 million views, right? So, and I mean, like, look, the dude gets some views, right? Sunny V2 is on 3 million or so subscribers, you know, regularly gets like 3 million views, like, you know, pretty successful channel, but, you know, it's really kind of serving junk food time after time after time. So you ready for some junk food? And this is dirty, right? This is dirty because this is going after a trans person, utilizing transphobia for clicks. That's Sunny V2. That's where we're at now. That's who this is, right? That's what Sunny V2 is up to. Let's get this over with.
The Chris Tyson situation could
cartoon.
become a complete
Freakazoid cartoon.
disaster for Mr. Beast's brand. However, it may also provide some unique benefits. So let's begin by going over the drama before
Are we still at 53 likes? Let's see if we can get that to 60.
explaining exactly how this will impact the Mr. Beast channel. In mid-2022, fans began to notice that Chris
54.
Tyson was changing. In the early days, he represented the quintessential southern gun and truck loving dude. Yet beginning in March 2022, Chris began to display increasingly feminine traits, making tweets such as, "I finally got my nails done at a nail tech." Additionally, Chris would highlight that his facial...
You see this music, right? In fact, let me turn off my music because Mr. Sunny V2's got music. All right, let's. All right, so we got scary music. We got the nothing scarier than you know, nothing scarier than like a baby trans person and painting you know, getting their nails done, right?
appearance and
scary stuff
changed significantly since the start of the pandemic, which accompanied another post reading, "Okay, so in 4 different customs I had to prove I was myself because I quote look nothing like my passport pic, so much that I'm considering updating
Oh my god, the scandal.
my passport. Do you see any resemblance?" From
the scandal.
Replies such as, "You went from man to boy." Chris responded by stating, "Nah, to be honest, I just really started taking my mental health seriously and eating better." Yet his Twitter photos kept insinuating that Chris was becoming more feminine, with this same kind of look showing up in
So like you're being deceived or something, right? Because a trans person who's transitioning doesn't, like, you know, let you know right away up front, like, right, is not comfortable discussing that on Twitter right away. You know, it's a scandal. We're being deceived.
Mr. Beast appearances. For example, on the 6th of January 2023, Beast Reacts uploaded a video titled "I strapped a GoPro to a fish," in which Chris dressed in a way that prompted comments such as, "Chris has been adopting more and more traits that remind me of my grandmother." Okay, so some people just gonna ignore Chris's nails? Chris had to have lost a bet. The look is getting wild. The response to the video then prompted countless viral TikToks, such as this one with 700,000 likes, stating, "How did Chris go from this to this?" this, while others even made the claim that Carl had turned him gay. Now, this was pretty ridiculous as Carl isn't even that feminine, and Chris had come out as bisexual years before he and Carl had even met. The true catalyst for Chris Tyson's feminization instead seemed to have come from his marriage. In January 2022, Chris would post a photo with his wife to his Instagram, yet after
so
this—
here we go. Yeah, it was the marriage. It was the marriage. It wasn't, so it doesn't go for the bait of, like, let's blame Carl. Carl's the secret, like, gay maker, making everybody gay or something, right? This is, no, I think it was the marriage. It was the marriage. That's the reason that you're trans, is because of your marriage.
The family photo stopped altogether. Fans also noticed that he'd removed his wedding ring, with the ring's absence correlating perfectly with the very first post in which he'd painted his nails. Chris confirmed the split in a post from March 2023 reading, "For a little over a year now, me and Katie have been separated," with this also confirming that Chris's transformation began as soon as his marriage came to an end. Chris went from—
So wait, you see what Sunny V2 is trying to do here? Sunny V2 is trying to, like, the implication is that the failed marriage has resulted in the destabilization of Chris's mental health, and then, you know, that's you know how, like, right, this is feeding into a literal trope about being trans, right? Seeing being trans as being a mental illness, or seeing trans people as mentally ill, seeing it as a disturbance, seeing it as a, you know, I don't know, like what, like a reaction to divorcing? I mean, this is bad. This is really bad.
Lighting campfires and raising a family with his beautiful wife, to now trying to be a wife with his man buns and long nails. As the criticism continued to pile, Chris announced that he'd be taking a break from social media. And while there was a possibility that Chris would make efforts to return to his former self, he'd rather do the opposite and double down on his feminine image, showing up to the Kids' Choice Awards.
There we go, doubling down. Now, doubling down is what Anna did, right? Doubling down is like when you're Anna Kasparian and you're like, you say something kind of transphobic and people are like, yo, that's kind of transphobic. And they're like, no, I mean it. I'm right. You're wrong. Screw you. That's doubling down. The doubling down? Like, people are like, hey, I don't like the fact that you look more feminine and you know, you continue to transition, therefore you're doubling down. I don't know. That's weird.
Awards looking like this, before making the announcement that he'd been doing HRT for approximately 2 months, which according to a quick Google search is the medical process for changing genders. Chris would expand on this by stating, informed consent.
And again, yeah, this is signifying maybe Sunny V2 doesn't know that much about, you know, trans people, doesn't know that much about transitioning.
HRT saved my and many others' lives. The hurdles GNC people have to jump through to get life-saving gender-affirming healthcare in a first world country is wild to me. Just let people make informed decisions about their own bodies, which received a positive response from both Carl and Mr. Beast, who wrote, "Got you, I did one more heart than Carl because I'm a better friend." While his co-workers expressed positivity, others weren't so welcoming. There goes a father figure the kid won't ever be able to—
So who is this live with Evan? Has anybody heard of this? They're replying to Drama Alert. There goes a father figure the kid won't ever be able to look up to. Do you see what you're doing here? Evan is blaming a trans person, the fact that they're trans, on like taking a, like, so you living a lie and pretending to be somebody that you're not, you know, accepting the role that you're given instead of living, you know, who you are, right? That's something that you owe to your child. You should feel bad because you're trans, because a child needs a father figure, and you're depriving them of that. Should I feel bad that I'm depriving my parents of a son? Like this is like, and you'll get this from parents sometimes. Like, some parents will say, I feel like I lost a son. I feel like I lost a daughter, right? And it's like, well, I mean, do you care about your kid or not? Because if you care about your kid, then you gained who they really are, and you got to know who they really are, and you got to interact with them as them instead of your projection of what you think that they should be. of what your expectations of them are. You weren't so in love with your expectation of who you thought they were supposed to be that you refused to acknowledge and engage with who they actually were, right? I mean, like that's this is so sad. This is so sad. And it's so sad that this speaks to so many people out there on YouTube. It's so sad that if I take a spin on YouTube Shorts right now, chances are I'm going to find content that caters to these same assholes. That look at transitioning as some kind of a self-destruction and a deprivation of the person that you that people expected you to be from everybody in your life, right? You should feel bad about this. You should feel shame about this. This is what YouTube Shorts thinks. This is what that YouTube audience thinks. There's way too much of this crap out there. This is way too common with commentary creators, right? This, I hate to say it, but as good as Mr. Beast's reaction was, as good as a lot of people's reactions have been, there's a lot of people that like vibe with this. Like, yeah, you took the father figure away from your kid. Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times, weak man times. So in other words, by being a trans woman, you're a weak man? And you're, what the hell is this? YouTube Shorts, yeah, exactly.
Look up to. Hard times create strong men create good times.
Thank you for the follow, Wastab, and thank you for the follow, Joya Pixel.
Good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. Weak man times. Chris responded to this comment by stating, "This is just more dog whistling that somehow trans and GNC folks aren't safe around kids. Tucker begs for me to come back when I leave for like 2 days to film. He is so loved and happy. Kids aren't born with hate, it's taught by people like you, and my child will only know love. I know I'm going to be a great parent, and so is every other person who puts the love of their child before everything. I made this decision because I wanted to show up as my best and happiest self for him. In a way, this was for Tucker." Chris's response received some positivity such as,
"We're up to 55 on YouTube. Can we make it? We got 4 minutes left to get five likes. Can we do it in time?"
"I'm convinced you're an amazing father. Tucker is lucky to have you and also lucky to have all of those who surround and support you in his life. As well as I adore that, I'm glad you made that decision. It's so much easier to be a parental figure when you're not struggling with dysphoria, yet he'd also receive an equal amount of backlash. You ripped apart your family and took a father figure away from your son just so you could paint your nails."
Yeah, and again, like at the very best, what Sunny V2 is doing is putting all this hate, all this vile garbage, all this transphobia on like an equal footing of like, you know, some people thought, yeah, it's great that you're being real. It's great that you're, you know, taking care of yourself, because honestly, dealing with dysphoria, shoving yourself in that closet, it is not healthy. It is not healthy to have to live, you know, not your life, right? But no, we're going to put this on an equal footing, Alex. And then some people say you ripped your family apart. You know, you're a bad person for being who you are. You're a bad person, right? Well, I don't know. I guess we'll never know. You make up your own mind, right? Because Sunny V2 wants your view. Regardless, Sunny V2 is going to ride that fence, is not going to give his opinion on an issue that should be pretty clear cut, right? If you are a foaming at the mouth transphobe, Sunny V2 wants your view as well.
And act zesty, pathetic. He will get torn apart at school, won't want to have friends around his house. A life full of difference and being alone. Must have missed the point in that tweet. How's this for him when you're depriving him of a father figure? Although Chris wasn't altered by these comments, as he'd once again reiterate his certainty in a new post reading, "It's never too late to start being yourself," which received praise from Mr. Beast as well as Nolan and Carl.
So yeah, like, look, I'm kind of treating this like Sunny's a fence rider, right? In the video, you know, Sunny's doing the thing where, you know, he's just like, yeah, here's one view and here's the other view and here's one view and here's the other view. But, right, you can get away with a lot of shit like that. But what does Sunny V2 really think, right? First piece of evidence, the music. What does this music make you think of? This is scary. This is a rabbit hole. This is weird, right? Okay, so first piece of evidence. The second piece of evidence, Why Chris will soon become a nightmare for Mr. Beast. Yo, I think I understated this. I think I said this was, will Chris become a nightmare for Mr. Beast, right? Which you could say is also leading the question, right? It's also, leading the witness, right? But no, why Chris will soon be a nightmare for Mr. Beast. That's the name of the video. So if you really want to know what side Sunny V2's on, the side of transphobia. Now, is Sunny V2 a chud? Is Sunny V2 a super right-winger? I can't tell you that. I don't know that. I don't have any evidence one way or the other on that. What I can tell you, though, is that Sunny V2 has recognized that transphobia pays, and Sunny V2 is getting on that transphobia train.
However, these comments also added extra fuel to the fire. In a few years, look back at this thread and remember they were never your friends. Only yes men cowards.
God, I wish I feel like I need to do a content warning here. Because you see what these people are doing? They're trying to get in Chris's head. They are attacking Chris. And, like, this is an attack that a lot of us might have experienced, right? From people that you love, from people that you cared about, from people in your life, right? Toxic cis normativity. Or even people who it's none of their business, right? And this is so not true. People who transition do not look back in regret. The incidence of regret is extremely low. And often when the regret does come, it comes because the person is in a place that's unaccepting with people like this, right? Very few trans people look back and just, oh God, I really made a mistake. I should have never, but that doesn't happen. That's not happening, right? If anything, it's you're if you regret anything, it's usually that you didn't transition sooner.
Hope you come out of this safe. Mr. Beast responded to this with a simple opinion irrelevant ratio, to which the original commenter would state, I have 30 followers, so go ahead and ratio me. I'll still rest easy knowing that I'm not a coward who idly sits by watching my friend ruin his own life. In some ways, it was nice to see the boys standing up for Chris on Twitter. However, the situation has already begun to change the dynamic within the videos. For example,
what is that? That's like That's like 3-1. It's like a 70% positive. Is that really that bad? Is that really that bad? And regardless, you shouldn't put whether you're transitioning or not up to a public vote. Like, it doesn't matter what people think, right? If there's a lot of chuds in Mr. Beast's audience, I mean, that sucks for Chris and that sucks for Jimmy, right? But, like, screw them. They obviously watched the video, right? Chris outright says he's taking care of, mental health. That means getting better, but this guy just ignores that. Yeah, transitioning to one's personal business. Transphobes can be TFO, exactly.
In a recent livestream titled Opening 1,000 Mystery Art Boxes, Chris would once again dress in quite a feminine way, and while everybody participated as usual, the energy and vibe didn't feel nearly as smooth as it normally does. It felt as though there was an unaddressed elephant in the room, and therefore everybody was in their head, as opposed to being in the present moment enjoying each other's company.
So wait, this is like, and like Hasan said this was like, oh my gosh, people that stream, went on stream. People that don't normally stream did like a weird. We're awkward on stream. That's such a surprise, right? But I'll go one further and say that a lot of people don't know how to handle a friend of theirs transitioning the first time a friend of theirs transitions, right? That's okay. Right, that's not an awkwardness I blame on anybody here, and it certainly isn't an awkwardness you should blame on Chris, right? Because that's what you're getting from Sunny V2. Oh my God, you made it awkward. Oh my God, did you dress feminine again? Did you double down on dressing feminine? Oh my gosh, what are you doing? What are you doing, Chris?
Yeah, maybe everybody was simply too busy opening packages, but Chris did make these bizarre jokes about Jimmy being female.
Can we let people be awkward, like, about something that they don't understand yet. I don't think that's, I don't like, if anybody should have a problem with it, it's, if the awkwardness is tougher for anybody, it's trans people, right? And I kind of understand people being nervous, people not knowing what to say, people not wanting to say the right thing, even people walking on eggshells. Like I prefer that people not walk on eggshells because it makes me uncomfortable, but I kind of understand if they do, and I'd rather have them doing that than being like, oh my gosh, you're letting your family down, you're letting your friends down, how could you dare be trans? Oh my gosh, the way you are is so awful.
Making him
I think it's projection. He felt awkward, not the people. Oh my god, good point, Jules, good point.
incredibly uncomfortable.
Oh my God, Jimmy, look, they drew you. Jimmy, they drew you so well. It looks just like.
Wait. So wait, if it's awkward, it's because there's like subtext that nobody feels comfortable on like straight up addressing. And I get the feeling that like, look, Jimmy's sort of shoved into the hot seat before he's ready. Chris is sort of shoved into public view before they're ready, before they've even like there's a lot they still have to do, and they're forced to deal with this. They're forced to go through this publicly, like, right? I can only imagine if like the period where I was transitioning was somehow, part of public like content that was like this, right? This is like, but you're gonna act like because, so yeah, somebody drew Mr. Beast as female, right? And Chris is like, oh look, somebody drew Jimmy as female, and that's, what is this supposed to be proof of? What is this supposed to be? Like, what are we doing here? What exactly is this?
Oh, yes.
Oh my God, it's Jimmy.
How did fan art? This is what we were looking for. Be brave, be honest, be kind, Mr. Beast. That is my tagline.
Becoming even weirder when each member started to pay each other.
Wait, Jimmy tries to divert attention. What does this say? Jimmy tries to divert a conversation in any way possible.
Tagline.
Becoming even weirder when each member started to pay each other.
As opposed to putting Chris under a microscope and making her feel, ridiculous for the entire like stream. Like what do you expect?
Compliments.
Hey, nice shirt. Thanks, dude. Nice shirt.
Hey, nice shirt.
Thanks, dude. Nice shirt.
Thanks. Nice shirt.
Nice.
Now this almost feels like it's a Mr. Beast meme or something.
Shoes.
For the most part, the live.
That's sweet. That's actually sweet. How is that? Duh. That's super wholesome and sweet. That's super wholesome and sweet. I don't understand. I don't see what's wrong with this.
Stream was devoid of awkward moments.
That's actually, like, they're smiling. Like, I'm sure there's like nervousness. I'm sure there's awkwardness, but it doesn't seem like that's the prevailing mood. Like Jules says, maybe this is mostly, Sunny feeling weird about it, right? Yeah, I don't see anything wrong.
However, it would act as fodder for another 100 million views worth of drama and criticism. Chris likely believes that people will slowly adapt to his new appearance over time, but is this really going to happen? Well, maybe. It's difficult to say as the situation is fairly unique, especially when considering Chris's reputation and influence. However, if Chris continues to transition, would it be unreasonable to say that he could jeopardize some of the
And I also love this idea of like, if Chris continues to transition, right? Like, these people legitimately think that it's like 50-50. Or that like most people don't, or that like, maybe Chris will take the hint from the social pressure. That's not what you're supposed to do and just go back in the closet, right? This is not the way things work, right? There are people who like detransition, but for the most part, when they do that, it's because they're in a place where it's not safe for them to transition, and they eventually retransition. Right? So this idea of like, it's a crossroads, and like, Chris has got to choose, do you want to be your old masculine self, or do you want to try this wacky new, like, transgender thing that probably doesn't work and is super weird? And like, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. What would be weird is if Chris like one day woke up and said, you know what, I don't think I'm trans. I'm just gonna, this whole thing was weird, and I'm just gonna be like I used to be. That would be the weird thing. That would be the weird thing. Like, I mean, I'm sure that statistically speaking, that happens, but it's the exception. It is a massive exception. It is that would be the weird thing, right? That would be the weird thing for somebody to, most people don't, like, try out being trans and then decide, yeah, that's not really, who I am. I mean, it's, it does happen, and there are people who change their mind, but it's just not, and they're expecting, like, that is like what should happen. That is the most likely outcome. I do not know why this isn't happening. This is what should happen. Being trans is, like, super weird. I mean, it's not super common, but at the same time, it's not actually super weird. It's statistically going to happen in the world of large content creators, that people within that world will come out as trans. And if you're expecting that most of them will go back in the closet and say, oh no, just kidding, I wasn't really trans, you're really, deluding yourself here. And I think that Sunny V2 and all these chuds that are, like, parasocially bonded to, who they thought Chris was, I think that they are deluding themselves, right?
Personality traits which made him a successful member in the first place. Perhaps the opposite will happen, and he'll instead pick up new personality traits that better resonate with the current MrBeast audience. This was put forward in many comments supportive of Chris, who implied that there'll be millions of queer kids who look up to him, although this doesn't necessarily mean that it'll add any value to the videos. MrBeast has likely cultivated a massive LGBT audience, all of whom are already watching anyway, and if we've learned anything from Hollywood in recent years, it's that adding over-the-top LGBT characters for the sake of relatability rarely works as intended, and is often nothing more than a distraction.
You're not talking about a character, you're talking about a human being. What part of this do you not understand? What part of this do you not understand? Look, like, Chris may be a content creator, I may be a content creator, and in your mind, like, part of that might function like a character, right? People, watch me because of the, personality that I display, and relate to certain things about me, or don't relate to other things about me, right? In much the same way as you would to a fictional character. But that doesn't make me a fictional character. That doesn't make me malleable in that sort of way. It's not like a decision of, like, how should I be? How should I write my character? What should I, what should we have this character do? This is a human being. And there's, like, a severe lack of recognition of that, which, like, Hasan was talking about parasociality. I feel like that word gets overused a lot, but yeah, it does have something to do with that. It does have something to do with the fact that people kind of claim or assume ownership over a person that is, a forward-facing, like, social media figure. And they have expectations, and those do resemble, like, those of how they would treat a character in a fictional, work, right? Over the top, yeah, LGBT character, right? And in this case, it's not that Chris is over the top at all. It's that these people think that being trans is over the top, or these people think that being publicly facing, known with a certain, as one gender, and then coming out and, showing that same community, who you are, who you're becoming, that there's something over the top and weird about that, right? So much faster than its product delivery. He's upset the world doesn't revolve around him. He wants people to be characters in his story. Yeah, there's nothing weird about being trans. All the weirdness is coming from cis people's imaginations.
From the premise of the movie or video. On top of this, it can be uncomfortable and unrelatable for the silent majority, although as we have seen, a situation like Chris's does have the potential to create an...
I think it's becoming more and more relatable, right? The only people it's not relatable to are people who don't know a trans person. And as being trans and transitioning becomes more common, there's going to be more people that can relate to that, right? I feel like this is something that even if people don't relate to this yet, they kind of need to relate to this. You know, if you're that person who doesn't have any trans friends, you've never experienced this before in your life, right? Maybe experiencing it in social media is actually helpful in a certain way, and maybe some of the people that are giving Chris shit now will this will plant a seed of understanding. And they'll look back at how they treated Chris, and they will be the ones to regret it, not Chris.
Otherworldly amount of discussion, which could be seen as a benefit for the Mr. Beast brand.
Drama is good for growth, 100%. That would be an easy way to up my views if I got it.
The problem is this type of situation is probably the last thing that Mr. Beast wants to attract, as he's forced to agree with.
So that's literally the 4chan leak, right? He can't say anything without being canceled. That's what that leak was implying.
With Chris's position, as he has no way of manipulating the situation without being
trans and transitioning is not drama.
Painted as the bad guy. It's a lose-lose situation for Mr. Beast. I think Jimmy is in an inescapable situation.
I love how they're projecting this shit onto Jimmy that's not even who Jimmy is. Jimmy came out based on this video and said Chris is not my nightmare. Chris is my friend.
If he kicks out Chris, cancelled. If he don't, his channel will die for real. An inescapable situation is a pretty good way of describing.
They do make this assumption that any brand that's associated with transness or wokeness or whatever they don't like is doomed to failure, right? This whole silent majority thing. Cenk, think about this, right? When you're saying that you represent the silent majority, is this what you mean? The majority that thinks that being trans is a political act? And it's an act that they will not and should not have to accept? That their social media figures that they knew, that they got to know before transition, have a responsibility to keep up the lie about who they are? You really want to be in this basket of silent majority shitheads? Cenk? Is this who you are now?
The drama, which is also why it deserves the harsh label of being a nightmare. Jimmy has no option but to publicly express acceptance of Chris's transition, as silence or even worse, disapproval would come with obvious severe repercussions. However, in accepting Chris's transition, Jimmy implies that this will be the new normal within the content, thus annoying a different group of people.
The new normal, yeah, no, it's called... why they call it coming out. It's not... I don't know what this new normal shit is, right?
People, many of whom will never express their true feelings and may rather simply click on fewer Mr. Beast videos. If this is the case, Jimmy has no option but to accept this fate.
Well, what I'm seeing isn't people that are staying silent and not clicking on Mr. Beast videos. I'm seeing people click on Mr. Beast videos and chirp, 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 chirp.
Removing Chris from the
Jimmy is being held hostage by the transes, that's
in
right.
any kind of way could create an even more severe media firestorm. The only clean solution, should things go south, might be for Chris to resign himself.
Clean solution? What is wrong with you, Sunny V2? That's gross.
And even then, rumors and bad press will be...
I mean, look, Sunny's saying that the clean solution is for Chris to get the fuck out and resign, right? But, like, I don't know, somehow implying, like, a trans person getting rid of themselves... there's something subtextually that's even more disturbing about this than what they're actually saying. Like, this is gross. This is disgusting. This is how a trans person gets treated in social media still in 2023. This is how a trans person, transitioning in public gets treated.
Unavoidable. Whether it be arrogance or ignorance, Chris seems oblivious to how this whole thing might impact Jimmy, forgetting that he achieved his current level of...
Yo, are you thinking about how this is going to impact Jimmy? Like, do the right thing and what, either quit the team or, like, don't transition and keep, like, lying about yourself? Just hold that back. Just
success by avoiding this
just for existing, yeah.
exact type of drama.
Think of the cis people. That's completely wild.
First tonight, emergency rule. The new limit.
Okay, emergency rule, right? What's the emergency? Trans people exist. This is Missouri, by the way. This is Missouri.
It's on transgender health care for Missouri youth as the House votes to ban access.
Good evening, I'm Ann.
Yo, this is they're banning more than access for trans youth, right? They just banned trans healthcare.
All red, Mike Bush has the night off.
This is Missouri,
Just hours
yeah.
ago, the Missouri House passed the Save Adolescents from Experimentation Act. If signed into law, it would make it illegal for doctors to provide gender transition health
Now that's the bill, right? That's the bill that the House passed, right?
care to kids under the age of 18. Our Laura Barczewski joins us now with arguments from both sides of the issue. Laura?
And the bill sponsor says he believes this measure will truly protect children. But the parents I spoke with who have transgender children say that's the farthest thing from the truth.
Representative Brad Hudson says the Missouri SAFE Act would make it illegal for healthcare providers to perform gender transition surgeries and even...
So yeah, that's the House Act. That's the House bill. There's another bill in the Senate. Now, like I said, none of these bills matter, right? Both of these bills are superseded by the executive decision of the state's attorney general that didn't just block healthcare access from kids. They blocked it from everyone. Now technically there's like, it's more nuanced. Technically it's not an outright ban, but what they've basically done with their stipulations is they made it impossible to access. So it is a de facto ban on trans healthcare in the state of Missouri.
prescribe hormone treatments and puberty blockers.
They made the age of marriage 12
to kids under the age of 18.
I do want to make sure that doctors that would prescribe life-altering drugs or that would subject children to life-altering surgeries.
That is like all men. Am I wrong? No, I see one woman. I see maybe two women.
For gender transition purposes, kids under the age of 18, we want to make sure and send a clear message not to do that.
Hudson called the transition methods experimental and wrong.
These particular, especially some of these particular drugs, people do not know of the long-term effects of these on children, even people within the medical community.
I love how you think that this would be adopted as standard of care if that were the case. I love how little faith, like how silly do you think doctors are? How silly do you think medical ethics boards are, right? How like, haphazard do you think these decisions are if you think this was an experimental treatment that might have really bad ramifications that we don't even know about yet? That is not the case. In every case, the doctors measure the harm versus the benefit. And based on that calculation, they do or they do not prescribe stuff, right? They have seen both benefit in this kind of medicine and harm in its absence. And that's why those decisions have been made. But this chucklehead, this layperson, wants to think that he knows better than the people who establish standard of care. What a jackass.
Danielle Meert, a mother of a transgender child, says transgender healthcare practices have been studied for decades.
Well, look, I don't know if it's like a lot of the states in the U.S., right? Some of these, even the red states, they're not really red states. They are blue states. Like, look at Wisconsin. Wisconsin was regarded as somewhat of a red state. Wisconsin, obviously, a majority of the people are voting blue, but they've gerrymandered the crap out of the state. It might be the same thing for Missouri, because you're right. There are, there are big cities in Missouri, and it's a little surprising that they're going this way.
And are essential for the well-being of transgender people.
The fact that these legislators are demonizing these wonderful pediatricians that have helped countless children. There's no words for the amount of evil.
Transparent President Susan Halla says her child started transitioning at the age of 15.
He was able to do all of his transitioning by the age of 18, and he then had his top surgery, and he was able to then move on to college as his true, authentic self, and he couldn't be happier with how he is. And as a parent, I couldn't be happier.
Paula says she didn't know where her child would be without access to gender-affirming care.
I don't know if he would still be here. I think the legislature always hates it when we bring up the suicide rates, but it's a fact, and it is not a contagion.
Yeah, that's another thing that I heard they did. They codified social contagion as like having like a medical code. It's like being a medical thing, like, right? And like, you know, it was really weird, the attempts to ban healthcare before they just went to the attorney general, who's basically, you know, de facto banned everything, right? The weird ways that they were going about this, you know, like the banning of gender care for people with depression, the requirements to prove gender dysphoria, the you know, label of social contagion, which somebody could also be diagnosed with, which would, like, they basically, yeah, you know, autism and depression are like seen as like contraindications for, like, you know, you cannot you know, treat somebody with you know, HRT or you know, anything else. Like you can't, like, you know, offer gender care to anybody with depression or anybody with autism, right? And God, it even, yeah, like even some idea of like, well, you know, unless you cure the autism, unless you cure the depression first, right? It's the weirdest shit. Denial Cube said he does think social contagion exists when it comes to kids, which is just...
The bill now heads to the Senate, which already passed a bill that would exempt care for minors who already started treatment. That bill would expire in 4 years, unlike the House bill, which would remain in effect indefinitely.
Right around the same time, Missouri Attorney General officially issued an emergency order that goes into effect on April 27th.
So this is what we're talking about.
It will require minors to undergo 18 months of therapy before receiving gender affirming.
Now, my understanding is this minors thing is like this isn't just minors. I'm pretty sure this isn't just minors.
Health care. Doctors must also provide a lengthy list of potential negative side effects and warnings against those treatments. It expires next February.
You cannot cure depression. You cannot cure autism. It's a de facto ban. It's basically a de facto ban. That's what's going on here. One last piece of Hasan Abi positivity. I mean, I'm gonna try to. It's good. It's trying to be positivity.
Because this is a subject
We'll
that's
see.
like near and dear to me, because it's one that I have covered many, many times over. It's one of the things I think I do best is like convert people who have like people who are on the precipice of like having transphobic thoughts and basically snapping them out of it. My own personal journey through having transphobic takes. And then changing my mind on it, and all of that was very helpful.
So his orders made in the context of like consumer protections, like basically the idea being that gender care is some kind of fraudulent treatment.
For some people, at least in this community, and I think that will be helpful.
I wish all doctors would come together and refuse to obey So it's based on the state protecting the consumers of Missouri from experimental, quote unquote, gender care. Yeah.
For you too, if you have like some transphobic sentiment in your mind, it's just like it's a commonplace and very normal position to have because of the rigid gender binary and our misunderstanding of what gender is. Gender is an expression, you know, it's what you wear on top of your sex, okay? It can correspond to your sex if you want to call it biological gender or whatever, but even sex itself is not a binary, obviously, the way that people try to present it, but gender certainly is more a social construct rather than, rather than this biological reality as the way that these guys try to present it. It's also anti-science to present gender as this binary, which is very silly. Like, there is no, the consensus is the exact opposite in the scientific community, but a lot of transphobic people oftentimes are conservative or have reactionary tendencies, which is precisely the reason why, you know, they can very easily just say, science. No, science is on my side. Shut the fuck up. Also, don't read any scientific things on this.
And think about the way that Republican thought works too, right? If you don't agree with what science says, you say that that science is woke. You say that that science is politicized. You say that that science is corrupt. You say that that science is compromised. And then you just sit there in denial, right? Well, these must not be honest doctors. These must not be honest medical boards, right? This must not be honest medicine. It must have been Soros. Soros got in and you know, bribed everybody, and now we got woke medicine. So we got to take care of woke medicine. We got to get rid of it, and that's what the Attorney General is doing by banning this experimental treatment that totally isn't scientific at all. Even though the people that have no scientific, place to hang their hat are actually the transphobes in this case.
I'll just explain
not
it like
the
this
doctors.
Really quickly. A lot of people have transphobic sentiment and are largely apathetic to the existence of trans people. Okay? But they don't really like it all that much, and the reason for that is very simple. It's because we've been taught from an early age that gender is binary, it's actually directly tied to your sex, and you can't change it. Okay? It's everything to you. It's the most significant component of your identity. But that is the reason why a lot of people have some transphobic sentiment, where that's the reason why a lot of people lend credence, and actually promote the idea that, like, there's only two genders. You hear it all the time. There's a lot of support for it because it seems right. And anything that tells you that that's not the case actually is wrong. It has to be wrong. Society can't be changing like this. Everyone else must be wrong. This is the reason why even a lot of trans people who then become comfortable with their identity, become comfortable with their expression, literally can start off being transphobic. It's called internalized transphobia. It's a big component. There's half of the trans chatters in here were probably shitting on me for defending trans rights not that fucking long ago. Okay? Telling me I'm a cuck, a soy lord, and gay, and an F word, and trans. And then, what happened? 4 years, 5 years, maybe 6 years down the line, you go, oh, fuck, I'm trans. God damn it. I had no idea. Happens all the time. Okay? That's how this works for even trans people. So, of course, that's how this works for cis people who don't understand it. Gender can be kind of confusing. Okay? Gender can often be confusing. Straight people and cis people also can experience gender dysphoria, as a matter of fact. That makes it even more confusing. The entire point of this is so that people can be more comfortable with their gender expression, with their identity, so that they don't fucking kill themselves. That's it. It's that simple. It's not that hard to understand. Live and let live. Let trans people exist. Trans people do exist, no matter what you fucking say or do. Okay? There's two things that happens when you are faced with a trans person's existence, that a trans person exists in society. They are not touching you. They're not harming you. They're not even in your vicinity, but you see them in your content. Two things can exist. You either say, oh, okay, cool, and move on and continue having some level of apathy, or you go, that's fucked up. That's wrong. If that's right, then everything I know about my own identity is now called into question. I am now.
Okay, so let's get a little bit more about the Missouri Attorney General's executive decision Really, the Attorney General released the official language of the rule, which prohibits minors and adults from receiving experimental interventions to treat gender dysphoria unless providers comply with a list of requirements. This just allows for the laws to be written to just add in this consumer protection BS to include all people in the actual bills in the Senate. First of its kind emergency rule introduced this week by Missouri's Republican Attorney General Andrew Bailey will impose numerous restrictions on both adults and children before they can receive puberty-blocking drugs, hormones, or surgeries for the purpose of transitioning gender.
I'm going to make it my life's mission to make sure that that doesn't exist in front of me. And unfortunately, a lot of people end up taking that fucking sudden right turn and become out and about transphobic people. But that journey rarely ever ends positively for you because it slowly starts to capture your very essence.
We are 4 away from hitting 60. Can we get the number to 60 on the YouTube?
Everything you believe in. Every
YouTube likes.
Thing that you see trans people in shadows.
Are there people out there that haven't hit that like button yet? You can be a hero. You can push us over 60, right? That's where we're going with this video. I'm probably gonna have to release these videos like separately, right? Just so they don't get in each other's way as far as views, and I'm gonna have to make a new thumbnail for one of them.
Start thinking.
But that's my problem, chat. That's not your problem. Your only problem is hit that like button.
What about these cis people? Are they trans? And you ultimately become what I call a transvestigator.
Oh no.
Transvestigators are not as commonplace or weren't as commonplace until recently. The more people become transphobic and like hyper-focus on transphobia and trans people, the more they start thinking there's trans people everywhere. And to a certain degree, there are a lot of trans people that you're completely unfamiliar with. But when you go down that transphobia pipeline, which also can be very rewarding for you financially, like Glinner, like J.K. Rowling even, or Dave Chappelle, Matt Walsh, numerous other examples, when you start getting affirmation from a lot of
another county in Texas just voted to shut down all their libraries.
People that also have like-minded perspectives, you basically lean into it. You lean into it. You become a divorced dad who's hyper-focused on trans people. They see trans people everywhere. They're constantly fucking, they're constantly talking about how fucking terrifying it is. And then people start thinking you're weird. Why the fuck are you constantly talking about trans people? Why are you constantly talking about the genitals of children? That's weird, dog. That's kind of gross. I'm beginning to suspect that there's something wrong with you. And when you get to that point, all of a sudden, unless you're like Matt Walsh, who's made it his entire life's goal to eradicate trans people and gets paid handsomely for it, when you get to that point as like a normal person in entertainment or whatever, you oftentimes end up shutting off the money faucet. Unless you make a full tilt right-wing commentary swing, okay? Or you have such powerful IP like J.K. Rowling that it's like unshakable, and everyone that has ever been involved with that IP literally despises you and openly says they no longer want to work with you and want to put it to the past, like Daniel Radcliffe and, Emma Watson and numerous others. So then when HBO is like, well, this is one of the most powerful IPs since the fucking Bible, we got to make sure that we can make it work again. They can't even follow through on the original IP, and they decide to remaster it and remake it with new, young talent because, they still need to make money off of it. That's, of course, a totally different story. I'm talking about HBO Max. My point is this. Trans existence breaks people's brains because society has been designed around the rigid gender binary, and it's a very personal and deep part of our identity. Boys wear blue, girls wear pink. Ironic because that concept wasn't the same
it was the backwards.
not that long ago. It's like a recent phenomena. You know what I mean? Dudes used to wear fucking wigs and powder their goddamn faces. They used to dress like women. And also drag queens were very, very commonplace. And not every single person immediately started frothing out of the mouth whenever they saw a drag person. Mrs. Doubtfire is probably the greatest example of this. Okay? It's like, imagine making that movie now. Conservatives would literally fucking do mass immolation campaigns like they're protesting, like a Buddhist monk protesting a fucking Vietnam War or some shit, okay? They would literally be like going to, they would go to the movie theaters and like light themselves on fucking fire if that happened today. So The reason why I mentioned that briefly is because, like, gender and the way that we understand gender as an expression, even that changes regularly. Okay, so stop being so fucking emotional about any kind of small change that you see in your life. Yeah, oh, here, this is this is a good one. This is how Franklin D. Roosevelt dressed as a child. Hold on. Look at this little gaylord, dude. Look at that. You kidding me? Fucking joking, dude? They're transing our youth, brother. FDR's gay. What the fuck? You mean to tell me that, like, the way to, like, express your gender has been the same throughout history and perpetuity? Of course not. You would have to be a real fucking dumbass to feel that way. But a lot of people are dumbasses. So there's not really much you can do about it. If the entire audience that you're talking to is a bunch of dumbasses, then, you know, that your dumbass takes are going to actually get a lot of movement, right? I mean, here it is. In World War II, drag shows were popular with the troop U.S. and Britain. It was a way to relieve stress. One British unit came under attack while hosting a show, so they had to fight while dolled up. The government tried to hide these photos for years. Oh, I don't know. That's your grandpappy. That's your granddad. That's your great-grandfather.
I wouldn't make the comparison to people protesting in U.S. wars in Vietnam. Pink was considered light red, and red was a male color because of... Yeah, because of the woke... There's too many woke books in the library.
Okay.
Exactly.
Killing Nazis and also, you know, dressing up.
Exactly.
And having fun with it. Very, very, very dumb to get very upset about this. But let's get back to the trans experience. So because these attitudes are so pervasive, so powerful, I myself have had transphobic takes in the past. I made Lady Gaga-ish trans jokes and probably some numerous other jokes as well. A lot of my haters love to use them. They're like 10 years old. I think it was literally 10 years ago. Is the last time I was on camera saying some transphobic shit. But even then, while that was satirical in nature, I definitely still had some transphobic thoughts. It's something that I'm very open about. Something that I'm very open, like, to explain to you. Something that I've talked about a million times over. And my transphobic takes slowly but surely went away.
God damn it.
Year over year as I started learning more about trans existence. But there was one component in my life that was profoundly radicalizing. That was when I started openly defending trans people, like beyond, like nonstop openly defending trans people, and the amount of fucking backlash I got for it. I had been defending trans people, talking about how Jordan Peterson is transphobic for years and years and years. But one thing that absolutely fucking radicalized me even further was when I made the mistake of openly defending trans people on Twitch.tv. That's right, only 4 or 5 years ago, it wasn't even that long ago, that I finally, fully reached a point where I was like, oh, whoa, these people are fucking unhinged. Hasan trying to cover his ass.
Yeah, Lady Gaga was one subject of quote-unquote transvestigations, right? Where people tried to, claim because of, like, they'd find pictures and say that this is like an Adam's apple, or I don't remember exactly. They usually like look at the Q angle of your hips or something like that. There's like different ways that they can supposedly tell. When in actuality, human diversity says that some cis people will defy the standards of what these these supposed telltale signs like are, right? And yeah, they there's a whole ass thing about Lady Gaga and the right wingers that think that Lady Gaga is trans.
I don't need to cover my ass. Society is transphobic. If I wanted to be transphobic, I would probably make a lot of money doing so. This is a genuinely held belief. You are a fucking sick freak if you legitimately think that I'm like secretly trying to do transphobia on, extremely high difficulty when I'm being open about my own transphobic sentiments in the past and my own development throughout the years. Shut the fuck up. Just because you're anonymous and because we can't fucking link back to your goddamn 4chan poll fucking logs from at the same time when you were talking about how transphobic you probably were very openly, doesn't change the reality that you weren't also probably transphobic. Shut the fuck up. Growth is a possibility. You can grow. You can change. As a matter of fact, this community is one community where I will always ride for you. If you open...
This is a little weird. Hey, don't say that. Don't call me out on my transphobia, because like I could find shit in your past where you used to be transphobic too, trans people. You know, don't think that I don't know that you, like, that's a stereotype too, right? There are trans people on 4chan. There are trans people everywhere. But please do not think that because there are trans people on 4chan that all trans people have some kind of 4chan past, right? Or like have some connection. Really what he's talking about is like connection to like Hull, Kiwi Farms, all that kind of stuff, right? There are people that were involved in that stuff back in 2016 that are now trans. That's true. That is not all of us. Please, like, don't project that on all of us because you know some people like that. If anything, that's more of a self-report on the kind of people that you're hanging out with, Hasan.
Make amends. If you openly say, look, I used to say these kind of things. I have different opinions now. I was wrong. Okay? I hate motherfuckers who try to say, oh, dude, people should shit on you for what you've done in the past. Suck my fucking dick. As I was saying, the most radicalizing thing that happened for me that truly made me at least like fully understand how devastating the situation was for trans people was when I started openly and publicly defending trans people on Twitch. For the crime of doing such a thing, I was mercilessly cyberbullied, doxxed, people fucking came after me. And I realized at that moment, I'm a cishet white guy. If I'm getting shit on this much, the amount of shit that trans people have to fucking go through to simply just even exist, to have to debate their existence every fucking day is profoundly traumatic. No wonder so many trans people end up, unfortunately, killing themselves. Of course. Imagine, like,
It's a mix. I don't believe in great man theory, therefore, I bet some less problematic person could do your job better. Wait, are you talking about, like, Hasan? Obviously, you don't mean me. You've just cited... Yeah, having gender dysphoria is awful. You've already been through a lot once you decide to transition. Exactly. We're talking about more about we're talking about the Chris Tyson Mr. Beast situation there. Hasan is wrong about rolling. They never account for the nature of how flexible sexual dimorphism is. Talking about Lady Gaga. These kids are trained to unalive for their grandpa's ideology. Sad. Sad indeed. Oh, Tootsie is an example of like drag entertainment from back in the day. It's a mix. I don't believe. Yeah, this is Hasan.
Everywhere you go, you have to debate your existence every moment. Anyone and everyone around you could constantly be a hostile entity because of how transphobic society is. That's devastating. I was able to empathize. It this way,
like, let me make it a little bit more emphatic, okay? Think about it this way. You got transphobes who hate your guts, right? If somebody is like wearing a MAGA hat, I know I'm gonna have a bad time, right? But I know that at least. I can tell that from a distance. I don't get near them. I don't go near them. I don't want to have anything to do with them, right? You got those people. But Hasan, you also have people that are like, I am your friend. And then they get weird with you about stuff, but you're being a little bit precious about your pronouns. I mean, like, really, like, they'll come after you, right? So it's like the Matrix, where anybody and everyone can be Agent Smith, right? Where that transphobia can come out at any cis person at any time, even one who has previously been awesome to you, even one who you care about, right? Like trans people describe this this phenomena all the time of like being around a cis friend of theirs. And then the cis person says something that kind of reveals how they think about you. And you didn't realize that. You didn't realize that they don't think about you as a woman. They think about you with a woman as a woman with an asterisk. They don't think about you as a man. They think about you as a man with an asterisk, right? They don't see you as who you are. They see you in some different way. And that revelation in and of itself is incredibly just like harmful. It makes you feel gutted. Imagine having like all the social acceptance that you base your feeling of being okay on, just having that rug pulled right out from under you. That's what it's like to be a trans person. That's what we deal with every day. And people who mean well and they say that they're our allies, but then they just kind of fucking attack us over like not being able to play a video game or something like that. I don't know if you can relate to that, Hasan. I don't know if you can relate to that.
With trans people and trans existence from defending trans people.
It's a hell of a rug pull.
This community has grown a lot throughout that time, and I think a lot of people have also changed their minds as a consequence of that. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning this is also because there's another side to this. If you become an ally, if you realize like, oh, trans people are under attack constantly, this is fucking bullshit. What the fuck are we doing here? And you start speaking out, against transphobia and whatnot. And then you deviate away from whatever, online trans leftists believe, they'll come after you and call you transphobic. There's a reason for that. Because everyone is so fucking transphobic that it's understandable that trans people are constantly on the defensive. So when they think that you're an ally, but all of a sudden you deviate away from that perspective a little bit, they might immediately react. Okay? They might immediately react and yell at you. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay? Because you're not doing it that like trans people like you. You're doing it because it's the right thing to do. So remember that shit.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Also, like, do you even copyright free? I don't even know. I don't even know if this person copyrights free. But I do know I want to be the hell away from the warden. That's what I do know. See, like I saw where the spawner is. The problem is it's like underwater. The spawner is like underwater there. Okay, this is Mike Figueredo about TYT.
So I debated doing a video about this because on one hand, I don't want people to think that I am purposefully trying to feed into leftist infighting for views and clicks. But on the other hand, if I don't talk about this, then it also kind of feels like I'm self-censoring for friends or for access to TYT's platform. So I mean, in the end, there really is no perfect way to handle this situation, but
I can see it in their eyes. They change how they see me. Yeah, with coming out as trans. All of Shakespeare's plays, when he was alive, had female parts played by dudes. The actors could be the best, Desdemona, etc. Were among the most famous actors in England. He's about doing it because it's the right thing to do. You don't do it. You don't become an ally with the caveat that only if people are nice to me. Yeah.
Having said that, I do have a lot that I feel as if I need to get off my chest. And I just kind of feel like it's reached the point where I'm now.
I was problematic 10 years ago too, but the difference is it wasn't my stated career to be an ally streamer who, yeah, effed up. At least I was clear about the F up then.
Now compelled to talk about this, even if it is exhausting and feels like I'm beating a dead horse at this point. So in the event you are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, here's a really quick rundown of all of the drama that transpired on Twitter.
So when Cenk speaks against the far left, I listen. And that's what happened recently when a well-known progressive stalwart, Anna Kasparian, a co-host of The Young Turks, tweeted, quote, "I'm a woman.
Stalwart.
Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this. And the controversy has only continued to grow. To her credit, Kasparian didn't back down, tweeting this week, LOL, the meltdowns over wanting to be referred to as a woman rather than a birthing person is pretty wild. I'll never apologize for that, especially as a biological woman who's had a lifetime of being told I'm less than.
Especially
I'm a woman,
as a
no
biological
apologies.
woman.
And now the big boss, Uygur, has jumped into the fray to defend Kasparian.
So we'll come back to that clip in a moment because there's more from it that I want to watch, specifically an interview with Cenk Uygur. But basically, Anna had a bad take and leftists reacted to it by trying to respectfully explain the issues with her tweet, myself included. The issue isn't necessarily that she doesn't like the word birthing person. It's that she's inadvertently feeding into this narrative that inclusionary language is an attempt by radical trans activists to erase women. This is what the right has been going on about for a very long time. And regardless if that was her intent or not, I mean, there's a difference between intent and impact. And the impact that she had was what I was trying to get her to understand, right? So I genuinely don't believe that she intended to contribute to the right's anti-trans propaganda campaign, but she did. And furthermore, leftists like myself pointed out that terms like this are really only used in very rare settings, clinical, legal, or political settings. So why emphasize something so insignificant when the right is looking for reasons to portray trans people and their allies as unreasonable and overly censorious? That was basically my point. And by coming out against these inclusionary terms, you kind of tee up this attack against any leftist who dares to politely explain why your take was indeed misguided. For example, I pushed back in what I thought was a respectful, good faith way, and regardless of my attempt at a constructive conversation, do you want to know how the right portrayed that? Liberals melt down after far-left journalist blasts birthing person language. The Young Turks host called the trans...
They also like attacked. They also made it sound like that the Anna was the one getting attacked, right? They did the thing where they're like kind of appealing to Anna's ego to try to get her on their side because they feel like they got a chance now. They feel like they got an in with Anna. And I wonder how, you know, it feels like some of them were successfully kind of getting that in with her, successfully, you know, getting her to, like, I mean, she liked that tweet that was like, yeah, what about this trans thing? What about this, like, you're using like 1984 language to talk about like trans people, right?
Inclusive language degrading. And can you guess who they cited in this article here? Yep, that would be me. Despite prefacing my response with, quote, I respect you a lot, Fox News still used me as an example of liberal meltdown because that's what they do. First of all, Fox News, I'm not a liberal, and that is a term that I'm offended by when you refer to me that way. Second of all, you know, the hallmark of any pitchfork mob is the mob, before they burn you at the stake, telling you how much they respect you. But I mean, we know why they're doing this. This is exactly what they were always going to do, but they weren't alone. The Daily Mail did the exact same thing, citing myself and my co-host Lance from The Serfs, who also responded.
I feel like we got that question before 1,000 accounts. I don't know, like, why is anybody successful, right? Yeah, there's like a lot of things that contribute to that, sure. Like, I don't know, is that what you mean? Why is Hasan so popular?
To Anna at that time. And I mean, I feel like all of us knew that this would happen. It seemed like Anna had unwittingly kind of like handed the right this huge gift for no apparent reason. And I felt like this wasn't her intention. And there was this disconnect. And I wanted to figure out where this was coming from.
Mike is a lib. Yeah, I don't know much about Mike. John Tron was very entertaining, but doesn't deserve forgiveness for his explicit racism. Why do people listen to him like he has a PhD or something? Oh my god, really? Really? This is the things I get for saving your life, 1,000 accounts. No, I don't think you were serious about that either.
Right, and explain to her why a lot of people found that troubling. So I reached out to Anna privately because I felt like if she heard me out and, you know, tuned out all of the noise on Twitter, she would understand where myself and most leftists are coming from. And I felt like I kind of got her to see my point because I shared a video that she did where she defended inclusionary language just like 8 months ago when Professor Kyara Bridges was talking to Josh Hawley, and he was, you know, lambasting her for using people with the capacity for pregnancy in lieu of women. And, you know, she even referenced that video that I shared with her on the show that day when this happened.
But I understand the importance of inclusive language. I just don't like to be boiled down to a body part. So Mike Figueredo from the Humanist Report reminded me of a video we did a few years ago where we were defending someone who used the phrase people with the capacity for pregnancy in the context of the abortion debate, I believe it was. I'm totally fine with that. I think that's totally fine. If that's what they want to use in a medical setting, great.
That's literally what's being used. What are you talking about, Anna? That's literally what's being used to. It's not like a medical setting. It is like in the confluence of like law and medicine. That's where this is being talked about, right? When we advocate for people's rights to reproductive health care, we're not just advocating for women's rights, because there's more people than that. I don't know. I feel like a broken record here, but she's just missing it time and time and time again, right? It's not necessarily about a medical context. So there's her saying, well, you know, if it really is a medical context, then fine, right? No, it's like a political context. I don't know why everybody's obsessed with this idea that it could only be in a medical context, and anybody else who ever says birthing person is weird. It would be weird to go up to Anna and somehow regard her as a birthing person. It would be weird to mention those words. By the way, you're a birthing person. Then it's like, am I your mom? Am I like suggesting that you have a baby? You know, the clock is ticking. Like, you know, like, right? That's a weird thing to say. True. That's a weird thing even for your mom to say, because it's none of your mom's business at the end of the day. You know, if there's anything that Anna's really like emotional about, or like, emotional is the wrong word. If there's any reason that Anna's like that this is really like an issue that gets to her, maybe it's that like people have an expectation of you to have a child by a certain age, and that's messed up, right? And I agree that that's messed up. But that is not who you responded to. You responded to AOC trying to protect people's access to healthcare, whether or not they're a woman or not, because there's more than just women that need access to this kind of reproductive healthcare that's being denied by right-wingers, right? That's the context. That's the freaking context.
But for me, my personal preference is I don't like to be referred to, even in the context of an abortion debate, as a person with a uterus. Person with the capacity for pregnancy, that's great. That's all I'm saying. I think But
here's the deal, Anna. What if we're trying to refer to you and to anybody else who like this kind of reproductive health care could apply to? Is it okay if we don't say women there? Is it okay if we don't use woman as a euphemism for birthing person? Because I feel like what you were mad about, you seem to be concerned about the idea that we were using birthing person as a euphemism for woman. Can I just 100% tell you that every time somebody goes out of their way to use that phrase, say birthing person or person who menstruates or whatever else, right? Whatever that phrase is. Anytime somebody goes out of their way to use a newfangled sounding phrase, it is never because they are referring to women, but they're too politically correct to utter the word woman, which is somehow a bad word. It's not a bad word. Nobody's afraid of saying woman. I use it on myself all the time, okay? I use it on myself all the time. Right? So birthing person is not a euphemism for woman. Now, my problem is I feel like you think that woman is a perfectly appropriate euphemism for birthing people. Could you not do that? Because that is you being a fragile, privileged piece of dog shit. And the consequences are deadly to the people being denied healthcare based on the fact that they're trans. Have a little bit of a heart, Anna. A little tiny bit of a heart, maybe. As a treat.
My track record on transgender issues is pretty clear, and I hope you understand that.
Can we get to 60 likes on YouTube? I bet we can. I think we can. You gotta say birthing person. Now we gotta say birthing person and Anna Kasparian.
Disdain or hatred for the transgender community whatsoever. That's all.
And look, I agree that her record speaks for itself, but that's what also really bothered me so much. She knows better, right? You don't have to use that specific term, but why make a mountain out of a molehill when trans people are facing an onslaught of attacks and the threat of genocide? Like, why emphasize this seemingly out of nowhere? Now, I feel like I probably should have tried to engage privately from the get-go, but I mean, on Twitter, you see something, you respond. That's kind of how it goes. We all have brain rot because of Twitter, so I responded publicly, but still I tried to be as charitable as I possibly could be. But unfortunately, I probably added to the pylon, and that's why she still felt defensive. But I wanted to make it clear that the pushback was coming from a place of love, which is why I reached out publicly and privately. And knowing that her intention was to never cause any harm, I just wanted to explain why what she did just wasn't a good take. Now, with that being said, I don't know if she actually understood why I shared that video with her. It wasn't to basically float people with the capacity for pregnancy as some sort of an alternative to birthing person. Like, I wanted her to hear a specific argument that she made about inclusive language, because it's easy to be defensive when you have a bunch of people on Twitter coming at you. Like, you can kind of get your guard up that way. But if you hear what we're trying to say from yourself, I mean, there really is no better messenger than you. So here's what she said specifically in the video that I shared with her.
But in terms of gender, identify differently as a male or non-binary, but they still have the biological capacity, the physical capacity to get pregnant.
Oh my God,
so that's why the language, the rhetoric is inclusive to include those people. It is not a big deal, but they make it a big deal. They manufacture it into a big deal because that's all Republicans are. That's all they have. This is all they do. Endless bad faith arguments meant to fearmonger and direct hatred and fear toward other Americans, typically powerless Americans.
So I shared that video with her privately, not to try to hypocrisy burn her, but to hopefully get her to see that what she was saying right there is where we're all coming from right now. We're saying what she said back then. That was my goal of sharing.
Yo, why? No, I swear, please don't tell me this is a thing. Like, are you trying to hypocrisy burn me? Are you bringing up what I said that makes what I'm saying now indicate that I'm a hypocrite to make me feel bad? Is that what you're doing? How dare you? How dare you try to hypocrisy burn me? God, talk about some, I mean, this is just pure civility politics here.
That video with her,
combined with optics frogging,
or not to float an alternative term that was inclusive. Like, I wanted her to see that she made the same point that we're making. We need inclusive language, and it's not even used that frequently. So it just doesn't feel like this is the most important thing to emphasize right now during an international crusade against trans people. So we talked about it also on the leftist mafia in a way that I felt was good faith and respectable. And really, that was seemingly it. I hoped that Anna was able to tune out the bad faith actors and listen to good faith criticism from people like myself and longtime friends. And I was hopeful that Cenk would do the same, since he also defended Anna Kasparian there after that kerfuffle. But it seemed like nothing we said actually resonated, which is fine. Like, you can't force somebody to agree with you if they simply don't agree. But when you make the exact same argument as we're making currently, and you've been a long-time advocate for trans rights, you've got to understand where we're coming from. It's really frustrating, and it's more frustrating.
Wait, who's the other guy? Rational National? Let's do a little sampling since we don't have time to watch all of their videos all the way through. This is David Doel. David Doel's kind of changed his mind. David Doel was, to some degree, maybe the most defensive of Anna during the original Leftist Mafia panel, and has now, changed his tune in a pretty significant way. I don't know anything about any of these people. I'm assuming they're
This was like about a year ago.
I'm assuming that we're dealing with liberals here, right?
David Doel actually had a really good take on this. Okay?
David Doel, I'm mispronouncing it.
Possibly
David
because
Doel.
he's Canadian.
Okay.
David Doyle.
I'm going to address this controversy that I'm going to bet the majority of you don't even know exist. But with that said, the reason why I want to cover this in my own video is because this is definitely, absolutely going to come up on the Leftist Mafia podcast that is going to be, that we're shooting tonight, or live streaming tonight. And we are a democratized podcast. If it were up to just me, I would say this is not worth a discussion anymore. We should be over this. But I am one person, and we are a podcast of 6. So I'm not going to, enact my authority over the other people. So it's going to be talked about. It's easier for me to discuss this all here, so you all understand my position on what the hell is going on. All right, or what went on. So, what is this all about? So a few weeks ago, this tweet went up, and it's Anna Kasparian, TYT host, saying, "I am a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit." All right. There is... Okay. Let me first say, nothing... Yes, that is fine. This is fine. Yes, nothing is wrong with wanting to be called a woman. That's fine. There's no problem with this. The issue is when you are making this into a bigger issue than it actually is. Feeding into right-wing framing on trans people during an unprecedented attack on their existence. So I'm going to explain here more into this, and I feel like at this point, when I get to Anna's video from last year, Anna knows this. This video for me is more about disappointment than anything else. I'm not doing this to cook TYT, to drag them through the mud. This video is to show my disappointment and my hope that both Anna and Cenk correct themselves here, are able to come out and apologize for misunderstanding this entire debate and clearing the air here. Because right now, I think they're losing a lot of people who have been big supporters of theirs for a long time, including myself. And to double, triple, quadruple down on this is not productive. And again, I'm going to get into explaining more, and I got a few videos to show you here.
This guy is frustrating,
So,
yeah.
The reason why this came back, before I show you why this came back up, here is I'll get to this response again, because this is a response to Cenk, and that'll come up later. But in terms of the issue around birthing people. So regarding the birthing people comment, these are my written statements. You'll have a tough time finding anyone with a real following that's claiming birthing people should replace women in all conversation. It's terminology used in academic papers and politics when it's about literal anatomy. The pushback from the left is on adopting right-wing framing of a non-issue, used by the right to further otherize trans people during an unprecedented attack on their existence. This is the issue, is using your platform to feed into right-wing narratives. And look, if this tweet got no traction, no one noticed it, this wouldn't have been a story, no one would be talking about it, it wouldn't be a thing. But because it has 127,000 likes, 27 million views apparently, these Twitter views are not really reliable, that number there. But this was quote tweeted, endorsed by people like Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, all the terrible people on the right were praising Anna over this tweet. Not to say that she's now guilty by association, but when that happens, if that happened to me, I would think, okay, what did I say here that maybe I didn't mean to say? Maybe the intent wasn't there, but I said something that clearly was taken a certain way that I don't want it to be taken. At that point, I would delete the tweet and maybe even screenshot it, but delete the tweet and explain, okay, this is what I meant by this. I didn't mean this. It's being taken the wrong way. I apologize for any confusion around this or whatever, but that's not what's happened since then. There's been doubling, tripling, quadrupling down, and I'm going to get to why I think that is, which gets to the Hasan clip as well. But let's go to why this came back up, because this was 3 weeks ago, March 22nd. This Sunday, Ole, who's one of the hosts on the Leftist Mafia podcast that I'm on, tweets out here, the internet is filled with hating ass people and no one can convince me otherwise. So tweets a video about this. Anna responds, saying, "Oh, Ole, do you mean people who demand people cook their friends and those kind of haters?" And Anna points to this video that is from this week, or sorry, that week when Anna tweeted this out, where we discussed this whole issue. It was brought up by people we responded to questions. So a lot of questions came in about this, so we responded to questions. But part of the, I think it was like an hour-long discussion, was where Ole is basically saying this.
Everybody sure feels the need to trip over their feet to come out to defend her for getting cooked when all of the people get cooked all the time. Nobody fight. I have yet to watch a video of anybody defending me from getting cooked. I've never seen it. I've never seen everybody come out. She has a lot of fucking bad takes, and then she gets cooked because she comes out unprovoked. She asks to be cooked. She got up today and she said, "Twitter, cook me."
Okay, anyways, there's more to that. And there's also, I'm gonna get to the clips. See this. We will get here.
Yeah, Ole and NCC did nothing wrong. True.
How much praise there was.
Oh my god.
How many caveats, how much dancing around there was during this discussion. That this wasn't an hour long of cooking TYT. That's not what we did at all. But that's how it's being construed now by, unfortunately, Cenk and Anna as well. So Ole responds to that video saying, "You made transphobic statements and we spent an hour of the show defending you from allegations," which is true. We did spend an hour of the show defending her of being a TERF rather than addressing the substantive problems with your comment. I said I felt like they were coddling you. I stand by that. If you think that makes me a hater, knock yourself out, miss. So she responds to that saying, "LOL, the meltdowns over wanting to be referred to as a woman rather than a birthing person is pretty wild. I'll never apologize for that, especially as a biological woman who has had
especially as a biological woman. That's the best.
I'm a woman, no apologies."
No, I'm not being transphobic at all.
The issue with this, because Anna herself did. This is, I believe, last July, but this was like about a year ago. Here is Anna about a year ago discussing this very issue.
It's bad faith. They know there's a difference between gender and sex. They know that it is very possible for someone to be born a biological male or a biological female, but in terms of gender, identify differently as a male or non-binary, but they still have the biological capacity, the physical capacity to get pregnant. So that's why the language, the rhetoric is inclusive to include those people. It is not a big deal, but they make it a big deal. They manufacture it into a big deal because that's all Republicans are. That's all they have. This is all they do. Endless bad faith arguments meant to fearmonger and direct hatred and fear toward other Americans, typically powerless Americans. It's bad faith.
I don't even have to explain why these comments are the incorrect thing to say as a public figure who is a progressive voice, someone who's looked to, and someone who has authority in a platform like this. I don't have to explain why these comments are bad because Anna herself did a year ago. It feeds into a right-wing narrative that is meant to otherize trans people. When birthing, no one is using birthing person. No one is calling her maybe one person called her a birthing person. But this is not a societal problem. It's only ever used, as I said, when discussing anatomy in academic papers and in politics to ensure that people who can give birth, whether you identify as a woman or not, are protected under those policies. Nothing, again, is wrong with her wanting to be called a woman. No one is denying that to her, but feeding into the narrative that there is sort of
exactly, Natalie. Anna's a grifter. I don't know what else to say. Like, it's pretty clear now.
Again, this is not. I'm disappointed more than anything.
Sad to see so many Sunny V2s, so many Anna Kasparians out there.
How many times must this be explained, including by herself, before she realizes that this?
Like, I mean, think about how much stress that adds overall to just like everybody to know that there's some people out there operating on a mode where they pretend to be human, they pretend to be, empathic, they pretend to care, but realistically, they are looking for clicks, they are looking for views, right? They don't care about any of this stuff. They don't care about logic. They don't care about other people. They literally are just like, you know, hey, how can I get more attention to my, I mean, this is just bad. And it's TYT. It's you know, media outfit a lot of us, you know, have, you know, positive feelings towards on some level, or had.
This is what the problem is using your platform to feed into this. So
it's
the
Doel.
next day,
It's Doel.
Cenk
I keep
went
on saying Doel.
Quote tweeting several people. And just, I'll get to the one that really bothered me personally. But he says here, I replied to one of his tweets, but he says here, so David, you agree that birthing people shouldn't be used in a political context as the default term for women? It's not being used. So yeah, I agree, but it's not being used. That's not what's happening. So he says, great, that's exactly what we're saying. Bad news, apparently that means you're adopting right-wing framing. No, when you raise it and pretend it's an issue, that's adopting right-wing framing. So I go on, I already read this, but I go on to explain what I'm saying. And I also link to Emma's take from Majority Report. Emma's a good friend of Anna's, and Emma also explained this very well. It's a 5-minute video. It's an easy watch. It appears Cenk didn't watch it because he goes on to get even crazier. So he writes here.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. First, Emma says here.
There's way too much
emphasis and reaction
good faith.
responding to Cenk have been on social media. I can't speak to the segments you guys have done on the show. I'm not trying to be pure.
They're more YouTubers than journalists. Yeah, true.
Engaging with you, even though it's uncomfortable.
Look at all this good faith. This is so sad to see all these good people extending so much of the benefit of the doubt, so much good faith to people that I know do not deserve it. At this point, I'm sure of it. TYT does not deserve your good faith. TYT does not deserve the benefit of the doubt. TYT is out for TYT and very little else.
For me, because I love you guys and I want TYT to be on the right side here. Emma's being very charitable, very kind. I love you guys. Like, nothing, very kind here. This is the tweet that really bothered me. Cenk's response here, saying, good news, we are on the right side. Mission accomplished. Now let me talk to you in a patronizing way about all of your opinions I need to correct. The complete lack of self-awareness here is
I can hear that, dude. I can hear him.
Considering I've watched Cenk TYT for
over
a decade. If he had told me, if he had come out later on and saying, oh, my account was hacked, I might have believed him.
Oh yeah, yeah, me too.
Of how much this took me off guard. It just completely stunned me. And Emma replies to this, saying, I was trying to express my love and appreciation for the company that gave me a start, and for my good friend Anna within the context of a disagreement. This reaction is pretty shocking to me, Cenk. Have a good one. So Emma ends the interaction here, which I think was the right thing to do, because Cenk, I don't know what's going on with him at all. And then he goes on. So this is that same day he goes on his show, and here's what he said, and I'm going to show you. There's no reason to play the full clip, but I want to show you what I'm going to respond to here, because it is, what he says here is so insane, but here it is.
One that I read. So I'll just say this. Okay, I love you, and it's okay, and if you disagree, it's okay. If you want to leave, that's okay, okay? Thank you for being a member all this time. I appreciate it. But what in my opinion, what your misunderstanding is, and what you have maybe you didn't see is, so all this kerfuffle starts with a simple tweet, and then at least half a dozen videos from other progressives or leftists online, all attacking us and calling us all sorts of names. So maybe you don't see that, so you think, well, what is Cenk so upset about, right? So they call us all these names and they feel super proud about it, like, we are more pure. So then I fight back on Twitter, and then all of a sudden they're like, how could you insult us?
You didn't fight back, you just fell on your sword.
I'm willing
and
to
then
bet
you blamed
he did not
everybody
watch
else
Emma's
for
video.
it.
I'm willing to bet he did not watch our hour-long discussion on this. He probably saw a couple of clips taken out of context. I'm not sure who else covered this, but people close to them, like Emma, like myself, we were very kind. If you watch Emma's video, very kind. If you watch our take, very kind. Let me show you. So I clipped out a few moments here. So again, this is like a long discussion. If you want to watch the full discussion, it's episode 16. I'll link to below the video. You can go down and you can find the addressing Kasperian birthing people tweet. But let me clip out just portions showing you, how I first framed the discussion, and also showing how a couple other people on the podcast were talking about them. There was a lot of bad faith criticism online over this, like people just blankly saying that she's anti-trans completely.
There's David defending
people
Anna.
bringing up stupid shit like the Armenian genocide because of the Young Turks, when they have both. First of all, Anna's Armenian, but like Cenk has acknowledged the Armenian genocide like 1,000 times. And anyways, really dumb bad faith criticisms. Also ignoring the fact that based on one of the things that went viral, or not viral, but trended after this was the Young Turfs as like one of the examples of how people are calling them. If you search trans on TYT, it's purely in defense of trans people. Like, you're not going to find one video that is criticizing trans people.
Spot with the person I like. Anna has been nice enough to me. We are mutuals. I've done an interview with them. She is nice enough. People have different views. They have the right to evolve, yada, yada, yada. She's done good things, etc. But I think this is incredibly problematic, and I do think she deserves not to be dogpiled or to be personally attacked or to have her entire track record dismissed. But I like Anna enough. No shade on Anna, and I think she's a fabulous looking white lady. She's very popular.
But from this situation, I hope that she grows, and I hope that if I fuck up somehow and I say something sexist or insensitive, that she calls me on my bullshit, because we're not perfect. We all have our own lived experiences, and sometimes we're going to make mistakes as allies. It's just a matter of taking accountability and also recognizing the impact that we have as individuals with very big platforms.
More than charitable. Is that name calling? Is that smearing? No, we're giving context. We're saying, hey, we disagree with what was said here. And again, we're addressing it because it went viral. We didn't make it go viral. It went viral already. We're addressing it because we're being asked a question about it. And we're doing it in the context of, hey, just so you understand, TYT has a great track record on this. That's what makes it even more surprising and disappointing. Yet, it appears Cenk didn't watch any of the actual arguments. For a guy who, look, as I've said, I've watched endless hundreds of hours, probably thousands of hours of Cenk on TYT. For a guy who largely is very rational.
We got a raid.
He's being completely irrational here. And again, I'll get to
We got a
why I
raid
think
right
that
now.
is in a second.
Everybody
But
get
also,
in.
Anna came out that same show.
Get in there
shortly
and
after
raid
Cenk's
into
comments
Ink
there
Sexy
saying this.
Lexi, going once, going twice,
To be
going
honest,
three
I
times.
just
We gotta
don't
end
really
this
care
VOD
to
before it turns
collaborate with
into
any other leftist ever
being
again
too
at this
long.
point.
Yeah,
That's where no.
Anybody else? Going once, going twice, three times. Raid and hi VODies. Meeting N.